A game developer is reborn as the villain in the very game he created with his own hands. His fate is about to take a dramatic turn. Late at night, Woojin finally fixes a bug that has been frustrating him for weeks. He just finished working on the game root of a side character named Deculein von Grahan-Yukline. Deculein is one of the mid-level bosses, and a well-known villain in the game. Woojin had to fix countless errors to make sure that no matter what path the player took, Deculein would always die. Just as he wraps up his work, his ex-girlfriend walks in. She also happens to be the leader of the development team. Woojin had good memories with her, but their relationship fell apart because of their clashing personalities. He was lazy and always procrastinated, while she was a workaholic. Her ambition even helped him improve himself. But in the end, they still broke up. 6 months later, he heard she had found someone new. As she watches him work on Deculein, she casually drops a shocking fact. Deculein's character design was based on Woojin himself. Even Deculein's personality and abilities closely matched Woojin's own. Before he can react, her new boyfriend arrives to pick her up, so she leaves. Now it's almost 2 a.m., and Woojin keeps testing Deculein over and over to make sure everything works perfectly. He doesn't like the idea that Deculein resembles him. In the game's story, Deculein was called a magical genius as a child and put on a pedestal. But in reality he was just average. His arrogance and noble background made him develop an awful personality. He was so twisted that calling him human would be generous. As the game progresses, Deculein gets stronger, but he is always surrounded by people who hate him. Woojin decides to add a unique trait to Deculein, something that would set him apart. Since this villain is based on him, he adds a skill called comprehension. Not stopping there, he sneaks in a few of his favorite attributes: wealth, Midas touch, sharp eyesight, and iron will. After giving Deculein all these powerful traits, Woojin realizes he might have overdone it. Worried about breaking the game, he quickly decides to reset Deculein back to normal. The last thing he wants is another bug right before the game's release. But just as he's about to fix it, he gets a text from someone telling him to look outside. When he does, he sees a huge hole in the sky. The last thing he remembers is a bolt of lightning striking down toward him. In the next moment, he wakes up inside the game world he created. Several days have already passed since he became Deculein, a man destined to die no matter what. Just then, Deculein's sister suddenly bursts into the room and scolds him for being lazy instead of doing his job as a respected professor. She's frustrated that he's hiding in his room because of a woman. She throws a stack of documents in front of him, papers he's supposed to deal with, then leaves in an annoyed mood. Before leaving, she warns him to get serious. She won't let him ruin the family's reputation. At first, Woojin thought this was just a weird dream, but as days went by, everything felt too real to ignore. He had to accept the truth. He still doesn't know if this is some kind of afterlife, since he remembers dying from that lightning strike. Whatever the case, one thing is clear. He has now literally become the villain in the game he once created. Deculein von Grahan-Yukline, if you don't remember, let me remind you, is the mid-level boss in the game. No matter what path the player chooses, he is the main cause of problems and the final enemy for everyone. He has caused pain to countless characters. Another thing that worries Woojin is that he has no idea where he is in the story. The only thing he knows for sure is how much mana he has. But he has no clue how fast it will run out. He's not exaggerating when he says that everyone, including himself, tested the game 1,000 times during development. And this character barely survived even once. Deculein was designed to die and serve his role as a middle boss. Woojin then looks at the documents that Deculein's sister threw at him before storming out. Her name is Yahello von Grahan-Yukline, Deculein's half-sister. Right now, she's leading the Yukline family in his place. However, Deculein and Yahello don't have a normal sibling relationship. Deculein also has a fiancée named Julie. Since Yahello spoke about her in such a bad tone, Woojin assumes something must have happened between them. The document in his hand turns out to be a contract. It seems that Deculein has already signed up as a professor at Impartial University. His job is to teach basic magic and mana control. Looks like he has no choice. He'll have to go to the university and give lectures. While he has no teaching experience, this is a good chance for him to step outside and learn more about the world he's now stuck in. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of him, blinking. It says that his main survival goal is to become important to the game. As for a side quest, he has to deliver a lecture at the university. If he completes it, he'll earn 0.5 store currency. He remembers that there are game routes where Deculein dies because of Yahello's actions. To avoid that, he decides to complete his current mission. Besides, store currency will be essential for his survival. He's not exactly sure what topic he needs to teach, but he's not too worried. After all, before he got transported into the game, he gave Deculein the skill of perfect comprehension. This ability lets him understand anything as long as he has enough mana to activate it. As he changes into formal clothes, he realizes how different this place is from where he used to live. Yet he moves around naturally, as if he has always been Deculein. Normally he would feel awkward wearing such fancy clothes, but now they feel elegant and comfortable. This is because of Deculein's traits: intimidation, dignity, and a strong sense of style. It's almost as if Deculein himself is allowing him to take full control of this body. Woojin doesn't even feel the urge to say anything rude. The strict formality that once felt stiff now feels natural. His main goal is to gather information, but as he walks to his first lecture, everything feels normal, as if he truly belongs here. He can sense himself fitting into the role of a noble, one of the elite members of society. This is completely different from the life he used to have. Kim Woojin was just an average guy from South Korea, nothing special, lazy, and even dumped by a girl. But now, as Deculein, he wants to play the part of a noble properly. As he gets into his car, he remembers that he has never been inside such a luxurious vehicle before. Thinking about fancy cars reminds him of his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, who had one just to show off. Suddenly, he notices a young boy sitting next to him. When the boy realizes Deculein has arrived, he hurriedly greets him and hands over some documents. Seeing this, Deculein wonders if this boy is his assistant or secretary. When Deculein asks for his name, the boy looks startled, especially since he has been working for him for 3 years. Deculein then realizes that the document isn't lecture material but a script for him to read. It contains every detail he needs for the lecture. He isn't surprised. Deculein would never prepare his own materials. He is too proud and unskilled for that, meaning this boy must have done all the work. Feeling grateful, Woojin decides to say a few words of appreciation. The boy looks shocked to receive a compliment. Even the driver seems surprised to hear his master say something nice. But Woojin immediately feels a strange reaction from Deculein's body. It's as if complimenting someone physically makes him sick. This only makes Woojin wonder how horrible of a person Deculein really was. He had felt the same sick feeling earlier when leaving the manor. It seems like Deculein's consciousness is trying to fight back against him. After a short ride, they arrive at Imperial University, a lively and busy place. Now his next task is to find Roteo Hall, as mentioned in the documents. Once they reach the lecture hall, the students are already seated. Surprisingly, they look eager to attend Professor Deculein's lecture. People say Deculein is a master at understanding spells, a skill that made him a child prodigy when he was young. When he finally arrives in class, he gets everyone's attention and introduces himself as Deculein von Grahan-Yukline. He is the head professor of the Magic Tower at the university and will be leading this class. After the introduction, he starts his lecture. The female students can't take their eyes off him. They admire his good looks and strong presence. But one girl in the class does not feel the same way. To her, Deculein is nothing but an enemy. Someone she hates with all her heart. Her hatred comes from the past. Almost 3 years ago, her father took his own life. He had spent years researching spell interpretation. But one day someone stole his work. Devastated, he lost all hope and ended his life. The person who took everything from him was none other than Deculein, the so-called genius of spell interpretation. After losing her father, she was helpless. She lost her home, her family's land, and everything else. Left with nothing, she became an orphan. But she did not give up. She swore to take revenge on Deculein. To do that, she worked hard and got into the Empire's Royal University, where Deculein teaches. While other students admire him, she knows the truth. His success is built on lies. Everything he claims to have achieved actually belonged to her father. Seeing him in a position that should have been her father's makes her blood boil. But she knows she must be patient. If she wants revenge, she must plan carefully. Deculein speaks again, reminding everyone that he is the head professor of the Magic Tower and a powerful archmage who controls the elements. He then continues his lecture. He begins by explaining the basics of magic. He talks about 3 major attributes and 9 types of magic. Attributes are the source of magic, while elements are the materials that form objects. The 9 types of magic are summoning, spirit magic, destruction, support, enchantment, manipulation, ductility, bewitchment, and harmony. As he teaches, Woojin realizes something surprising. This job is much easier than he expected. It is his first time teaching, and he does not know much about magic theory, but even though he is just reading from a script, he understands everything perfectly. Not only that, but Deculain's natural presence and confidence keep the students completely focused on him. Even the usual strict expectations of a professor, like keeping the students engaged and making eye contact, feel effortless for him. Maybe the Deculein of today truly has the qualities of a great teacher. We return to the lecture, where the topic is how mana works differently, based on where it is stored in the body. Usually, mages keep mana in their heads because it helps them imagine spells more easily. Knights store mana in their hearts, allowing them to release it through their blood vessels. Then there's the inner core, which mixes both internal and external mana, making it the most effective way to store mana. Simply put, hard work matters, but if someone lacks talent, they must pick a path and stick to it. Speaking of talent, Woojin thinks about Deculein and realizes that his skills aren't that outstanding either. His current mana is about 3,500. To put that in perspective, some mages have a mana capacity of 30,000. Because of this, Woojin finds it ironic that Deculein is teaching students something he should be applying to himself. He finishes the lecture, but there's one last sentence he hesitates to say. If this were the original Deculein, he wouldn't have said it. That sentence is, "Does anyone have any questions?" The students seem to have paid close attention, and no one appears to have any doubts about the lesson. Deculein feels relieved that no one speaks up, but just as he thinks he's in the clear, a student who holds a grudge against him stands up. She brings up something that happened the night before. A mysterious spell was discovered in the dormitories. People believe it was caused by a devil, and she wants to hear Deculain's opinion on the matter. However, before answering, Deculein scolds her for not following proper etiquette. She should have stated her name and affiliation before asking a question. Since she ignored basic classroom manners, he refuses to respond. He turns to leave, not because he actually cares about etiquette, but because he doesn't have enough mana to answer properly. His ability to understand complex things takes up a lot of mana. Right now, he only has 2,000 mana left, out of the 3,375 he started with. Just understanding the lesson script used up 1,300 mana. He has no idea how much more mana it would take to analyze an unknown spell. Meanwhile, the other students quietly laugh at the girl, thinking she just embarrassed herself by trying to get the professor's attention. She feels humiliated by Deculain's words, but she refuses to back down. She insists on getting an answer. She explains that the magic tower refuses to investigate the situation, calling it a mere rumor. However, she believes that if Professor Deculein looks into it, he might figure out what kind of magic was used. She then casts a spell and asks Deculein to interpret it. Left with no choice, Deculein analyzes the spell, which immediately costs him around 1,700 mana. The girl reveals that other debutantes in the dormitory have tried to study it, but they couldn't find any clues. Now she hopes Deculein can at least take a quick look at it. Without hesitation, Deculein says it's barrier magic, and his quick response surprises her. He explains further that it's a bewitchment-type barrier spell, meaning the person who cast it wanted to trap everyone in the dormitory. After answering her question, he tells her to stop asking more since the side quest is already finished. Then he collects the reward currency he was promised. The scene shifts to the university's Magic Tower cafeteria, where a girl is eating without caring about table manners. Her name is Ephraim. She had asked the question earlier to prove that Deculain's spell interpretation skills were fake, but instead she embarrassed herself. The humiliation was unbearable. Even now, she still believes that Deculein didn't actually know what he was talking about, and just said whatever came to mind. You see, bewitchment magic is extremely complex, and most spells need specific conditions. So, for Deculein to call it a bewitchment spell without mentioning any conditions seems ridiculous. What Ephraim showed him was an exact copy of the unknown magic circle that had appeared on the dormitory's front door last night. At first, everyone was shocked by the mysterious spell, but soon it became something the new students studied. Because of that, she was sure Deculein was just making things up when he said it was a bewitchment spell. But then one of her friends rushes over and tells her that the magic circle on the dormitory's front door was in fact a barrier spell. They figured it out after doing research together. That means Professor Deculein was actually right. Ephraim is in total disbelief. She refuses to accept that it really was barrier magic. After all, she doesn't want to admit that Deculein is actually good at interpreting spells. Her friend keeps praising Deculein, talking about how skilled and knowledgeable he is. Before leaving, she even thanks Ephraim for asking the professor about the spell, since no one else had the courage to do it. Even so, Ephraim isn't convinced. She thinks Deculein just got lucky with his answer. What annoys her even more is that instead of exposing him, she accidentally made him look even better. Now, everyone sees him as a capable professor. Frustrated, she starts reading a document about Deculein's achievements. She wants to learn everything she can about him. After all, there's a famous saying, "If you know your enemy and yourself, you will never be defeated." She makes up her mind. If she has to deal with that arrogant jerk every day, she'll find a way to expose him and completely ruin his reputation. The scene shifts to Deculein, who is still nervous about what could have gone wrong in the classroom. The moment he looked at that spell, his ability to understand magic activated on its own. Just seeing the spell circle, with all its tangled lines and complex structure, drained every bit of mana he had left. But the worst part was that, even after using all that mana, he still couldn't figure out what the spell actually was. Even if he had twice as much mana, he wouldn't have been able to understand its principles. For now, though, he's just relieved that everything turned out fine. As he keeps walking, a woman suddenly blocks his path. She wears white knight armor, has white hair and light-colored eyes. She's someone he knows well. Deculein recognizes her instantly because he has seen her countless times while working on this game. She is Julie von Grahan-Yukline, his so-called fiancée and a well-known character who will one day become the greatest knight. He wasn't expecting to meet her this early, but since he has, he responds to her greeting quickly, saying that he's doing fine. However, Julie doesn't believe him. She questions how he can be fine after breaking the promise they made a week ago. Of course, Deculein has no idea what promise she's talking about. Not wanting to get into any unnecessary arguments, he tries to brush it off. He casually attempts to walk past her, saying he doesn't remember making any promise, but Julie steps in front of him again. She won't let him escape like last time. Seeing how serious she is, Deculein realizes she won't let him go without an answer. So, he repeats that he doesn't remember and blames it on a fever he recently had. He asks her to remind him what the promise was. At this point, the story flashes back to 1 week ago. Julie had made a promise to him. If he was honest with himself and admitted his arrogance and false pretenses in front of everyone, she would stay by his side, no matter what happened, even if the world collapsed. Back in the present, Julie is on the verge of tears. She wonders if she put her trust in the wrong person. With a sad expression, she steps aside and allows him to leave. Deculein doesn't even ask what's wrong. He simply walks away, which of course annoys Julie. Though she doesn't say anything, their engagement was never about love. It was purely for convenience. Deculein was a skilled mage, and Julie was a gifted knight. Their families believed that uniting them would strengthen both sides, increasing their power and influence. The Yukline and the Freyden families, two of the most powerful noble bloodlines, would rule together. Because of this, no one opposed their marriage, and Julie was forced into it, even though she never loved him. However, both families eventually realized that Deculein's talent was never real. He was not the genius mage that everyone thought he was. Maybe Deculein didn't want to admit it, but he had lied to the world. By pretending to be an expert in analyzing spells, he had managed to become a professor. There were even news headlines saying that the youngest top professor at the Magic Tower was losing his reputation. After that article was published, he stopped achieving anything notable. Even so, the Yukline and Freyden families tried to keep the situation quiet. Julie was sure they did this because neither family wanted people talking about them or exposing their weaknesses. But Julie couldn't accept it. She had agreed to the marriage even though she didn't love him, but she couldn't stand the lies. As a knight, honesty was important to her. At first, Deculein had promised to respect her beliefs and always be truthful. But now she felt like those were just empty words. Now let's take a moment to explain the Imperial University and the Magic Tower. The Imperial University is the best school in this world, and its magic department is the most prestigious. You could compare it to the top medical school in Korea, while the Magic Tower is like the Korean National University Hospital. Woojin admired the impressive setting. The university had a large campus with a beautiful, well-kept garden, making it look like an American college. He and his team had worked hard for many nights to design this place. While he wished he could fully enjoy its beauty, his only regret was being stuck in his current body. He wished he were someone else instead. Suddenly, Deculein noticed someone following him. When he turned around, he accidentally bumped into the person who had been trailing him. It was his assistant, who was carrying a stack of documents. The papers flew everywhere. At first, Deculein didn't realize it was Alan. His instincts made him think someone was trying to ambush him after he returned to his office. But Alan had simply been rushing to deliver some important documents. They contained a list of sponsorships for the new mages this year. The Magic Tower, much like real-world research facilities, needed funding to continue developing magic. Professors at the tower would sponsor new mages they thought had great potential. As Deculein reviewed the list of candidates, one name stood out. It was highlighted in gold, which he assumed was because of his special ability. This ability, called Wealthy Magnate, gave him a talent for attracting wealth and making successful financial decisions. The more information he gathered, the sharper his instincts became. Another ability, called Sharp Eyesight, allowed him to see things like attributes, magic levels, and other details that were normally hidden. This ability worked best when combined with others rather than by itself. Because of these two abilities, Wealthy Magnate and Sharp Eyesight, Deculein could easily identify promising candidates. He now knew that people whose names glowed with golden light were sure to bring him fortune. There are a few people like this, but one name stands out the most: Ephorine Luna. She is the very person trying to bring him down. It's surprising that Deculein's abilities have made him see her as the one with the most potential for success, even though she is determined to ruin his career. Deculein recognizes her as one of the main characters in the game. According to the developers, the only thing he knows about her past is that she lost her father because of him. He also notices that for some reason, she doesn't have any sponsors. When he asks Alan about it, his assistant explains that people are being cautious. It's not surprising. No one wants to offend Deculein by supporting someone who might turn into his enemy. However, there is something admirable about Ephorine. Even though she never attended the academy and learned magic on her own, her talent is undeniable. She has limitless potential. But despite this, she sees Deculein as her enemy, or rather, he is her enemy, since he is the reason her father died. If events follow the original game's storyline, Deculein knows he will likely die. After all, he is meant to die in the game. He also has an attribute called Villain's Fate, which makes the entire world hate him and want him dead. However, anyone or anything that fails to kill him only makes him stronger. In the game, he dies in countless ways: by sword, by poison, by assassination. The method changes, but the result is always the same: death. The only way for him to survive is to make different choices, decisions that the original Deculein would never have made. With this in mind, he decides to sponsor Ephorine. After signing the documents, he tells Alan to submit them. He also asks him to borrow some books, which he plans to mention later. As he sits alone, Deculein thinks about how much money he needs to survive. From what he remembers, many of his future deaths could be avoided with money alone. Investing in a talented mage is one way to build wealth. But that won't be enough. Many characters in this game world hate him, and they will try to kill him the moment they get the chance. To survive, he needs to gather as much wealth and power as possible. Although he wants to grow stronger, Deculein knows that his natural talents are only average. If he doesn't find a way to improve, he won't survive the threats closing in on him. Fortunately, he does have one advantage: his attributes. Deculein can't control all four elements as he claims, but he does have potential in earth and fire magic. When combined with metal, these elements form his unique attribute, Midas Touch. This ability allows him to use his mana to unlock hidden potential in a target. His skill in controlling metal also lets him use key-controlled levitating blades. While it may sound impressive, these blades are essentially just a form of telekinesis. In this world, not many people know about or understand telekinesis. Deculein realizes that if he learns basic manipulation magic, he can make up for his lack of raw power by controlling metal objects. To do this, he first needs to master the basics of manipulation magic. So, he decides to test his abilities. As soon as he activates his comprehension skill, he absorbs all the concepts and spells related to basic telekinesis from the book. Once he has taken in the knowledge, he tests his new ability on a pen. The pen immediately floats into the air. Because of his memorization attribute, Deculein can use telekinesis without saying a spell. Even though the telekinesis he just learned is only at a beginner level, it is already quite strong. He can't even imagine how powerful it will be once he learns more advanced techniques. Next, Deculein starts thinking about how to use magic circles. He considers engraving one across his entire body. In this world, the bigger a magic circle is, the stronger it becomes. So he decides to first understand his own body, not just his brain, but also his heart and inner core, by using his comprehend skill. Then he will engrave magic circles all over his body to strengthen his telekinesis. However, this process carries risks. His body could become overloaded or suffer negative effects, but Deculein has an attribute called Iron Man, which gives him incredible physical abilities. He believes that his body is strong enough to endure any side effects. As soon as he starts engraving the magic circle onto his body, unbearable pain spreads throughout him. It feels like every bone is breaking and every muscle is being torn apart. But no matter how painful it is, Deculein does not waver. He does not even let out a groan. After all, as a noble, he must maintain his dignity. Finally, the process ends. Unfortunately, after going through so much pain, Deculein fails because he does not have enough mana, only 1 point. However, his effort is not completely wasted. He has successfully engraved a magic circle on his shoulder. At this pace, it will take about 2 weeks to cover his entire body. A month later, after Deculein's seminar, the first day of lectures at the University Magic Tower arrives. The students gather in a remote area waiting for their first lesson. A notice board nearby contains a message from the professor. The professor wants to test their abilities, so the students must prove themselves by performing magic on their own in a place filled with natural elements. The students are shocked that their teacher is leaving them to study by themselves. The most frustrated student is Ephorine. As she grumbles under her breath, a girl walks past and deliberately bumps into her. Already annoyed, Ephorine turns to confront the girl, but when she sees who it is, her face twists in shock. Standing before her is none other than Sylvia von Josephine Allard. The two girls make eye contact for a moment, but Sylvia just walks away as if she doesn't even know Ephorine. She completely ignores her. Later, while Ephorine is busy with a task, she can't stop thinking about their encounter. She is sure that Sylvia belongs to House Allard. About 10 years ago, the Ides, afraid of Air's power, surrounded their manor with soldiers and threatened them. So Ephorine can't understand why Sylvia doesn't recognize her. Suddenly, the magical structure Ephorine is building starts to break apart, and she feels a strange, heavy pressure in the air. It's like something is draining her mana. She turns toward the disturbance and sees Sylvia. The girl has just created an enormous magical structure, one that is 1,000 times bigger than the one Ephorine was working on. Ephorine is furious. Sylvia's magic has completely ruined her work, but Sylvia doesn't seem to care. She continues her task, acting as if nothing else matters. This makes Ephorine even angrier. The way Sylvia ignores her existence is unbearable. Wanting to get Sylvia's attention, Ephorine decides to provoke her. She starts making insulting remarks about Sylvia, downplaying her abilities. After all, they were rivals. Sylvia had always threatened her and pushed her away from magic just to surpass her. But Sylvia still refuses to acknowledge her. She simply states that she doesn't recognize Ephorine. However, she does mention hearing about the death of a foolish and careless noble. Ephorine instantly realizes that she is talking about her father. Rage floods through her. Without thinking, she jumps into the air, her magic surging around her clenched fist. She is determined to make Sylvia regret saying such cruel words. Ephorine launches forward, ready to strike Sylvia for speaking so disrespectfully about her father. In response, Sylvia quickly casts a protective barrier, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. When Ephorine's punch collides with the barrier, a massive explosion erupts. The impact sends powerful gusts of wind through the crowd of students, making them stumble and groan from the force. As the dust settles, Ephorine becomes visible, her left hand gripping Sylvia's head tightly. She shouts in fury, demanding how Sylvia dares to insult her deceased father. But as she keeps threatening Sylvia, something catches her attention. She turns her eyes behind them and realizes that a strange, dark light has appeared in the distance. The students start screaming in panic. Ephorine stares at the eerie light, trying to understand what she is seeing. Could it be a void? It's the exact spot where their mana clashed earlier. Now that clash has caused a rupture in space, and the void is swallowing everything around it. The students panic even more when they realize the void could explode. They try to run away, knowing how dangerous the situation is. Even Ephorine understands the risk. If the void explodes, sharp metal pieces will fly everywhere, and everyone could die. The black ball keeps consuming everything around it. Ephorine does her best to stop it with her magic. Then suddenly, everything goes silent. She can't hear or feel the void anymore, as if it has stopped on its own. When she opens her eyes, she sees a tall man in elegant noble clothing standing before them. It's their professor, Deculein. He has just saved their lives. His sudden appearance is shocking, but even more shocking is how he stopped the flying metal fragments instantly with ice magic. Deculein leaves his students speechless when he controls the frozen fragments using telekinesis. The way he handles the magic is beautiful, leaving a deep impression on the students. Ephorine understands how enchantment magic works, but even she is mesmerized by how he uses it so effortlessly. With the shards under control, Deculein speaks, signaling the end of the lesson. He glares at Sylvia and Ephorine before telling the students to leave. Except for the ones responsible for the incident, Ephorine's face says it all. She knows she's in trouble. The scene shifts to the interrogation room. Deculein is waiting for the other professors, Relon and Retlon, who teach spirit studies and support studies. A woman sits next to Deculein, the university's chairwoman, Adeline Sigilian. Once all the professors are seated, they turn their attention to the student who dared to attack a noble from the Alad family. Ephorine is treated like a nobody because of her nameless background. The professors look down on her, seeing her as unimportant. However, thanks to Deculein's intervention, the situation didn't get worse, and the professors are impressed by how he handled it. Deculein thinks about how the meeting will turn out. He knows that in the university's eyes, the noble girl will be seen as the victim, while Ephorine, a fallen noble and commoner, will be seen as the villain. He feels the need to step in and change their perspective. Since the moment he met Ephorine, he noticed something unusual about her. He could see traces of scarlet energy leaking from her body. To someone like him, a villain, this was obvious. It's called the villain's fate, when the world itself wants you to die. He knows trouble is coming, and if he doesn't take control of the situation soon, his own death will get closer. The official meeting begins to decide Ephorine and Sylvia's punishment. The first to speak is Ran, who yells at Ephorine for starting a reckless fight and endangering the other students. If Deculein hadn't stepped in, things could have ended in disaster. Ephorine, feeling hopeless, says she can't explain why she attacked. Her vague answer upsets the teachers, but she's only focused on keeping her true reason hidden so that her target, the despicable Professor Deculein, doesn't find out she's after him. Sylvia's sharp words keep replaying in her mind, but even if they are true, she can't say anything in front of the one person she wants to take down. That's why she's willing to endure this pain and discomfort. Her long-term plan depends on it. Relon shouts at her again, asking if she has an inferiority complex. He reminds her of their difference in status. He's a noble, and she's just a commoner. Then it's Sylvia's turn to speak. She also tries to cover up the real issue, claiming that she accidentally ruined Ephorine's work, which led to an argument. This makes her seem innocent in front of the disciplinary committee, making it even harder to justify Ephorine's attack. The professors keep questioning Ephorine, suggesting she has anger management problems. Relon even demands that she be expelled instead of just receiving a warning. With no one defending her, Ephorine feels completely alone. Everyone sees her as the guilty one, and she takes every insult and scolding in silence. She has no way to fight back. With her father gone, she has no support. It feels like the whole world has turned against her. She blames Deculein, using him as an excuse for her own actions, reacting like a child. Finally, Adeline speaks. She says that all the professors seem to agree on the situation, then asks to hear Deculein's opinion. As Deculein begins to speak, Ephorine feels like her life is over. She's sure she's about to be expelled, but then something shocking happens. Instead of putting all the blame on Ephorine, Deculein points the finger at Sylvia too, saying she also played a role in what happened. Both students are stunned. Deculein presses the issue, and Ephorine is too shocked to respond. Even Relon, who looked down on Ephorine as just a worthless commoner, is struggling to process Deculein's words. Deculein argues that Sylvia had every chance to stop the situation from escalating, but she didn't. He questions whether her so-called great skills as a member of the Alad family failed her at that moment. Sylvia is completely shaken. She lowers her head in shame, apologizes first, then finally tells the truth. She didn't stop Ephorine on purpose. She wanted Ephorine to get in trouble. The silver-haired girl is now lost in her own guilt. There's no way Deculein, who is her enemy, just stood up for her. It doesn't make sense. Besides, it's partly her fault too, so he has no reason to protect her. But Relon argues that Sylvia's mistake doesn't really matter since she was the victim. The real blame should fall entirely on the attacker because of the way she defended herself. Deculein responds, saying that as a professor, he's actually the one at fault. He failed by creating a lecture that didn't even require him to be there. Maybe he should be the one taking the blame instead. His unexpected comment catches Professor Relin off guard, even though he's still on Sylvia's side. Meanwhile, Ephorine is stunned. She can't believe Deculein is going this far, crushing another professor in an argument just to save her. It's completely absurd that he's protecting her this much. After hearing everything, the chairwoman makes her decision. She doesn't think it's a big deal. To her, it's normal for students to have conflicts as they grow up. Because of that, she's willing to let this go without any punishment. Adeline tells both students to go home since there won't be any consequences this time. Ephorine has mixed feelings. She was ready to face expulsion, and knowing Deculein's personality, that's how things should have ended. So she can't understand how it turned out like this. After the meeting, Relin compliments Deculein's unique way of analyzing situations. But Deculein isn't focused on him. Instead, he turns his attention to Ephorine, who has gathered her courage to ask him a question. She wonders if he remembers the name Luna, and if he recalls what he did to her father. Deculein had put her father through unbearable suffering, pushing him to take his own life to escape the pain. Being someone who always sees things coming, Deculein had already expected Ephorine to approach him. She is determined to get an answer from him. She also wonders if he might try to overturn the meeting's verdict just to protect himself. But what scares her even more is the thought that he might not even remember mistreating her father. That would make everything even worse. To her surprise, Deculein simply tells her not to dwell on the past. He says it will only hold her back from growing. With that, he walks away, leaving Ephorine to think. She comes to a realization. He must remember her father. If he didn't, he wouldn't have helped her just now. She starts to believe that maybe he feels responsible for what happened, which is why he stepped in to protect her. Ephorine mistakes his actions for pity, but the thought makes her happy. At least, the professor hasn't forgotten what he did. As long as that's true, she can accept the situation. With Ephorine's case settled, Deculein unknowingly earns 2 points in his efforts to avoid death. In the next scene, Sylvia explains everything to her father, Gilthian von Ludwig-Alad, the head of the Alad family and an Esper mage. He acknowledges that Ephorine Luna, a talented student, already lost her chance to become a great mage 10 years ago during the aptitude exam. That was the first time the two girls met. During that exam, the madamada went wild in their presence, predicting their incredible potential to become future archmages. These two girls just stared at each other, confused and unable to understand all the words they had just heard. To show how powerful an archmage truly is, they are ranked as beings that even emperors cannot threaten. Very few people ever reach this level, and their names are remembered forever in history. According to tradition, 3 people become archmages in each era, no matter their specialty. This rule has never changed. Right now, besides Demerkin, there are 2 empty spots for the archmages of this era. Adeline is already a candidate for the position, which means only 1 seat remains. In the past, the Alad and Luna families stood against each other, and now they are competing for that last seat. Sylvia's father is determined to make sure his daughter wins the title, no matter what. He even went as far as threatening Ephorine's father to stop him from enrolling his daughter in the academy. Sylvia knows that the only reason her family used their power to suppress the Luna family was so she could claim the title of Archmage. They were willing to do anything to make that happen. However, it is also her personal goal, and something she believes is her destiny. That's why Ephorine's words from before hurt her so much. She just considers it bad luck. While Gilthian isn't too concerned about Sylvia's rival, he is more worried about Professor Deculein. He thinks Deculein is just a normal man who happened to be a genius when he was young. Because of that, there's no telling if he might suddenly rise in power and become an unexpected threat. But this isn't new information to Sylvia. She had already sensed his potential the moment he saw through her trap. During the explosion, it was true that Sylvia erased Ephorine's mana. However, she also set up a hidden trap, making the void appear as a result of their attacks clashing. This way, the incident would cause even more problems and put Ephorine in a difficult position. Deculein had glared at them back then because he immediately understood the trap. Even though Sylvia had been careful to avoid anyone noticing, Deculein had figured it all out. Still, instead of exposing them, he offered a third option, a compromise. It was his way of warning them, telling them to go along with his version of the story so they could survive. She had completely underestimated his abilities, and now she couldn't stop thinking about what kind of person he truly was. A few days passed. Now we see Deculane's dignified presence. He is escorted by his driver, feeling satisfied with his decision to help Ephraim at that crucial moment. Doing so removed one of the possible dangers to his life and even increased his store currency. He hadn't expected Ephraim to make such a strong impression on him during their first meeting, but he had sensed her hostility right away. While stepping in had now made him Sylvia's enemy as well, he still believed it was the best choice he could have made. Setting that aside, Deculein isn't someone who enjoys attending social events. However, he also doesn't want to waste the opportunity to earn store points. He had just received a side quest to attend the Flower of the New Year event, which gave him an extra half a point in store currency. Right now he needs at least 5 points to access the shop. That's why he's focusing on interacting with the main characters for now. When he arrives at his destination, Deculein is greeted with honor and respect. The party is full of nobles, their laughter sounding rich and elegant. He notices several important figures he could interact with, but one of them stands out the most: Yahello, a character personally designed by Woojin in the game. Deculein realizes that attending the event was a good decision after all. Suddenly, an old man spots him and eagerly approaches. The man is honored to meet the esteemed Professor Deculein, and loudly announces his name. This instantly draws the attention of many guests, their eyes all turning toward him. The party erupts with excitement, celebrating Deculein's presence. The calm confidence he had about attending this gathering, it all crumbles in an instant. While this is happening, Deculein hears someone talking about Sir Yahello. The professor steps away from his current conversation and follows the sound of the voice. He knows that Yahello is one of the most important people around, and he can't afford to miss the chance to meet her. He looks through the crowd carefully, but Yahello is nowhere to be seen. Deculein really doesn't want to miss this opportunity, but without realizing it, the dangerous adventurer is standing right behind him. At this point in the story, she's the 5th strongest character introduced. Deculein spots her on the higher floor, the woman with scarlet hair looking down at the scene. He quickens his steps to reach her, but Yahello stops him at the worst time. Let's talk a bit more about Yahello. He's a royal palace mage, ranked as a monarch, which is equal to Deculein's title. Yahello teases Deculein. Surprised that the great professor still remembers his name, he wants to talk about Deculein's research and immediately brings up some bad rumors. Yahello points out that Deculein's research has been stuck for the past 3 years, and many people are now doubting Deculein's real skills and abilities. This bold man is speaking directly to him. It just so happens that Yahello was Deculein's classmate in university. They used to be close, but after Deculein became head professor, Yahello's jealousy grew stronger and more hostile over time. Though the original character might have been upset by Yahello's rude comments, Deculein stays calm and doesn't let his emotions take over. Also, since the rumors are true, he's not bothered by them. Deculein suddenly notices that Yahello is no longer where she was. He really wanted to achieve one goal for the day, but now it's ruined because of this loudmouth who still keeps talking. Annoyed, Deculein walks past him and mutters a curse, calling him a piece of rotten cheese. I like that insult so much that I'll start using it as his nickname from now on. Rotten Cheese is left, confused by the comment. The calm professor says nothing else, and quickly moves on to find Yahello, worried that she might leave before he can speak with her. His plan is falling apart. His sudden departure from the event makes a lot of people wonder where he went. Deculein really wanted to deal with Rotten Cheese right then and there, but he couldn't because of the people around them. To his surprise, Yahello calls his name. She's standing right next to him. She asks if he was looking for her. It's true that Deculein found her unexpectedly, having escaped from the fools at the event. Still, her reaction makes him wonder if they've met before. The Scarlet Adventurer laughs when he admits he just got lost. Yahello calls him out on his little lie, knowing he was looking for her. She apologizes for messing up their earlier mission and asks him to forget about it. Now it's clear that they have worked together before, on commissions. The adventurer apologizes again for failing to recruit a talented child under his care. It was her personal attachment that ruined the mission because she refused to give the child to him. Now Deculein is curious about what's going on and starts to understand his own actions. He had planned to use a talented child to do the research for him and keep his reputation intact. Yahello then asks him a question. She gently asks how long he plans to keep pretending and stay the way he is. Her careful choice of words makes him think. It's true that before Deculane's body was taken over he had a violent character, making many enemies and losing the trust of the people around him. He even hurt others for his own fame. But now, the current Deculein has made a decision. He's going to live a different life. This surprises Aiganeshai. She expected him to get angry and attack her for what she said. Since she had acted recklessly and made her own choices during the mission, Kim Woojin, who is inside Deculane's body, is also shocked. This professor is bold enough to try attacking one of the strongest people around at that time. It shows how reckless Deculein can be. Kim Woojin doesn't know much about Deculane's past relationship with Aiganeshai, but he is sure about one thing: this woman could destroy him easily. Two of her greatest strengths are having an invincible body and being a master of martial arts. With those stats, it's no surprise that she can go completely crazy in battle. She is one of the rare adventurers who has reached the peak of physical power. Since Kim Woojin is now in Deculane's body, there was no attempt to hire assassins to kill her. If there had been, Aiganeshai would already be dead. While thinking about this, Kim Woojin notices that Aiganeshai is also confused. She wonders if Deculein hit his head or ate something bad today because he's acting strange. Deculein has already accomplished what he wanted today, so he quickly tries to end the conversation. Aiganeshai is shocked and wonders if it's really true that he won't send anyone after her. Before leaving, Deculein turns back to her one last time and calmly says that it would be beneath him to do that. She is so shocked that she can't even speak. As he walks back through the hall, Deculein thinks about how he could use Yukline's power to pressure Aiganeshai through the Adventurers Guild. However, doing that would only increase the chances of his death, which terrifies him. Just then, the system informs him that he has avoided a death scenario. He was not expecting to be killed tonight, but this proves that his conversation with Aiganeshai could have ended in a very, very bad way. Even at a simple social event he is constantly facing death. Poor guy. The scene shifts to Rayleigh, an adventurer related to Julie, a skilled knight. Rayleigh looks frustrated, clearly in a bad mood. She soon realizes what's bothering her, and boldly asks if Julie has made any progress with her fiancé. Just hearing this makes Julie fidget nervously. Rayleigh clarifies that she's talking about Professor Deculein, and mentions that there have been rumors about him, remembering how annoying he was when they met. Julie doesn't hide her frustration and admits out loud that their relationship is falling apart. Meanwhile, the man himself, Deculein, appears just as he is leaving. He sees Julie but keeps walking even though he usually enjoys social events. He doesn't even glance at his fiancée, making people wonder if his relationship with Julie is really that bad. This only fuels more rumors about him. Deculein leaving the gathering event early made people curious. Many believed it was because he had a fight with Julie, but even Kim Woojin, the game developer, never expected things to turn out this way. A week has passed since Deculein attended the social gathering. During this time he has been working hard. His muscles show the results of his efforts as he does pull-ups. In addition to his usual memorization and telekinesis training, he started working out to build stamina. The reason? A few days ago, he almost died while experimenting with something dangerous. He was left lying on the floor, coughing up blood in a terrible state. Any normal mage would have died, but he survived thanks to his Iron Man attribute. After encountering Aiganeshai, he tried to engrave fire control into his telekinesis. This would help with his metal manipulation, improving his magic without needing to learn additional spells. However, this method was reckless, even for him. The extreme strain on his body made him realize that he needed to train physically as well. That's how he started working out. After finishing his morning workout, it was time for class. The scene shifts to Professor Deculein's office, where Alan arrives with a message from the Magic Tower. The sender is someone of high rank. Deculein opens the message and learns that in 6 months, there will be an audit hearing about his research. They are asking him to prepare documents for the review. This is a problem. It means his research is under scrutiny for being delayed. In the game, Deculein is recognized as the head professor. Keeping this title is crucial. If he loses it, his chances of going back home will disappear forever. Right now, he plans to search his laboratory for anything useful. When Deculein enters the lab, it is in complete chaos, as if it had been attacked. It's clear that the place has been neglected. If he had been using it regularly, he wouldn't have let it get this bad. Among the mess, one particularly filthy spot stands out. It makes him wonder if something is hidden there. He isn't sure, but he decides to investigate. Using his telekinetic magic, he avoids touching the mess with his hands. Sifting through the trash, he finds a book and opens it. Deculein had encrypted his research to protect it from being stolen. However, he easily deciphers it using his comprehension skills. As he does, a golden light shines from the book, showing just how important his research is. Thanks to his wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight attributes, he instantly recognizes that this book holds great value. Even though the research was there, it wasn't complete. Many pages were missing, torn out, or left unfinished. But despite these flaws, it still shone brightly, showing how important it was. Suddenly, Deculein noticed a pendant with a picture of Ephorine Luna and her father inside. This helped him understand their connection. It turned out that her father had worked under him as a researcher. That was why the Luna family hated Professor Deculein. He had mistreated her father just to gain fame. Because of him, Ephorine had lived a harsh life. But now, things were about to change. Deculein had decided to finish the research using his comprehension skills. Once it was complete, he planned to add her father's name as a co-author, giving him the credit he deserved. This was a kind of character growth that no one expected. The scene then shifts to a cafe at the university. Some of the commoners there had formed a group, deciding to stick together and support each other. If they didn't, the nobles would keep taking advantage of them. When they asked for Ephorine's opinion, she was caught off guard. She wasn't sure how to feel. After all, she was once a noble herself, but now she had nothing, not even a home. Still, she was fine with letting go of her past. The orange-haired girl confidently welcomed Ephorine into their group, and the others declared her as their representative. One girl, who had short hair, suggested they get a professor's approval to officially form their club. That seemed like their biggest challenge. At first, they thought of Professor Relin, but he always sided with nobles, so he was out. Then there was Professor Carmel, who also ignored commoners. Someone mentioned that Professor Deculein wouldn't be a good choice either. Meanwhile, Ephorine was too distracted by a delicious-looking strawberry dessert to pay much attention. But the orange-haired girl was confident. She insisted that they should ask Professor Deculein for help. The others hoped Ephorine would be the one to make the request, which shocked her since she never agreed to such a thing. One guy supported the idea, saying Deculein treated everyone the same. He looked down on them all, regardless of status. Since Deculein had let Ephorine off without punishment before, they assumed he had a soft spot for her. Ephorine quickly denied it. She was upset that the conversation had turned in this direction. She didn't want anything to do with Deculein. Refusing their request, she ran off. But the orange-haired girl chased after her, hoping to change her mind. Ephorine firmly told her that whatever they were thinking, it wasn't going to happen. Then Julia suddenly froze. Ephorine wondered why until she turned and saw him. Deculein. It felt like facing the devil himself. This was the worst possible timing. Without a second thought, Julia bolted, leaving Ephorine to deal with the situation alone. Ephorine stands there, unsure of what to say as the professor is already walking away. After hesitating, she finally speaks up to get his attention. She asks for his approval to create a club, knowing that it requires his permission. Even though she feels embarrassed, she gathers the courage to make the request. She worries because he usually doesn't approve requests from commoners. Julia's idea may have been silly, but in the end it made sense. Ephorine thinks they should at least give it a try and see what happens. To her surprise, Deculein takes the letter and signs it without hesitation. He even asks for a note with more details to be sent to his office. Stunned, Ephorine takes the signed paper back, unable to believe that he actually approved it. She can't figure out his personality at all. Julia excitedly rushes over, thrilled that Ephorine managed to get his signature. Meanwhile, Ephorine wonders why Deculein is doing this. He's being unusually kind to her for no clear reason. Later in the lecture, Deculein teaches about elements, which are the foundation of magic. However, many mages still don't understand the difference between categorical and pure elements. As he speaks, Ephorine finds herself lost in thought. She doesn't know if the professor's actions come from guilt or sympathy. This is the man who pushed her father to his grave, and no matter how kind he seems now, it all feels fake to her. She thinks that if he really feels guilty, he should stop pretending and tell the truth to the world. Seeing her fidgeting with frustration, Julia asks if she's okay, snapping her out of her thoughts. Julia assumes she's annoyed by the students sitting across from them. Ephorine is confused at first, but then realizes it's the nobles, including Sylvia, who already dislike her. After what she did the other day, she became an enemy to the noble families. She tells Julia it's fine and that she just wants to focus on the lecture. As Deculein continues teaching, he explains the importance of magic circles, However, Ephraim remembers that his lectures used to be different. Now he clearly and skillfully explains how each spell changes when strokes are added to the magic circle. He then introduces today's main topic, something he calls flowing fire. Ephraim is right. Deculain's lectures used to be more about showing off his skills and authority as a professor, but the lessons he gives now, as Kim Woojin, are different. They reveal the beauty of magic and its deeper meaning. The students are shocked, even Sylvia, who had lost her childlike curiosity for magic because of her natural talent as a mage. Deculein continues to show the students the magic circle that controls water. When combined with the fire circle, it creates a unique effect. The purple magic circle grabs everyone's attention, making the fire flow like water. The students are amazed and excited. Sylvia, in particular, is shocked by how deep his lectures go. Usually, genius mages rely on their natural talent and intuition to cast spells. They don't care much about theory. If all mages focused on theory, then magic would be something everyone could learn the same way. It's true that spending too much time on theory can take away from actually practicing magic. Studying theories often makes learning harder. That's the strange paradox. True geniuses have incredible intuition, yet even the most talented mages can't explain where their intuition comes from. Given Deculain's reputation as a genius professor, surrounded by rumors, it surprises Sylvia that he insists on teaching theory despite his high status. When the lecture ends, Ephraim is left with a new opinion of him. She never expected the professor to be so good that she would be completely drawn in. But just as she's processing everything, she hears insults coming from outside the door. She immediately knows it's the annoying nobles who want to bully her. Ever since her conflict with Sylvia, things have only gotten worse. To her surprise, she notices a sponsorship certificate under her door. Her first thought is that it must be a prank. There's no way she got sponsored when everyone in House Alad hates her, but she still takes the document with her, thinking she can at least use it in a report. When she arrives at the Magical Administration office, she finds out the certificate is real. The receptionist confirms the seal, making her body jolt in shock. Ephraim's face lights up with joy. She can't contain her happiness. She even tugs at her own face, wondering if this is some kind of cruel dream. Then, feeling self-conscious, she nervously checks her surroundings, afraid that someone might have seen her reaction. She ducks under a table, terrified that people will find out she now owns 100,000 elm, an amount equal to 100 million won. She's so overwhelmed that she starts packing her things, thinking she needs to escape before something goes wrong. Even the staff members seem suspicious and give her curious looks. She panics so much that she ends up hitting her head on the table. That's when it finally sinks in. This isn't a dream. The whole situation feels absurd, and tears start to well up in her eyes. After being ignored for so long, her talents have finally been recognized. This fills her with new hope and determination to work harder for her future. Deculain's half-sister finds out that he's heading to the Shatsajul auction. She gets really frustrated, remembering that he wasted 10 million elm just last year. She worries about how much money he's going to throw away this time. At the auction site, Deculein is looking for something valuable to buy. When he first started using telekinesis magic, he realized he needed a special kind of metal to make up for his weak abilities. Before, he had made a temporary fix using wood steel, but today he's here for the real deal. That's why he's waiting in the VIP room. While waiting, he notices someone familiar, his fiancée. He didn't expect to see her here. She sees him too, stands up angrily and walks toward him. Julie, the knight, is clearly irritated by his presence. It's like a girlfriend getting mad at her boyfriend for ignoring her. Julie brings up the incident with Sylvia and Ephraim, whom Deculein had detained to be judged by the committee. Since that happened a while ago, Deculein wonders why she's bringing it up now. He asks if she's planning to blame him for it. Julie, keeping a serious expression, criticizes him for crushing the dreams of young students with his harsh attitude. She strongly warns him not to repeat his past mistakes. Then she adds that this is her final piece of advice for him, implying that she's ready to break off their engagement. Deculein stays calm and understands her intention to end their relationship. But in truth, he actually prefers things this way. Even though Julie is beautiful, he never planned to marry someone over something so trivial, not even in a fake life. Plus, she's a walking red flag, full of dangerous possibilities that could lead to his death. If they were to marry, he might not even survive the wedding day. He stays silent as she turns to leave, but he wonders why she came here since she's not the type to attend auctions. Deciding to mess with her, he asks if she came all this way just to pick a fight with him. Julie, embarrassed, quickly denies it and says she's here looking for something. Deculein tells her to calm down since she went from zero to furious in an instant. She pouts in annoyance. As she walks away, Deculein finds himself thinking that her expression is kind of cute, for the first time ever. But right when he was reasoning how dangerous it would be to have her around, he suddenly feels a sharp, unexpected emotion. It's as if Kim Woojin is slowly being influenced by Deculein's emotions. Up until now, he had kept his personality under control. Just then, an announcement is made for all the visitors of the auction house. The auction is about to start. Deculein pushes away any unnecessary thoughts. Thinking it's just his body reacting, he focuses back on the auction. He waits patiently as the first item is revealed. A special vase made by a famous craftsman from the East. The vase is so extraordinary that golden light shines from it. The same kind of light he studied in his research papers. This glow proves to him that he must buy it. The auctioneer takes bids from several people until Deculein offers the highest bid, 2.5 million elm. The vase is immediately sold to him. The reason he buys it isn't just for the vase itself, but because it holds more value than the money spent. He isn't worried about the price since his mega bank account is more than full. Deculein continues to buy several valuable items, including a special ring, a pair of unique scissors, and a rune necklace. Even after all that, he confidently bids 5.5 million on another item. The people in the auction house are shocked by how much he is spending. His fiancée, however, sees him as an attention seeker with nothing better to do. She believes they are too different. He throws away money so easily without a real reason. Still, she has her own goal in coming here. She wants to buy Winter's Fire for herself. Finally, the auctioneer presents the last and rarest item, an ore with a long history. It holds the magic of nature itself, the Winter's Fire. When the snowflake stone is revealed, its beauty stuns both Deculein and his fiancée. This stone is one of the 10 rarest metals in the game, mainly used for forging swords. It is a paradox, containing both heat and cold energy. Only dragon bones are more valuable. Deculein wants it, but so does Julie. The bidding rises quickly, reaching 30 million elm. Julie is confident she will win, and smiles in excitement. But just then, someone interrupts with a bid of 31 million, stealing her moment. She glares at Deculein, annoyed and frustrated. She doesn't want him interfering with the one item she came for. She raises her bid to 32 million, and Deculein immediately counters with 33 million. People are surprised that Deculein is interested in a sword-forging stone. They wonder if he is buying it as a gift for Julie. They assume that must be why he is stopping her from getting it. Suddenly, Deculein realizes he is competing against Julie. This confirms her personal desire to own the snowflake stone. If he wins, she will hate him forever. But he still wants it. This is the first time in 3 years the stone has appeared for sale. It's a risky move, but he is willing to take the gamble. The bidding war between them continues until the price reaches 42 million elm. At this amount, the auctioneer declares Deculein the winner. The crowd claps, entertained by the intense battle. But when you think about it, all they did was throw around money. Some people believe Julie was being too stubborn. In their minds, Deculein bought the stone just to give it to her anyway. Right now, Julie is furious. Her anger is boiling inside her. The situation reminds her of last year, when Deculein gave her expensive gifts and jewelry on their engagement day. That day was the worst day of her life, the absolute worst. No matter what she does, every time she refuses him, it ends in disaster. The Deculein of that time loved to show off his power and wealth, which made her hate him deeply. She felt embarrassed, and her annoyed expression had been clear the whole time. There was only one thing she ever wanted from Deculein, but he refused to give it to her. And no, you perverts, it's not what you're thinking. As she left the room, she ended up ruining her own engagement day. But that action also wounded the professor's pride. Even though she was a dignified knight, she found herself engaged to a professor with an awful personality. Sure, she was promoted to captain because of it, but people whispered all kinds of nasty rumors about her. She knew very well that he was the one who spread those rumors in the first place. That only made her despise him more. And from that day on she decided that this man was not worthy of her love. Now Julie is feeling that same frustration again, but something unexpected happens. Her fiancé approaches her with a gentle expression. He asks if she was also after the snowflare stone. Furious, she takes his words as a taunt and is ready to argue with him. But then something completely shocking happens. "I'm sorry," Deculein says. Julie freezes, struggling to process what she just heard. Did he really just apologize? He never apologizes. Before she can respond, Deculein politely takes his leave, leaving her standing there in shock, her mind racing with questions. She doesn't understand why he would say that. As she walks away, she runs into her older sister, the graceful and majestic Josephine, who invites her for a ride. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the professor, who fully understands why Julie would be frustrated after he took what she wanted. What surprises him is that despite everything that happened, he hasn't run into any real danger. It makes him wonder about Deculein's original personality, the one that made Julie take his life in one of the possible outcomes. When he returns home, his maids greet him, but they seem upset about something. The moment they mention Yahello's visit, Deculein freezes. His half-sister suddenly appears behind him, confronting him about his reckless spending. She had planned to invest in mines, but instead he wasted a huge amount of money at an auction. Trying to calm the situation, he tells her that he bought something that will bring them back more money, with extra profit on top. But Yahello is furious. She sees him as someone who treats her like a disposable tool. Even Deculein knows that things are bad this time. Yahello is crying now, saying she's tired of always cleaning up the mess caused by his careless spending. She reminds him that their financial situation is already difficult. She has been doing her best to support them, but he just threw away the money she worked so hard to protect. Her energy shifts, her aura turning a dangerous shade of red, and her voice becomes cold and serious. To her, he is nothing more than a reckless gambler who wasted the estate's rightful fortune. Deculein senses danger from his sister's powerful and threatening aura. His villain's fate ability activates when he faces danger, meaning he's close to a life-or-death situation. A golden light shines from her aura, helping him understand the situation. If he does nothing, he will die. But if he takes action, he could gain great benefits. It's a hidden opportunity within a disaster. Deculein knows exactly how to handle this. He tells Yahello not to worry, which is the worst thing to say after what she just told him. Furious, she yells at him, listing every hardship she faced and every struggle she endured for her ungrateful brother. Deculein calmly responds, saying she didn't have to go through all of that again. Yahello points out that he was the reason they lost so much money after their parents' deaths, especially the fact that he wasted 150 million in a single day. To shut her up, Deculein shocks her with a sudden announcement. He's ready to hand over the position of head of the family to her. Yahello freezes, unable to process what he just said. Deculein repeats himself, confirming he means it. She went from nearly wanting to kill him to being completely flustered. She questions if he's joking, but he insists he's serious, even saying he's willing to swear on it. Yahello is stunned that he would risk taking such a dangerous oath, one that could kill him if he breaks it. She wonders if he hit his head on the way here. Deculein doesn't care if she doesn't believe him. Yahello eventually accepts, though she warns that if he dares to go back on his word, she'll make sure he regrets it. With that, she immediately leaves to fix his latest mess. With Yahello gone, Deculein feels relieved. He gains 2 points for avoiding a dangerous situation, and is thankful that nothing serious happened. He doesn't mind handing over the position, and thinks that at this rate his escape is near. Just then, Iganesha appears, surprising him. She comments that he truly seems determined to change and apologizes for dropping in unexpectedly. She just couldn't believe what she saw. Deculein brushes it off, saying Yahello would make a better head of the family than him anyway. However, Iganesha drops a shocking revelation. Yahello isn't actually related to the Yukline family by blood. This stuns Deculein. He already knew they weren't directly related, but he never imagined she had no connection to the bloodline at all. It wasn't even part of the original game's storyline. Seeing his reaction, Iganesha reminds him that he was the one who asked for this investigation in the first place. Even so, Deculein remains indifferent, saying it doesn't matter. Iganesha is surprised by his lack of reaction but agrees to keep it a secret. As she turns to leave, she shares another important piece of information. The 6 snakeheads have started making their move. They are the leaders of a powerful criminal organization, and each one of them has a bounty worth millions. Before leaping out the window, Iganesha gives Deculein a final warning. The 6 snakeheads are after the item he bought at the auction, and he should be more careful. It seems he's been neglecting his magical defenses. With that, she disappears into the night, leaving behind a white scarf. As for the truth about his sister, Deculein doesn't care. It doesn't change anything for him. After all, he isn't the real Deculein. And whether they are related by blood or not, he will always see her as family. Meanwhile in the forest, Iganesha and her men sit around a campfire, talking about how Deculane's behavior has changed recently. She seems pleased by his words, but one of her men teases her, saying she has always had a weakness for good-looking men, so her opinion is biased. Annoyed, Iganesha threatens to cut him into pieces. As the argument gets heated, Rayleigh, an adventurer and Julie's relative, shares her surprise at Deculane's softer side. Brushing herself off, Iganesha agrees and tells them they don't need to find a magic slave for Deculein anymore. She then suggests they head back and orders everyone to keep today's conversation a secret. With that, they use teleportation magic and vanish in a bright flash. The next day, inside the magic tower at Imperial University, Deculein looks through the system store. He finds a level 1 attribute that can improve both his mana output and its quality. However, it costs 10. And even though he can now use the store, he doesn't have enough currency to buy anything. The store only allows purchases with store currency, which is limited per level. Every time he unlocks access, the cost of skills doubles. Deculein knows he can't afford to rush and waste this opportunity. He has been carefully adding training to his daily routine, but his physical strength is still weak. To get stronger, he needs better mana quality, which will help him train more effectively. He is short by 4 store currency and needs to find a way to get them quickly. As he thinks about his next step, Alan arrives, looking worried. He hands Deculein the latest issue of Wizard Journal. Flipping through the pages, Deculein sees a wanted notice for a man called the Wizard Killer, Lockhart. This man has been spotted wandering the outskirts of the area. Deculein knows that the Wizard Killer is a real danger to mage players, and has already started appearing. However, since Deculein isn't a typical mage, he isn't too worried. Instead, he sees this as a great chance to earn store currency and secretly hopes to run into him. Turning to Alan, Deculein calmly tells him there's no reason to be afraid and instructs him to wait at the library. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Alan if he wants to become an assistant professor. The question completely stuns Alan. He never expected Deculein to suggest something like this, especially when Deculein has always criticized him for lacking talent. As Alan bombards him with questions, Deculein simply tells him to be quiet and hands him a bangle engraved with the Yukline emblem. Overwhelmed with excitement, Alan thanks him. Meanwhile, Deculein thinks about how useful Alan will be in handling documents and small tasks in the future. He doesn't want him to leave, especially since many people who dislike Deculein's cold nature have already abandoned him. But Alan stayed, working without complaints. To further support him, Deculein gives Alan a generous amount of money and suggests he treat himself to a good meal. With that, Deculein heads to the staff-only library, leaving Alan in shock. His goal is to study Luna's research papers on creating pure elements. However, as he reviews them, he notices many mistakes and decides to correct them. At the same time, he searches for rare grimoires related to manipulation magic. As he walks through the library, he spots Sylvia looking through books. She isn't supposed to be there because this is a staff-only library. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had been searching for study materials in the executive reading room, a place meant for faculty members. At first, the librarian didn't want to let her in, but a professor overruled him. The professor gave Sylvia permission because she was AAA-grade's successor and the top rookie mage of the year. Since the professor allowed it, the librarian had no choice but to let her browse freely. Sylvia loves studying literature and languages. She had come to this library looking for a rare novel written in Ethanel, the language of the extinct fairies. Books in this language are extremely hard to find, which is why she entered a place where she normally wasn't allowed. As Deculein walks toward her, Sylvia doesn't notice him until he speaks. He asks her why she is in the executive reading room and warns her that he could call the disciplinary committee on her again. Sylvia is caught off guard and remembers rumors about Deculein's dislike of libraries. She wonders if he really will report her. She explains that Professor Relin gave her permission to be there while she searches for a particular document. Deculein quickly realizes that both the professor and the librarian have broken school rules. In his mind, everyone involved should be punished. Just as Sylvia is taking in his words, he picks up the book she is holding and immediately recognizes it as an Ethanel novel. He asks if she can actually read it but notes that this isn't the real issue. Sylvia defends her passion for literature and languages, but Deculein lets the matter go for now. He warns her that if she breaks the rules again without proper permission, she will face disciplinary action. He advises her to have someone else borrow books for her, instead of using her family's influence. As Deculein walks away, Sylvia feels humiliated. She had only wanted to understand the fairies, but Deculein questioned her ability to read the novel, pointing out how inconsistent the Ethanel language was. However, he hadn't seemed too bothered by her presence in the restricted library. Meanwhile, in a dense jungle, a group of adventurers moves through the forest hunting a magical beast. Deculein watches them, impressed by how calm they are, despite this being their first real training session. They are in the Mountain of Darkness, a highly secure area that is important to the Magic Tower. This forest is also the university's training ground, filled with magical resources but also dangerous creatures. The Magic Tower keeps it protected with barriers and constant patrols because of the venomous creatures that live there. Professor Relin is concerned because the position of head professor in charge of this area is currently empty. To everyone's surprise, Deculein steps forward and volunteers for the role. His colleagues approve, and one professor quietly admits that this is what a true leader should do. Deculein, however, has another reason for stepping up. He has received a side quest notification. The Darkness of the Magic Tower. The quest offers store currency and an extra achievement reward. He feels a strange pull toward the mountain, suggesting there is a deeper mystery behind this quest. This moment marks a turning point, shifting the game into a horror-like experience. Now that the head professor has been decided, everyone begins packing up for the mission. 9 hours later, near the Magic Tower, Ephorine and her friends are at a cafe, enjoying snacks. They are celebrating because Ephorine has just reached 100,000 elm. Excited, she happily offers to treat her friends. The conversation shifts to the upcoming approval of their club and their plans for the first meeting. Her friend mentions a recent training session at the Mountain of Darkness, where 50 people had volunteered despite some small accidents. Suddenly, a scream echoes, followed by a tremor. They rush outside and see someone running and shouting for help. Julia hesitates, feeling that something is wrong, and yells for Ephorine to stop. But she keeps running. After a short distance, Ephorine halts and turns around, only to realize that Julia has disappeared. Confused, she finds herself in an unfamiliar place, completely separated from her friends. Remembering the person who had been calling for help, she spots a figure and calls out to them, but as they get closer, she senses danger. The person lets out a terrifying scream and reveals their monstrous form. Now certain she is under attack, Ephorine prepares to fight. Just then, Deculein suddenly appears, startling her. She immediately accuses him of harming the woman and questions his authority to attack a civilian. However, Deculein remains calm and tells her to look more closely. As the illusion fades, it becomes clear that the figure is not a human but a demon. He explains that Sylvia had been trapped in an illusion spell, a common trick used by demons. Ephorine tries to interfere, but Deculein coldly tells her to stay out of it. The demon suddenly lunges at him, forcing Deculein to fight. Angry that it tried to escape, he attacks with overwhelming power. Observing the creature, he realizes that its main ability is illusion magic and notices a glowing core on its forehead. Thanks to his natural resistance to mental attacks, the demon's illusions have no effect on him. Deculein's rage rises, fueled by his Yukline bloodline, known for its exceptional strength in hunting demons. This ancient power purifies nearby mana, strengthens it, and increases the user's aggression. The legacy of the Yukline family, feared for their relentless hunt of demons, awakens within him. Fully embracing his instincts, Deculein vows to destroy the creature. The demon roars and charges at him with full force. Meanwhile, Deculein completes a side quest, earning store currency and officially defeating his first demon while unlocking the Yukline attribute. He calls the creature filthy before finishing it off. However, when he looks closely at its body, he is shaken. A realization hits him. The demon's appearance is not random. It proves that the game's world is continuing to progress, even without a player. The next day at the university, Ephorine wakes up in a panic, screaming as she finds herself in a hospital bed. A nurse beside her asks if she is awake. Ephorine vaguely remembers being in the forest but struggles to recall the details. The nurse tells her that a demon had appeared at the Mountain of Darkness, and that she was caught in its illusion, causing her to pass out. She was found and brought to safety. To her frustration, she learns that the person who saved her was none other than Professor Deculein. Looking at the clock, she asks what day it is. The nurse surprises her by saying she has been unconscious for 36 hours. It's already Wednesday, which means she's late. Seeing her two friends, Ephorine rushes to class and barely makes it in time. Her friend is relieved to see her and worried because she had visited the clinic while Ephorine was unresponsive. As they settle in, they learn that today's lesson will be special. Soon, Deculein enters with Alan, who is carrying a box. Ephraim wonders who Alan is. Without wasting time, Deculein introduces him as his teaching assistant. The students are shocked because Deculein has always taught alone. Some think being his assistant could be good for one's career, but with Deculein that seems unlikely. Ephraim remembers her father, who, despite being skilled, couldn't get a teaching assistant position even at 30. She wonders why Deculein suddenly decided to take a mage as an assistant. Deculein then announces that today's lesson will be based on experience. The students, including Sylvia, are given a 3-hour task, and a timer is set. As Ephraim starts her assignment, she keeps thinking about her father's inheritance. She notices that her bracelet looks similar to Deculein's, making her wonder about her father's past connection with him and his recent kindness. She decides to focus on completing the task. Meanwhile, Sylvia finishes in just 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Everyone is shocked that she didn't even take half an hour. Alan and Deculein watch quietly. After a moment, Deculein allows Sylvia to leave. Though relieved, Sylvia is filled with hatred toward him. Ephraim struggles with her task. Time passes, and Deculein dismisses each student as their 3 hours end. Eventually, only Ephraim remains. She knows she has failed and slams her head on the table trying to think of something. She remembers Sylvia and realizes she not only failed to surpass her, but also was the only one who didn't complete anything. She calls herself stupid for not finishing such a simple task. Frustrated, she mutters that she is useless and a failure. As she sinks into despair, she suddenly hears Deculein's voice. He tells her that 5 hours and 40 minutes have already passed and asks how much longer she will make him wait. Shocked, Ephraim looks up and realizes he is still there. Deculein criticizes her for failing such a simple task and even breaking down because of it. He tells her that no matter who mocks her, surpasses her, or stands against her, she must stay cold and logical. With such a weak mindset, she will never reach his level. Disappointed, he turns and walks away. Ephraim sits there, stunned and miserable. The room is empty, and the clock keeps ticking. She slams the table in frustration, remembering Deculein's harsh words about trusting in her. She refuses to accept them. As her frustration grows, she repeats his words to herself. The green light bursts from her bracelet, surrounding her with energy fueled by her determination and anger. She declares that she will do it, no matter what. Meanwhile, Deculein thinks back on how he recently trained Ephraim. He put a lot of effort into teaching her, but he believes it was necessary. She needs to grow stronger for the challenges ahead. The appearance of a demon at the Mountain of Darkness is a sign that the main quest is about to begin. In the coming age of great evil, powerful people with strong morals will rise, including a much stronger Ephraim. Right now, she lacks mental strength and a true understanding of what it means to be a mage. However, Deculein expects her to overcome these weaknesses and become a powerful force, perhaps even strong enough to challenge him. But Deculein, who values self-reliance over destiny, is confident that he can stop that from happening. He refuses to let a newcomer surpass him. Ephraim leaves the classroom, pauses for a moment, then hurries to Deculein's office. She presents her completed magic assignment. Deculein notes that it took her exactly 6 hours and 25 minutes. Although she did not attend the academy and her skills still have flaws, he cannot deny that her work is impressive. It deserves first place. With this, a side quest is completed, rewarding store currency. Now that Ephraim has returned, Deculein decides it's time to go home. As he walks, a white-haired man steps in his way. Deculein immediately recognizes him. Zeit von Grahan-Yukline, Julie's older brother and the leader of the Friend family, the same family Julie belongs to. He is also the one who strongly supported Deculein and Julie's engagement. Zeit is a powerful warrior, ranked above Iganeshai, a famous fighter known for his skills. However, Deculein is puzzled as to why someone like Zeit would seek him out. He quickly starts thinking of possible reasons, suspecting it might have something to do with Julie's snow flare stone. While Deculein does not consider Zeit an enemy, he stays cautious, unsure if this meeting could be a real threat. Zeit, however, simply shares his concerns about Deculein and Julie's recent interactions. He casually suggests that they have dinner together, calling it a friendly gathering. Deculein, seeing no way to refuse, agrees without hesitation. Pleased with his quick response, Zeit promises to handle all the arrangements and even plans the menu to suit Deculein's tastes. Deculein quickly realizes that Zeit has carefully planned everything, giving him no room to decline. Knowing how much Zeit values his family's reputation, Deculein understands that rejecting the invitation could be risky. The next day at the Freyden household, Julie reacts with immediate frustration when she hears about the dinner. She expresses her dislike for Deculein, saying that her intense training schedule leaves her no time for such things. Zeit, however, brushes off her complaints, calling her reaction childish over something as unimportant as a snow flare stone. Julie feels annoyed as Zeit guesses that Deculein must have bought the rare metal which is usually used to make weapons just to give it to her. He goes even further, saying that if Deculein gave it to her as a gift, she would probably call off the engagement herself. Julie gets even more frustrated, but Zeit stays firm. His anger rising, he tells her to think carefully, reminding her that emotions have no place in political decisions. He then asks if she has any romantic feelings, pointing out that as far as he knows there are no men who love her. Julie immediately denies it, saying it's nothing like that. Zeit then asks if her worries come from Deculein's bad reputation, but she denies that as well, saying it has nothing to do with him. Her answer only irritates Zeit more. Even though he is frustrated, he accepts what she says. Before leaving, he tells her to be on time and to settle any problems before the meeting. As soon as Zeit leaves, Julie can no longer hold back her emotions. She swings her sword with great force, releasing her anger. Her slashes create a powerful shockwave, shaking the area around her. Her subordinates stand behind her, watching her outburst in silence. One of them comments that her swordplay is wild. His name is Varone, a member of the Order of Hideken, and one of Julie's subordinates. Julie quickly apologizes for showing him such a shameful side of herself, but Varone understands. He also believes it is unfair for the current head of her family to force her into marrying someone like Deculein. However, Julie warns him not to speak badly of Deculein, though she insists that she doesn't really care about him. Seeing Varone stay quiet, she turns away and orders him to get ready as she prepares to leave. Varone, lost in thought, reflects on his chosen path to prove his loyalty. It is a duty that only he can fulfill, and he is determined to see it through because he believes it will bring Julie happiness. Meanwhile, at the Berkt Assembly of Elders, a meeting is taking place about a demon appearing in the Mountain of Darkness. The elders discuss the magic they have developed using mystic arts to fight demons and realize that now is the time to act. To handle the situation, the leader of the conference orders his men to send letters to the 12 sorcerers, summoning them to Berkt. The letters are sent without delay. At the same time, Deculein finishes sorting out the items he got from the auction. He gets ready to wear Rufarin's ring, which helps with mana recovery, and the ancient rune necklace, which can store mana. Following Iganeshai's advice to prevent theft, he plans to lock up the rest of his items in a secure vault. However, there is a problem. The Frost Flame stone isn't reacting the way he expected. He knew it wouldn't be easy to use right away, but he is surprised that his telekinesis has no effect on it at all. He suspects that the stone's mana is actively resisting him. He remembers that he spent a large amount of money on it. Then he recalls reading something related in the library, a concept called communion, a method used to tame legendary swords by forming a connection with them. He wonders if the same process applies here, and whether understanding the stone is the key to unlocking its power. Deculein decides to try it himself and reaches out to touch the stone. The moment he makes contact, a powerful energy surges through him. To his surprise, he manages to understand 0.1% of it, which increases his mana by 300. However, at this rate, he estimates that fully mastering it would take at least a year because it requires an enormous amount of mana. He wonders if there's a faster way but puts the thought aside for now, focusing instead on his upcoming plans. Looking at his schedule, he sees that Zeit has arranged a dinner, but when he checks the date he stiffens. This event was planned before he took over this body, and in just 3 days, the anniversary of his death looms. Both events weigh on his mind. When Deculein arrives at the restaurant Von Meschel, he sees that Zeit is already there. Julie, who left earlier, should already be inside. Zeit greets her warmly, complimenting her appearance. When Deculein sees her, he is momentarily stunned. She looks beautiful, completely different from her usual battle-ready appearance. He acknowledges the effort she put into looking nice and feels a sense of admiration. Beside Julie stands another person who helped her choose the dress. At first, Deculein is so focused on Julie that he doesn't even notice him. Then, an unexpected introduction happens. He meets Josephine, Julie's sister, but she is not just an ordinary sibling. She is a dangerous person he must be careful around. Josephine will do whatever it takes to get what she wants. In other words, she is a sociopath. She is the mastermind behind Shadow, a secret intelligence network that operates behind the scenes and is as powerful as Zeit. Her only real attachment is to Julie, and anyone who threatens her sister will face her wrath. Deculein understands why she hasn't taken action against him yet, but the way she watches him makes it clear. Her hostility is just beneath the surface. If he ever hurts Julie, Josephine won't hesitate. As he steps into the room, Deculein immediately realizes that this is a serious and dangerous situation. If he wants to survive it, he must prove that he is sincere about Julie. Zeit wastes no time and directly asks Deculein when he plans to hold the engagement ceremony, reminding him that 3 years have already passed. Before Deculein can answer, Julie rejects the idea, but Zeit stops her, saying that the adults are talking. Deculein is about to respond, but he hesitates. Josephine's powerful aura fills the room, making it hard to ignore. Looking at Julie, he declares that he is leaving the decision entirely to her. If she doesn't want the engagement, he will accept her choice without hesitation. Julie is visibly shaken by his words. Zeit, worried about how easily Deculein is willing to give up, expresses his doubts, saying that the family heads won't approve of such a decision. Still trembling, Julie turns to the head of the family and asks for a private conversation. Zeit thinks for a moment, then agrees. He and Josephine leave together. Deculein watches them go, trying to understand Zeit's true intentions. Meanwhile, Josephine holds a glass of wine and wants to know what they are talking about. Deculein thinks about her and realizes that she is using some kind of ability to listen in on their conversation behind the door. Since she laughed earlier, he suspects it was just a trick to hide a listening device. But instead of being concerned, he sees an opportunity. If he can convince Josephine that he truly loves Julie, he might be able to calm this dangerous situation. Looking directly at Julie, Deculein begins to speak. He says he has already told the truth, which confuses her. He insists that their engagement is not something he can simply end on his own. Things have already gone too far. Frustrated, Julie demands to know why. She reminds him that before they were engaged, he used her reputation to secure the arrangement. He even negotiated with his family's elders and offered compensation to make it happen. Julie becomes angry and raises her voice. She accuses him of trying to keep her away from dangerous battles and pressuring her to give up joining the Imperial Order. Instead, he wanted her to take command of the Order of Haddock, which serves under the Yukline family. She also mentions the rumors he spread about her when she refused. Her anger is clear. She cannot believe he is still playing these tricks. Deculein listens and acknowledges her words. He admits that he manipulated her, forced her to stay, and did things that cannot be justified. Julie, who understands his bitterness more than anyone, refuses to be fooled. She firmly declares that she won't fall for his tricks. Deculein admits that he has held her back and that his actions were wrong. He then shifts the topic, saying that both her older sister and brother have crossed the line. If not for their family's reputation, they wouldn't have any reason to stop the engagement from being broken. As Josephine silently watches, Deculein pushes his argument further. He tells Julie that if she truly wants to become a defender, she must leave her family behind. Speaking in a calm and disarming tone, he admits that he is neither honest nor loyal, shocking Julie. He tells her that he is the opposite of everything she believes in, making him an unworthy match for her. However, instead of breaking the engagement, he suggests they remain engaged but never marry. This way, she can be free from the complicated situation surrounding them. Even though he wishes he could let her go completely, he offers his name as a shield until she is ready to chase her dream. He promises to wait and keep the engagement intact. Julie, stunned by his sudden change in attitude, demands to know why. Deculein calmly tells her that he expects nothing in return, only that she smiles for him once a month. He says that this is all he wants. His words leave Julie flustered, and even Josephine is briefly surprised. Deculein knows that he only said what Josephine wanted to hear. His goal was to prevent the situation from taking an unpredictable turn. Yet, he notices Julie's reaction and unexpectedly finds her embarrassment cute. Smirking, he admits that she has managed to win him over. At that moment, Julie, angry, snaps that she won't fall for his tricks. She feels humiliated by his words, but if he is truly sincere, she wants more proof. Josephine, flustered, starts to wonder if Deculein's feelings are real. If they are, she decides to keep spying on them a little longer. With that, Deculein avoids a dangerous situation and earns 2 store currency. 3 days pass quickly, and the anniversary of an important death arrives. Deculein drives to the cemetery, emotions stirring inside him. The setting sun casts a golden light over the overgrown grass and scattered tombstones. This place has no personal meaning to Deculein, but it does to Kim Woojin, his past self. A memory resurfaces, showing a conversation between Kim Woojin and his team leader, Yahello. They talk about adding a hidden detail to Deculein's background. Yahello suggests expanding his story with the author's permission, but Kim rejects the idea. He thinks it's unnecessary and would only increase their workload. However, Yahello insists it's worth it, saying they should be dedicated to the game. Kim eventually gives in, but he doesn't see the importance, especially since it doesn't connect to the main story. Yahello, on the other hand, finds it meaningful. She believes it won't be a waste and reveals that Deculein had a fiancé who passed away. Kim recalls how passionate she was about adding creative details. He wonders what fascinated her about Deculein's lost fiancé. Was she doing it for their team, or was it her way of caring for others? He also wonders what hidden joke in the Easter egg once made her laugh. Back in the present, Deculein searches for traces of Kim Woojin's memories, trying to understand the full story. He questions whether Yahello's choices were acts of genius or cruelty. Finally, he finds a tombstone with the name Yahello von. He wonders why her name is there. It is then revealed that Deculein's character was based on Kim Woojin, and Yahello had used her own name for Deculein's deceased fiancé. Deculein wonders if she ever thanked him for it. Kneeling before the gravestone, he reaches out and touches it, overwhelmed by emotions. Memories of Yahello flood his mind. Her sweet voice, the day she praised his drawings, the way she gave him his coat, the way she loved him, and the 7 years they spent together. As Deculein remembers her, tears keep falling from his eyes. But someone else in the cemetery is watching him, furious to see him there. After some time, Deculein walks out, noticing that he has stopped crying. He believes this is because of his strong personality. As he keeps walking, he hears footsteps behind him. When he turns around, he sees Lockhart standing there, filled with killing intent. Lockhart is surprised that Deculein already knows his name. Also known as the Wizard Killer, Lockhart is a powerful enemy designed to be a nightmare for mages. His special ability, Magic Nullification, makes him the perfect counter to magic users. His power has no real limits as long as he makes physical contact, allowing him to completely cancel out any magic within his range. Lockhart arrogantly brags about being immune to magic while attacking non-stop. As he moves in, Deculein skillfully dodges his attacks with precise movements. Lockhart is shocked. Most mages would be terrified in this situation, yet Deculein is easily avoiding his attacks. Frustrated, Lockhart unleashes a strong blow, but Deculein counters by punching him in the face. As he walks up to Lockhart, Deculein calmly tells him that fighting is pointless. A few days ago, Deculein finally saved up 101 in-store currency and bought the mana improvement skill he had wanted for a long time. This upgrade increased his overall mana capacity. While practicing, he realized that adjusting to the change would take time, but he was excited that he could now release more mana with the same amount of effort. During training, he noticed that the skill's effect covered a larger area than he expected. Then when he grabbed his practice stick, he was shocked to see his hand sink into it. That's when he realized that the skill had also boosted his physical strength. After several attempts, Lockhart is finally defeated and falls to the ground completely beaten. Deculein successfully overcomes the life-threatening fight and earns more store currency. Thinking back on the battle, he realizes that he originally thought his Iron Man attribute alone would be enough. However, thanks to his recent upgrades, the fight was much easier than expected. Even after losing, Lockhart refuses to accept defeat. Furious, he yells insults at Deculein, calling him a traitor. Watching Lockhart's rage and strange abilities, Deculein quickly figures out the truth. Lockhart is not just any enemy. He belongs to the Red Film race, a revelation that shocks Lockhart. The Red Film race is known for their unique birthmarks. They are descendants of demons scattered across the continent and hide their identities because they are natural enemies of mages. Long ago, magecraft was created to fight demons, leading to a never-ending war between mages and the Red Film race. This conflict is one of the key parts of the game's story. Standing over Lockhart, Deculein realizes that because of their heritage, the Red Film race is always in danger. He suspects that a large-scale purge is happening. Though he understands the suffering Lockhart's people have gone through, he tells him that killing innocent mages will only turn him into the same kind of monster he hates. Lockhart, filled with rage, tells Deculein to stay quiet and just finish him off. But Deculein surprises him by saying he doesn't believe the Red Film are truly evil. Lockhart doesn't believe him and calls him a hypocrite. Deculein stays calm and explains that the only time he ever lost control of himself was when he faced a real demon. This reaction is part of his Yukline bloodline, passed down for generations. His family has hunted demons for a long time, and this instinct is deeply ingrained in him. He can't simply ignore it. He wonders if he is losing his composure in front of Lockhart or if he is being affected by his taunts. To make his point clear, he says that the red film are also human, and he can trust them. Just then, the other inspectors arrive. Deculein quickly knocks Lockhart out to ensure he can be arrested without any trouble. One of the inspectors introduces himself as Ropa and compliments Deculein's powerful kick. Jokingly, he asks if he should kick the criminal a few more times. Deculein waves it off, saying there's no need. Then he uses magic to pull a tree from the ground, shocking Ropa. He transforms the tree into a special rope that can neutralize Lockhart and hands it over, suggesting they use it since normal handcuffs won't work. After that, Deculein asks if Ropa was already patrolling the area since he arrived so quickly. This surprises Ropa, who explains that he came after receiving a report, one he thought Deculein had sent. Deculein shrugs it off, suggesting that someone else who heard the fight must have called it in. With that, he leaves, trusting the officers to handle the rest. As he walks away, he feels relieved that everything was resolved without anyone dying. That's a good outcome. He doesn't like hurting people unless it's absolutely necessary. The next day, Yahello comes to Deculein's training room with a letter from Berkt. It's an official summons, the first one in 15 years. Deculein takes the letter and wonders if Yahello really came all this way just to deliver it, since handling these matters should be his responsibility. When he opens the letter, he reads about a recent demon incident in the Mountain of Darkness. Because of this, the Berk are calling all mages for an urgent meeting to discuss the situation. This marks the beginning of a new main quest for Deculein, called Berkt's Call. The meeting is set for a week later, and he is allowed to bring one guard with him. Yahello suggests bringing Jeff, but Deculein immediately refuses, pointing out that Jeff is just their driver and doesn't even know how to use a weapon. Yahello still insists that he should take a guard, as the journey to Berkt is dangerous. Hearing her concern, Deculein is a little surprised that she's worried about him. Embarrassed, she quickly explains, almost shouting, that she only cares because she doesn't want him to die. With a slight blush, she offers to choose a guard for him. Deculein agrees and lets her handle it. Meanwhile, at Freeheim's outpost, Julie is busy training young knights in sword fighting. A vice-captain watches her and mumbles to himself, unsure about what to do next. Suddenly, Verone speaks up, startling him. He hadn't even noticed Verone standing behind him. The vice-captain takes a moment to collect himself before revealing that their order has received a commission, but he's unsure if the captain will approve it. Verone tells him to ask anyway, but the vice-captain hesitates. He explains that the request is to guard Deculein. However, the real task is to protect the entire train Deculein will be traveling on, because they knew that if the request were just to guard Deculein, it would probably be rejected. Verone advises him to accept the job, saying that completing it successfully would raise their order's reputation and improve their finances. Even so, the vice-captain still worries about how Julie will react. Verone interrupts him, confidently stating that their captain would never let personal feelings get in the way of a mission. Finally, the vice-captain decides to speak with Julie about the commission, while Verone remains behind, his face dark with unspoken thoughts. Berkt, also called Alpines, is a powerful region in the northern part of the continent, standing tall at 3,500 meters above sea level. It commands great respect and authority. It is home to the Elders, a powerful group of mages. Every magic school across the land follows their teachings, and the magic tower plays an important role here. But what truly makes Berkt special is its floating island of mages. Even legendary mages must obey the decisions made in this place. Because of its immense influence, Berkt is known as the central pillar of the magic world. A summoning to Berkt is a great honor, happening only once every few decades. It is a mark of true recognition for any renowned sorcerer. However, being called to Berkt is also considered dangerous. Some whisper that it's a mage's grave. Now, as a man releases a surge of mana, his presence fills the area with heavy oppressive power. At the train platform to Berkt, life goes on as usual, with farewells and daily routines. Preparations continue, with workers confirming the final details. One of them assures that everything is ready. A silver-haired girl nods in agreement, showing her approval. Then she, who is in charge of today's arrangements, announces his arrival. A man with a sharp, well-dressed appearance walks in, his face completely blank. Beside him is a child, practically bursting with excitement. The child's eyes go wide with amazement as he spots snow in April. He can't believe how beautiful it is, and feels that coming here was worth it. Out of nowhere, a girl steps forward and tells the professor that from now on the Order of Freyden will be in charge of guarding the first half of the train. The professor struggles to keep a straight face when he sees Julie completely losing her cool in a panic. Her face turns ghostly pale, and then bright red in just a few seconds. Even so, she straightens up and assures the professor that they will do their best to keep everyone safe and make the journey as smooth as possible. At that moment, a memory suddenly hits Julie, throwing her into a total meltdown. She barely manages to keep it together. The professor's words echo in her head. He once told her to try smiling at least once a month. Now, in a full-blown panic, Julie wonders if this is the right time to force a big smile, a wide grin, or just a small one. She can't figure out why she's even doing this ridiculous act while standing in awkward silence with the professor. The people around them notice the strange tension and show respect to their captain, even though she absolutely hates the professor. Still, she seems to be trying her hardest, maybe for his sake. Before things get even more awkward, Varone suddenly appears and announces that he will be handling their guard duty from now on. The professor studies Varone, the guy who just showed up out of nowhere. He lets him know that his job is to protect them, while the other two are just here to earn his respect. Laughing loudly, one of the comrades gives Varone a firm pat on the shoulder and tells him to stop messing around. Then he quickly introduces him. This is Varone, a highly skilled fighter known throughout the Order. He adds that Varone will be handling their security and assures everyone that they're in good hands. But the professor isn't convinced. He examines Varone closely with his sharp eyes, trying to sense anything special about him. However, he doesn't feel anything unusual, though he wonders if he's just overthinking it. Moving on, Varone explains that each mage has their own guard assigned to them in every train cabin. Without wasting time, he declares that he will personally guard their cabin. That settles it. It's time to leave. Before leaving, Julie wishes them a safe trip and then quickly runs off. However, right before disappearing, she suddenly turns her head and flashes a forced smile at the professor. It looks like her face might crack from the effort. Meanwhile, the professor has no idea what's going on with her. One of her subordinates wonders if Julie is okay in the head, but the professor quickly realizes that despite everything, she kept her promise. Several hours later, the professor is comfortably settled inside the train. He tells Varone to take a quick nap, since there's plenty of time to relax. Hearing this, Varone decides to get some sleep. Meanwhile, the professor's mind drifts to the summon from Berkt, also known as the Mage's Grave. In his view, there must be a huge reason why Berkt is considered the strongest pillar of the magic world while also having a hidden, opposite side. He wonders if this has anything to do with the unexpected events that always seem to happen whenever the summoning takes place. Knowing that a train attack is possible, he considers the idea that Deculein might die in a battle of wits. However, he has no intention of taking any reckless risks. For now, his priority is figuring out which train will guarantee their safety, while the red train lingers with the fate of being blown up in an instant. This guy knows a trick. He buys information to find out which train has the best odds. He thinks the original Deculein would have made things easier. But when he imagines all the dangerous people out there, the professor decides to cut off all shady connections. After taking over Deculein's position, he only became more cautious and increased his security. Because of this, he chose to learn a legendary martial arts technique that relies on understanding rather than brute strength. Given how excited Alan was, it's strange to see him passed out. Just days ago, he was practically in tears of joy for getting the chance to travel with the professor to Berkt. But now the professor feels like changing his mind when he notices Alan's runny nose. It turns out the professor is a huge germaphobe. Even so, he never expected Alan to be so determined to join this trip. As they approach Berkt, the professor is surprised at how smoothly the journey has gone so far. Despite his simple preparations, George's suit jacket and shoes have boosted his defenses and brought out the full potential of Midas Touch. A while back, thanks to Midas Touch's unique abilities, he had a master tailor design custom clothes for him. His wood-steel shuriken also got a big upgrade because of it. He even strengthened several pieces of wood steel scattered throughout the train and reinforced Alan's clothes just in case. Apparently, the professor also enhanced some protective robes and increased their durability using Midas Touch. But something is bothering him. Using Midas Touch so much has drained his mana more than usual. The preparations were necessary, but he really hopes nothing bad happens. With a sigh, he wishes for a peaceful, uneventful trip. But of course things don't go his way. Right then, the front of the train bursts into flames. A few days before Deculein left, snowy mountains were passing by. Around that time he asked Blondie to put down her book for once and have a casual chat. He wondered if she was swamped with assignments at the magic tower. She nodded at first but admitted that she sometimes skipped classes. She wasn't exactly happy with the whole conversation, but Deculein let it slide, telling her it was fine. Her father even complimented her, encouraging her efforts. Even though Blondie is set on becoming an archmage, she always does her best. But she scoffs at the idea, convinced that if she can't handle small things she has no future as an archmage. After that blunt exchange, she has no lingering thoughts about Ephraim. However, she is curious to hear Deculein's theories. Right now, she wastes no time in questioning her father's real reason for planning this trip earlier than expected. Berkt's assembly is still a few days away, so why the rush? With a deep sigh, her father explains that the trip to Berkt is incredibly important. It's the place known as the Graveyard of Mages. Suddenly, Blondie becomes extremely curious and wants to know more. Seeing her interest, her father tells her that the story is real. She had always thought it was just a bedtime tale, but now the truth hits her hard like a lightning strike. He reveals that every time Berkt summons people, mages end up losing their lives. Some never return alive. For example, 15 years ago, 11 people died. Looking back on it, he tells Blondie that getting an invitation to Berkt proves their family's prestige. Since only 20 families are chosen, there's no way to refuse. More importantly, attending the event would make their family part of history. But skipping it means severe punishment. Any family that refuses to go is quickly removed from the ranks, and a new one takes their place without hesitation. At this moment, her father tests Blondie's intelligence by asking if she can figure out an easy way to remove the so-called prestigious trash. She is shocked and can't believe what she's hearing. It turns out that the famous trip to Berkt is more than just a gathering. It's a brutal way to eliminate the weak. Ambitious sorcerers use this event to take down others and climb to the top. That's why her father insists on traveling early. He received secret information about a dangerous group planning to ambush the late departing trains. To stay safe, he decides to bring her along. He also wants Sylvia to understand how cruel the world is so she won't be caught off guard. Among the 12 traditional families, he believes every sorcerer deserves a penalty for causing this chaos. Without hesitation, he bluntly says that dying on the way to Berkt is no different from a natural magical death. A few days later, Alan and the professor are sleeping peacefully on the train, completely relaxed. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes everything. Verone and the professor wake up immediately, while Alan panics as a bright flash of light appears. Fear grips him so tightly that he struggles to speak. In a split second he jumps in shock. He can't believe it. But the train is floating in midair. It turns out the professor acted fast, using telekinesis to grab hold of the train and put it back on track. Estar's martial arts skills also helped. Learning telekinesis before the trip was a smart move. Meanwhile, a group of criminals lurking on the train's roof is planning a major robbery. Their goal is to hijack the train filled with professors. The promise of a huge reward keeps them motivated, and they're ready to attack without hesitation. The professor smirks at these foolish thieves, knowing they made a terrible mistake messing with him. Their luck just ran out. Without wasting a second, he pulls out sharp pieces of wood and metal. He strikes fast, stabbing the attackers and sending them to their deaths. Alan watches in shock, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Without a word, the professor knocks him out. It's time for the kid to get some rest. Without wasting any time, he orders Verone to get Alan and the other passengers to safety because he has unfinished business with these thugs. With that, he throws the filthy criminals off the train. He knows that Iron Man's sharp senses could easily tell the difference, but there's no time to overthink things. The professor steps in to take control of the situation and plans to sort out the rest later. He turns to the remaining thugs and tells them they've just signed their own death warrants. While Verone stays close to protect Alan, the professor takes action, reducing the damage from the explosions, getting the train back on track and taking down the thugs one by one. All of this drains his mana reserves, leaving him with only 10 out of 3,657. With everything settled, Verone reports that all the passengers have been safely evacuated. Out of nowhere, the professor starts to feel uneasy about Verone. Something about his gaze is deeply unsettling, though he understands why Verone might still be on edge. But that's not all. Suddenly, a murderous aura erupts from Verone, catching the professor off guard. Seeing Verone's true nature revealed, the professor can't believe he let his guard down. Varone acknowledges the professor's survival skills but makes it clear that he intends to kill him with his own hands. Things just took a dark and terrifying turn. Now that everyone is safe, Varone has completed his duty and is ready to claim his reward. That means it's time for Professor Deculein to die. Game over. The professor is already exhausted, his mana dangerously low, and he is completely taken aback. He never expected his own guard to turn against him. But his curiosity gets the best of him, and he asks Varone if he's acting alone or if someone else is controlling him. When he suggests that Julia might be behind this, Varone's fury explodes. His murderous intent intensifies as he glares at the professor, whose time is running out. Varone snaps and orders the professor to stop saying his master's name. Filled with rage, he warns that a single careless word could make things even worse for the professor. Despite this, Varone still sees Julia as an honorable knight who wouldn't go this far. However, his bloodthirsty eyes show his clear intention. He wants to kill the professor himself for Master Julia. His expression screams murder. The professor struggles to understand what went wrong with Varone. To make things worse, his most trusted ally, a Frime warrior, has turned into a rogue traitor. This wasn't part of today's plan. A once respected member of Freydin has chosen a dark path, leaving everyone in shock. With only 10 mana left, the professor wonders if he even stands a chance against this monstrous opponent. He has nothing left to lose. Without hesitation, he stops wasting time and declares that he will no longer serve Varone as his guard. Giving the professor a deadly glare, Varone launches forward at full speed. His blade slices through the air with lethal precision, completely catching the professor off guard. With no other option, the professor cancels his telekinesis on the train, sending it off balance. Somewhere else, Sylvia's servant knocks on the door to check if she is ready to try Bert's special snow cone. Without hesitation, Sylvia tells Sirio to eat it all. Sirio mentions that everyone except Professor Deculein and Rewind has arrived. She considers asking if Sylvia is waiting for someone important, but no words leave her mouth as she decides to leave Sylvia alone. After that, Sylvia starts remembering the past. She feels a wave of guilt as she watches the memory unfold from a distance. The day she visited her late mother was just an ordinary day. She had poured out her feelings, complaining about school and how much her teacher Deculein annoyed her. His endless assignments gave her headaches, and he acted as if he were the only professor that mattered. But then a faint noise interrupted her thoughts. Curious, she peeked around the tombstones and spotted Deculein standing there, his noble posture as composed as ever. He never seemed like someone who mourned, so it completely surprised Sylvia to see him visiting a grave. He was full of surprises, and then her jaw dropped. A single tear slid down Deculein's cheek. Sylvia was stunned. The sight of him crying shattered the perfect image of his cold, unfeeling personality. The strict and arrogant professor was now someone who had suffered a great loss. His tear looked like a falling star, and the moment stayed in her mind, unforgettable. Just then, her father's warning rushed back into her thoughts. A dangerous group was planning to attack the late-arriving trains, and she grew anxious because Deculein hadn't reached Bert yet. She remembered his lecture notes, which inspired her to take action. Pulling out a magic stone, she gripped it tightly, determined to do something. Since magic is built using the caster as the source, she had control over 3 primary colors of magic. Focusing her mana, she shaped the magic stone into a bird. With a silent command, she sent her intentions into it, hoping it would serve as her eyes. The bird, now named Swift, took off into the sky, ready to show her what was happening. Meanwhile, Professor Deculein is barely holding on, with a few broken bones. Luckily, the train didn't fall, all thanks to Iron Man. He just needs some time to recover. Hiding out of sight, Deculein hopes to buy himself a little time, but Varone has other ideas. That vicious man, hungry for the professor's blood, refuses to stop playing with him. Deculein can't believe Varone is still standing after everything. He tries to crush Varone's flesh by throwing a wood steel, but Varone dodges effortlessly. His protective chi surprises Deculein. Varone, on the other hand, finds it amusing that this dying professor is still clinging to life. What a miserable way to survive. The two engage in a fierce battle. Deculein quickly realizes that Varone has been in control the whole time. Even if Deculein were at full strength, beating Varone wouldn't be easy. Now, with his mana almost drained and exhaustion weighing him down, his chances of winning seem slim. But Deculein isn't the type to give up. That's when he remembers his trump card, Resolute. This skill unleashes a powerful mental force that lasts until the fight ends. However, if his resolve wavers, his body will remain stiff and unbending. Even if his mind disconnects, that means, no matter what, Deculein will not fall. Meanwhile, Varone turns into a raging beast, thirsting for blood. He charges at Deculein with his sword, and Deculein knows that one strike from Varone could be the end of him. He wonders if he will wake up in his office again, or if this is truly the end. Suddenly, blood splashes everywhere, painting the whole room red. Swift rushes to the crash site, acting as Sylvia's eyes. Varone's instincts explode with fury, and he is completely consumed by the need for revenge. He lunges forward, determined to end this fight once and for all. But then, something unexpected happens. The space around him starts wavering unnaturally, throwing him off balance. He lowers his guard for just a moment, and that's all Deculein needs. In an instant, Varone's hand is severed and sent flying, blood gushing like a fountain. His screams pierce through the chaos, while Deculein, still unsure of what just happened, knows one thing: it's time to finish this. With the last bit of mana he has left, Deculein throws a wood-steel weapon, knocking Varone even more off balance. Now Varone is barely hanging on at the edge of the train, his life depending on a dagger and his remaining hand. Deculein steps forward with a victorious smirk. Struggling for breath, Varone demands to know what trick Deculein used to turn the battle around. But even Deculein has no idea what really happened. Still, now that the fight is over, he finally has the chance to get some answers. He wants to know why Varone is so determined to kill him. Deculein is certain he's never had any conflict with Varone. So why has this fight gone so far? Varone clearly states that Deculein has betrayed his leader and committed unforgivable crimes. This makes Deculein wonder if everything Varone is doing is for Julia. Raising an eyebrow, he questions why, since Julia never asked for any of this. Pushing further, Deculein boldly asks who Julia is to Varone. Struggling to find the strength to answer, Varone stays silent. That question hits him hard because he believes someone like Deculein could never understand. Varone's mind drifts back to the past. Julia was once praised by the Freyden family for capturing a little pig. That little pig was actually young Varone, who had gotten into trouble with a noble's son, Jason. Jason's mother refused to admit her son did anything wrong and kept talking about how kind he was. Varone, unwilling to back down, cursed at Jason, standing his ground. This made the noblewoman furious, and she was ready to press charges for assault and trespassing. She wanted Varone thrown out like trash. Julia, shocked, couldn't believe that Varone, a street kid, had the guts to sneak into noble territory. She was even more surprised that someone as skinny and weak-looking as him had climbed over the walls without hesitation. To calm the noblewoman, Julia took responsibility for reporting Varone to the police herself. On the way, Varone kept complaining about how unfair everything was. He insisted he was only defending himself and asked if that was really a crime. After a brief silence, Julia admitted that the Freyden family was known for being ruthless. She acknowledged that Varone might have a point, but before Varone could go off again, Julia quickly shut him up. She made it clear that he didn't get a free pass to hit people just because he was angry. Then, looking him straight in the eyes, she made him an offer. She wanted him to follow her. She would teach him how to control himself. But all Varone cared about was whether food and drinks were included in the deal. And just like that, he met his leader, Julia, who took him in as her own. Later he joined the Night Order, but his terrible personality didn't help him make any friends. Because of his bad attitude, people kept their distance, leaving Julia as the only person who truly cared about him. As long as she was by his side, everything felt right. Julia was strong and always stood up for others, never turning a blind eye to injustice. Over time, Varone's respect for her deepened into something more than just admiration. He fell for her but knew he could never act on his feelings. He believed his emotions would only become a burden to her. Even though Varone claims his feelings are nothing but a burden to Julia, they are the reason he is determined to kill Deculein. He is convinced that Deculein will be the death of Julia. To him, it's clear as day, Deculein is the cause of every disaster in this twisted game. And Varone knows it. Varone's prediction is completely right, but Deculein, staying calm, tells him he is wrong. He says he will change his own fate and make sure Varone doesn't follow a path of destruction. To prove it, he swears never to harm Julia and even offers Varone his hand. However, Varone doesn't care about Deculein's change of heart. His eyes glow with mana and he refuses to back down. He still wants to kill the professor. Deculein sighs heavily, knowing that Varone's stubbornness will bring endless pain to Julia. There is only one thing left to do. Without hesitation, he kicks Varone off the train. Meanwhile, Julia's subordinates notice that she seems lost in thought, probably worried about Varone. She quickly brushes it off, believing that Varone is strong enough to handle himself. As he falls through the endless sky, Varone lets his tears flow freely. He can only wish his liege a happy life. Swift flies like a bird, giving her creator a full view of the crash site. Now, Sylvia understands what's going on. She realizes that Deculein killed his own guard, and the guard fell off a cliff, disappearing into nothingness. Focusing carefully, she pieces together the events that led to this tragic moment. She learns that Varone had planned to kill Professor Deculein that night but failed miserably. In self-defense, Deculein had no choice but to throw the knight off the train. Just then, Sirio snaps Sylvia out of her thoughts, reminding her that the assembly is about to start. She looks worried but doesn't say anything. Still, her mind keeps thinking about Deculein. She hopes he will show up on time and prevent any further trouble. Elsewhere, the guards are excited to see their vice chief, Lilia Fremian of the Security Bureau. While patrolling, Lilia confirms the explosion and attack. The guards assure her that this is indeed the right location. But with the Berkt assembly approaching, this kind of chaos seems almost normal to them. Adjusting to the situation, Lilia asks if there are any casualties. The guards answer flatly, yes. 2 people are still missing or possibly injured. Lilia listens carefully as they name the missing individuals, Knight Varone and Professor Deculein. This takes her by surprise. The guards lead her to their supervisor for more details. But before she can follow, her eyes land on the body of a small child. The kid seems unconscious, likely from the shock of the crash. She checks and confirms that the child is still out cold. Chief Lilia continues her investigation, gathering reports from the witnesses. One of them describes how a knight saved them and got them safely away from the crash site. He also remembers the moment the train was flying in midair, but by the time he woke up it had already fallen off the cliff. Thinking it over, this witness suggests that the assassin's second attack might have made things worse. However, the idea of the train flying in midair doesn't seem to make sense. Luckily, he took a picture in his panic, so now they have proof. Lilia wonders if he somehow made the train appear out of nowhere. A mysterious voice echoes in her mind, saying that Knight Varone is dead. Not only that, but it also admits that Varone was the one behind everything, doing his best to kill Deculein. But he failed completely. In short, head Professor Deculein survived. Chief Lilia is shocked by this eerie telepathic message, which helps her investigation of the crime scene. It might be useful, but it still unsettles her. She looks around but doesn't see anyone who seems capable of pulling this off. Instead of answers, this situation only raises more questions. Then, suddenly, someone informs her that a person is walking away from the crash site. She spots a calm and composed man with a noble posture coming into view. She quickly realizes it's none other than Professor Deculein himself. He looks exhausted and covered in injuries. Deep in thought, he hasn't even noticed the crowd or Lilia. He knows that something strange happened at the exact moment he should have died. Just like that, he could have been remembered as the man who was killed by some unknown knight. More importantly, he would have lost the chance to figure out who or what saved him. Like Varone, he could have ended up at the bottom of that cliff, powerless and forgotten. The thought hits him hard. He had no chance against Varone. He felt completely helpless against his own guard. But the real question keeps circling in his mind. Who saved him back then? Without wasting time, Lilia calls out to head Professor Deculein, checking if he's safe. She introduces herself as Lilia Freeman from the Security Bureau and informs him that he needs to fill out a report to help with the investigation. But Deculein ignores her and instead asks what time it is. She tells him it's 3:30. While he silently calculates that he has 6 hours to make it back in time, Lilia focuses on her duty, ready to discuss what happened. However, Deculein clearly isn't interested. Instead, he asks if this is the only way to Berkt. Annoyed, Lilia answers that there's both a road and a sea route to Berkt. She then tries to question him further, but before she can get any answers, Deculein suddenly disappears. No one, not even the workers, knows where he went. Lilia realizes that Deculein must have used a speed spell to escape her. After everything he's done, blocking the train, using telekinesis, fighting assassins, and taking on Varone, it's unbelievable that he still had enough energy left to cast acceleration magic. That's a high-level spell, and it irritates her even more. This confirms what Lockhart said about him. He really is something else. Meanwhile, at the Berkt assembly, the hall is full, and it's now 9:30. Sylvia is still waiting for Deculein to return. The host, keeping things formal and out of sight, thanks the attendees for responding to their summons. Then, out of nowhere, a huge wave of magical energy fills the air, making Sylvia uneasy. She quickly realizes that this power belongs to none other than Desecton, the great elder of Berkt. He is a living legend who chose to leave the outside world behind. As she looks at him, she understands that to compete for the title of Archmage, she must reach his level. The roll call begins, confirming the presence of Gilthian from the Alad family, Ethansul from the Brand family, Baron from the Viorad family, and Ilum from the Rewind family. When the host calls out Deculein of the Yukline family, the room falls silent. There is no response. The host calls the name 3 times, warning that if there is no answer, the Yukline family will be removed from the 12 sorcerers. This news spreads like wildfire. People whisper about how the downfall of the Yukline family began with Deculein. Their first summoning was 200 years ago, and losing their place now would be a great tragedy. Sylvia listens as they mock Deculein, calling him a disgrace compared to his ancestors. The hall echoes with laughter at his supposed lack of talent while the host repeats his name 3 times. Just as the host is about to move on, the doors burst open with a powerful force, silencing the entire room. Standing there is Deculein of the Yukline family, marking his attendance and leaving everyone completely stunned. The meeting that had started in shocked silence progressed smoothly and swiftly. The first item on the agenda was the demon that had appeared in the Mountain of Darkness. It was discussed with no opposition. Ethansul, the residing head with divinity, expressed her opinion. She wanted to put more eyes on the matter regarding a demon appearing near the capital. She proposed that each school cooperate with the church and that mages be dispatched into suspicious regions. Everybody agreed, and the meeting proceeded with their first short break. Deculein took a deep breath of exhaustion. He ran like crazy to reach Berkt as fast as he could. He could not afford to be late. Now he is devoid of mana or stamina in his tank. Despite his fatigue, his outward appearance hasn't been impacted. He still looked as slick and composed as ever. Deculein's noble traits and attributes are annoyingly incredible. As the council petered out of the round table, a certain someone called the professor with a worried voice. It was the tear-eyed Alan who had just arrived. He apologically asked if his boss was all right. He was told to wait outside since he arrived when the meeting had already started. The professor assured him that there was no need to worry. After that suspicious interaction on the train, Deculein can no longer think of this child as innocent anymore. He's certain that something is off about Alan's identity. He can't quite pinpoint what it is yet, but it reminded him of a famous movie in his previous world. So he instructed Alan to always stand next to him from now on. Keep your friends close but your enemies closer. He wants to keep a closer eye on Alan going forward. He is determined to find out what this pipsqueak really is in due time, no matter what. After the short break, the council convened to go back to the round table of discussion. The next agenda on the docket is one of grave importance and controversy. They must figure out what to do about the Blood Shroud sorcerer who had been killing mages. It is a sensitive topic, so this won't be concluded as easily as the previous agenda. The head of the Viorad family, Vethan, made a big show of smacking his hand against the table and giving an impassioned speech. He views the Blood Shroud race as cockroaches who have been secretly breeding and laying eggs within human society, corroding human lands. Ethansul, head of House Bran, immediately opposed such distasteful comments. Besides, they do not have the means to differentiate blood shrouds from other races at all. Vethan proposed that they could just invent a method using the paltry clues they have about the race's features. He believes eradicating these cockroaches is possible with the power of the Imperial Magic Tower. Deculein maintained his silence. He knew that opinions would clash from the start, but it's getting heated too fast. As far as they know, blood shrouds can recognize one another, and they are gathering forces in secret. That must mean that they have a power structure and a leader at the helm. Vethan fears that they are scheming about something sinister. Ethansul refused to buy into this fear-mongering based simply on Vethan's delusional speculation. The silent majority held their tongue, but they quietly agreed with the rambling madman. The notion of a blood shroud figurehead hiding and planning makes them feel uneasy and disgusted. They were in this situation 60 years ago, and the council's indecisiveness cost them the lives of countless mages. After what seemed like a lifetime of silent stalemate, Gilthian von Grahan-Yukline spoke up and tossed the ball to Deculein of Yukline. After all, the professor came from a long line of great exorcists who stood at the spearhead of eradicating demons since time immemorial. As someone from the present, Deculein is well versed in these types of situations. Blind hatred always leads to unnecessary grief and misfortunes. Setting the bleak future aside, suppressing the blood shrouds right now would be plainly wrong. Even if he can't stop the council's vote, he can always just delay their decision to the best of his abilities for the sake of the future main quest. The world had already branded the blood shrouds as the common enemy. A blunder for sure. So Deculein spoke up. While it is true that long ago the blood shrouds were viewed as humanity's enemy, reviewing every single piece of literature pertaining to the war would make it clear that all the bloodshed stemmed from a simple misunderstanding. Vethan grimaced upon hearing such a ridiculous statement. Deculein continued that 237 years ago during the Rodran witch incident, Rodran was falsely accused and punished. From that incident, the Great Suppression occurred, leading to the death of countless blood shrouds. Refusing to accept the injustice, they retaliated. More blood was shed from both sides, and the cycle of violence continued. In Deculain's cold and fact-driven eyes, the incident 60 years ago simply got ugly because of politics. Some greedy pig discovered a manstone mine in Bloodshroud lands and made up some ridiculous accusations to seize the precious resources. That greedy pig was one of Deculain's ancestors, a Yukline. Vethan had long since closed his ears, blinded by his rage. He is certain that those cockroaches are born with demonic energy coursing through their veins. The Yukline family should know that better than anyone. Deculein resented that implication. His family's tradition is hunting demons, not killing blood shrouds. No matter how hard Vethan tries to conflate those two different things. The professor asked that rambling man if he could take responsibility for all the heinous he's been spouting since earlier. Accusing humans of being demons is a serious crime. The one spouting such hateful rhetoric can easily be indicted of being the thing they hate most. With Vethan stomping away like a child who didn't get what he wanted, the first meeting wrapped up inconclusively. The Blood Shroud agenda was moved to the next day as the council went on their own way to retire to their rooms. We saw guilty undoing on his daughter. He doesn't want to be separated from Sylvia, but an archaic rule demands that Berkt members be isolated throughout the summit. While the father was tear-eyed, the daughter was unamused. She prefers getting away from his dad as much as possible. Before going their own ways, Gilthian warned his daughter that the Berkt mages have abnormally high mana densities. With such a high concentration centered in one place, all sorts of magical phenomena can occur at night. It's imperative that Sylvia reads the hotel regulations. Upon reaching her hotel room, Sylvia changed into something more comfortable and looked at the extensive list of odd regulations. She reckoned that this ridiculous list is just a way to instill fear in young children. Deep into the night, she dozed off without any problems until something whisked her away from her dreams. She got up, feeling a dryness in her throat, and drank some water. Suddenly, her sleepiness vanished upon feeling an intense feeling of being surrounded by mana. The walls of her room seemingly peeled away, exposing a different plane. When she looked around, her bed and everything that was supposed to be there were gone. The space suddenly morphed into an unfamiliar hallway. Hurriedly, she pulled out the list of rules, frantically scanning if she accidentally made a wrong move. From her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of a bright light, peeling her eyes away from the piece of paper. The rules dictate that once the guest lies down in bed, they must refrain from waking until morning, or they may find themselves in a different place. Sylvia's simple act of getting up to drink some water plunged her into this bizarre situation. In the second hall where she stayed a couple of days ago, this kind of magical phenomenon didn't happen. Now that she's situated near the Assembly of Elders, an area with a denser concentration of mana, she was subjected to some sort of spatial travel. Sylvia had been too complacent. She thought she would be fine as long as she didn't leave the room, but that's clearly not enough. She tried to force herself to calm down and think of a clear solution, but the sinister presence lurking in the dark hallway made that impossible. Her instincts told her to get the hell out of this place, but she didn't know where to go or even where she was. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building, yet she sees some random glowing staircase leading to God knows where. The rules listed that one must not go up or down any stairs that may appear. It also said that upon encountering an open door while walking down the hallway, one must never dare to look, let alone enter. Sylvia closed her eyes and continued running. She believes that there must be an entrance that can take her back to normally. After running on a loop for what felt like forever, she desperately tried knocking on one of the closed doors to ask for help. However, hotel rules state that one must not respond to any knocks or noise coming from outside. She tried seeking help relentlessly, jumping from one door to another, growing more desperate and hopeless as the malevolent presence closed in. Filled with despair, tears fell from her golden eyes. And finally, someone responded to her desolate calls to be saved. The door slowly opened, filling the dark hallway with blinding bright light, and a familiar voice asked Sylvia if she was lost. On the other side of the door was none other than Professor Deculein. One look at his expressionless face gave Sylvia immense comfort and a sense of security. Deculein invited her in, and she gave her most genuine thanks as the dark presence wearily retreated. The fire pit crackled, filling the room with warmth. Sylvia explained how she got up from bed for a brief moment and ended up in the hallway being chased by an unknown entity. The professor expected as much. Berkt is the center of incredible magic phenomena. Furthermore, many spirits who have lost their consciousness to magic tend to stick around. Sylvia looked at the man's reliable frame, his never-changing appearance, unwavering gaze, and the air of steadfast nobility. She couldn't help but feel like Deculein was the only one who could have saved her. Her reverie was broken by a bizarre gurgling sound coming from the door. A slimy substance is slowly seeping through the tiny gaps in Deculein's entryway. A few moments later, the ghostly slime took the shape of a vengeful spirit made of pure darkness, hungry for life. Deculein didn't seem to mind the uninvited apparition and simply told his student to stay still. Suddenly, 2 pieces of minerals flashed past her. They danced in the air swiftly and forcefully dispatched the apparition without trouble. Upon being torn apart by the telekinetically controlled weapon, the apparition lost the stability of its form. Once the pair of minerals stopped in midair, Sylvia was in awe by how such a feat was even possible. She had never seen the subjugation of roaming ghosts before. Deculein explained that he used a type of specialized magic designed to kill, which is nothing to be particularly proud of. After all, magic was not created with the sole purpose of killing. Hearing him say such noble words after saving her from such a hopeless plight tugged at the young woman's heartstrings. She felt compelled to show the man what she was capable of, so she conjured a flowing flame that made the professor look away from the book he was reading to Aura Farm. Next, Sylvia displayed her raging lightning. Then we moved on to metallization, forming flower-like figures made of pure metal. With a blue hue, she also showed off her beautiful goblin fire. After showing the professor the spells that she was most proud of, Sylvia pouted at the fact that he barely even paid attention, trying to get his attention by going in the opposite direction and doing something half-heartedly. She summoned a glittering light. It seemed to work. Deculein calmly corrected the tiny bit of instability in the air magic circle she embedded into the fire, and the result of the adjustment was stunning. Now that he's got the professor's attention, Sylvia steeled her resolve and asked the professor what's holding her back, her weakness. Hearing such a ridiculous query, Deculein turned his eyes back to his book and advised Sylvia to figure out her flaws by herself. Like a child, Sylvia protested that he helped Ephraim to correct hers. She was mistaken. Ephraim found out what she was lacking by herself. Seeing the golden child of the current generation so frustrated at her already monstrous capabilities, the professor asked her to cease her impatience. Time is on her side after all. As long as she continues her dedication to the craft, improvement will naturally come. Like everyone else, she must slowly work towards the pinnacle, one step at a time, and avoid shortcuts. Sylvia is one of the only 3 people who possesses the talent to reach the top of the magic world. After all, for some reason, such a compliment from Deculein reminded her of the countless empty platitudes she had heard about her astounding talents fated for the next archmage. Since she was a child, she had heard it all. But even back then, she could see through the insincere and stale flattery. However, when the praise comes from Deculein, it feels reassuring and real, more genuine than anything she had ever heard. Since it was late and it was dangerous to walk in the hallways, Sylvia spent the night sleeping on the professor's bed. He spent the night at his desk reading books. In the dead of the night, his study was interrupted by a whiff of opportunity. A golden light is calling him to come outside. An energy that he's never felt before is telling him to go out. So, the professor decided to go on a little late-night excursion. His wealthy magnate ability is tingling, and he's not one to turn down free treasure if he can help it. The mountain path is largely inaccessible, so he might just chance upon an incredibly rare item hiding in the woods. One of the reasons for the path's inaccessibility is the sinister spirits roaming around. One such spirit, an apparition with twisted limbs sprouting all over its body, tried to sneak up on Deculein to feed on fear. However, the professor did not even bat an eye on such cheap scares. The apparition tried, and he simply treated the thing like it didn't exist. Deculein finally stopped leisurely walking and turned to the spirit. Instead of running from fear or exorcising the apparition, he simply asked the thing if it happened to see an item possessing a lot of magic nearby. After being treated like it's just some sort of random guy, the spirit took off running and crying while cursing Deculein in an indecipherable tongue. The professor was annoyed that he didn't even get an answer from a local spirit, albeit an evil one. Nevertheless, his diligent search eventually led him to the thing he'd been looking for. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as a purified mana tree fragment. This naturally mana-rich wood has been purified by lightning, making it an excellent crafting material. After coming into this world, he completely committed himself to training and research without resting. However, he eventually reached a slump because of Deculein's middling talent. If he can make a wand out of this extraordinary fragment, he can supplement his talent and grow his power faster. For a random midnight stroll in the woods, the rewards are far greater than he could have imagined. The next day came, and the reopened meeting progressed with a strange atmosphere, to say the least. Just like yesterday, Vethan Viorad came in swinging with his ridiculous questions about the alleged demon blood flowing in the veins of blood shrouds. This time, Deculein opposed him with equal intensity. He argued that if salt is added to water, you can't call water salt instead. The heated discussion between the 2 pillars of Berkt made many of the attending sorcerers flustered. Some of them are starting to think that the professor is siding with the enemy instead of humanity. They thought he would be the one championing the eradication of blood shrouds, but he's doing the opposite. Even Gilthian was stumped as to what picture the man was trying to paint. Sylvia, still sitting beside her father, can see the wheels turning inside everyone's mind. She could tell that everyone's opinion of Deculein was starting to sour. They think he has an ulterior motive, but they would be wrong. In her perspective, the professor is just stating the obvious. Seeing that a conclusion is impossible to reach at this rate, the arbiters decided that the matter regarding the blood shrouds would be postponed for the next meeting. They can't let the other agendas in the docket be sidelined by a single issue. Unlike the blood shroud issue, the other discussions progressed quickly, and the meeting came to a close after several days. By the time the Berkt summit had concluded, Deculein had surely incurred bad blood against Vethan and Viorad. While he did not wish for this outcome, he needed to buy time for the sake of the main quest in the coming future, and becoming estranged from some people was the price to pay for that. Deculein stayed at Berkt a few more days after the summit. Today he's visiting the shopping district inside one of the magic shops he was familiar with. He was wondering how to properly use the purified monetary fragment as the base of his new wand, and what materials would go with it perfectly. While he was browsing through the wares, Alan frantically called to his attention. His assistant pointed at someone, claiming that the person was the hero who made it possible for him to arrive at Berkt in one piece. Deculein recognized her as Lilia Primian, the vice chief of the security bureau. So they decided to take a break from shopping and treated Lilia to a meal as a form of courtesy to repay her for escorting Alan to safety. She appreciated the gesture and informed the professor that the investigation regarding the incident had properly concluded. Taking this as an opportunity to gain intel, he asked what happened to the escort guard, Verone. She plainly stated that the guy died due to the ambush. The waiter served the modest meal and the three started digging in. Lilia would not dare show it on her face, but she has her doubts about Deculein, and it all stems from what Lockhart said to her. Under direct imperial order, the Imperium Security Bureau sent the mage killer to the most notorious prison, Lockhart, for his crimes against magic and humanity. Lockhart's arresting officer for his case was none other than Lilia herself. In the interrogation phase, the chatty mage killer had become tight-lipped. Seeing as she was not getting any relevant info from the criminal, the vice chief changed her tone and demanded that the criminal use his power. Her entire demeanor changed upon demanding as such. Upon understanding what she was trying to do, Lockhart smiled. He silently activated his power, sending thrums of nullifying magic throughout the room. When the waves hit the surveillance camera on the ceiling, it malfunctioned and eventually lost power. After making sure that the Bureau couldn't hear or see them anymore, Vice Chief Lilia Primian finally dropped the act. Her composure crumbled as she smacked her fist on the interrogation table. With rage, she cursed Lockhart for being caught like an idiot. She had already told the kid not to be rash, yet he continued sullying the name of their kind, setting back the Blood Shroud plan because he just couldn't stop killing mages. In all honesty, Lilia just wants to kill this imbecile to get it over with. If it's revealed that he's a Blood Shroud, the public opinion will worsen beyond repair, putting pressure on her. Lockhart does not respect what she's doing for the cause. He thinks she's just leeching off the empire that hates their kind. Blood Shrouds are seen as different immediately upon birth, but they are not so easy to expose. Lockhart thinks humanity is simply terrified of the demonic abilities they are born with. Even so, their kind are not the only ones who are born with said abilities. Another mistake that the criminal makes is provoking Deculein when they are supposed to silently keep an eye on the Yukline. Currently, they are supposed to be observers. If the man causes any trouble, they will escalate to assassination, not the other way around. Upon hearing that the Blood Shrouds are thinking of killing Deculein, Lockhart uncharacteristically calls the man a true noble who should not be touched. Lilia was puzzled. What kind of true noble would have a mountain of criminal cases against him filed in the Bureau? However, the man that Lockhart saw had the grace of affirming that Blood Shrouds weren't demons, but humans. His eyes portrayed not a shred of doubt, and only righteousness. The criminal genuinely believes that if there were more nobles like Deculein in this world, then their kind would not be forced to hide their identity anymore. They can live alongside everybody else. He didn't even kill Lockhart. Even though he knew of his origin, he had the power and the law to back him up. Yet he stayed his hand. Even though Lockhart is not one to joke around, Lilia still refuses to buy such horseshit. The Yukline family stood at the forefront of slaughtering and oppressing their people after all. The criminal argued that if they start treating the descendants of said ancestors based on the crimes of the past, they would be no different than demons. Realistically speaking, Lilia won't be able to stay in a position of power without getting caught sooner or later. However, she's confident in her ability to blend in. Humans and Blood Shrouds are indistinguishable from each other after all. The only glaring distinction is a certain food that Blood Shrouds cannot eat. Changing the topic, Vice Chief Lilia heard murmurs about the Emperor's worsening health. Someone new will soon be appointed to take the throne, and they have no idea how the new Emperor will view blood shrouds. They must lay low. For now, Lockhurk will be locked down in Lockhurk. Back to the present, Lilia chewed on her steak while eyeing this so-called true noble with utmost vigilance. No matter how hard she looked, all she could see was some annoying aristocrat. Suddenly, an uninvited guest walked up to their table and the pungent smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Without taking his eyes off his plate, Deculein nonchalantly dismissed the drunkard without sparing a glance. It was the annoying brat Wilhelm von Grahan-Yukline. Even after being shooed away, he insisted on staying and giving Deculein a piece of his mind. While the confrontation was happening, grim news hit the Order of Freheim. Julie was just informed of the fate of one of her most valued knights. Hearing that Verone had perished during the escort mission to Berkt shook her to the core. She stood up and ordered her men to get ready to depart. Julie wants to hear what the hell happened from Deculain's mouth. Back in the restaurant, Vice Chief Lilia awkwardly stopped her meal upon Wilhelm's midday drunken intrusion. She recognized the brat as the current head of the Rewind family. Caught in the middle of two opposing powerful noble clans, she was confused to say the least. Wilhelm wanted to get some clarity about Deculain's odd stance in the meeting. He can't wrap his empty head around it. He wanted to know why a Yukline would side with the blood shroud so vehemently. Overhearing such a bombshell, Lilia almost let her real reaction show. Wilhelm remembers this peer of his, declaring that he wanted to annihilate those blood shrouds before. So what changed? Even before that, Deculein always blabbered on about how such lowly species should not have the right to live at all. Furthermore, he published a paper condemning blood shrouds at the university. Wilhelm tried to get a rise out of the professor, accusing him of finding a blood shroud slave to perhaps conduct research for such a talentless hack. Surprisingly, Alan defended his boss vigorously. Carefully dabbing his lips with a napkin, Deculein instructed his assistant to pipe down. It's all good. They simply shouldn't waste words against a man with a brain akin to rotten cheese. Such a surface-level line of thought is obvious to come from someone like Wilhelm. Wilhelm took the insult pretty well, all things considered. He just reminded Deculein that there are only 3 months left until the university's research presentation. Everyone will see if the professor's talk is all for show. Then Vice Chief Lilia tried her best to stay calm upon hearing a string of ridiculous revelations. Why would a Yukline make an enemy of everyone else by siding with the blood shrouds? She could not believe that the man with so many pending criminal charges in the bureau would do such a thing. Maybe Lockhark's last words before being thrown to prison have their merits. The seed of Deculein had been successfully planted inside the mind of the Security Bureau's vice chief. The day after that memorable lunch, Deculein finally pulled the trigger and commissioned one of the best-named craftsmen to make a wand for him before leaving Berkt. Interacting with the man gave him a sub-quest to complete Rakelik's wand. To activate the quest, he needed sufficient fame, a kind heart, top-quality materials, and 2 or more visits. Upon completion, he'll receive 1 point of store currency and a wand crafted by Rakelik. Thanks to fulfilling every condition, he was able to clear the quest without a problem. After getting his new wand, Deculein and Alan boarded the train. On the way back to the Empire, they shared the same carriage as the raging noble, Vethan. The guy did not bother hiding his hostility at all. Thankfully, no conflicts actually erupted throughout the long ride. It was just really uncomfortable in his mind. The professor just wanted to get back to the magic tower. Finally, they got off the tension-filled carriage. There's only 1 more train transfer left, and they will soon see different scenery other than snow. On the platform, the whole Order of Freiden, led by Julie, had been waiting for them to disembark. Without pleasantries, she directly asked her fiancé about the ambush and threw him some polite words for making it out safely. It's obvious that she had already heard about the news of Verone's passing. While Deculein doesn't know what version of the story the Order heard, it's obvious that they are not happy that he is the only one who survived, unlike their colleague. Julie, on the other hand, looked and sounded devastated. She heard that Deculein and Verone worked together to save the civilians. So she just wanted to ask one more question. She simply wanted to know what Verone's last moments were like. Julie's grieving and expectant eyes met Deculein's. For a moment the professor did not know how to respond. Before today he was planning to tell her everything. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He was prepared to recount how Verone tried to kill him and that things ended up this way after a bloody fight. He wanted to be truthful to Julie at the very least. But now that he's standing in front of her, seeing the grief, Deculein can't seem to bring himself to say anything. He debated whether to tell her the truth or to let her live without knowledge of the all-too-cruel truth. Julie's conviction will never waver, but her heart is not as ironclad as she presents to the world. That's the nature of the Julie he knew. If she hears the truth, she will certainly blame herself for everything. She'll claim her subordinates' wrongdoings as her own and severely torment herself with guilt. With a heavy heart, Deculein would play the villain and withhold what truly happened on that train. He will undoubtedly receive the eye of others, but he's gotten used to that. They stood in silence for a while, long enough for the train attendant to call on the passengers heading to the Empire. It's time for Deculein and Alan to board the 4th train. So he gave his fiancée a brief answer that in Verone's last moments he was emotional. Technically, he just withheld a few more details, yet Julie still looked devastated. She politely thanked him for taking the time for this brief talk before they headed over north to escort their comrade's remains. Seeing her walk away, Deculein lamented. He felt laughable and pathetic for not being able to get a grip on the feelings that the previous decal had for Julie. After making sure that the Order of Freydin was out of earshot, Alan expressed how rude those men were. They were also victims of the ambush, yet they did not even bother hiding their resentment and distaste. The professor didn't mind. Those knights are simply foolish. Unbeknownst to them, Sylvia had seen the whole conversation from a distance. She ran over to the professor and asked him why he held back. Deculein asked what she was talking about, but she refused to elaborate. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and handed him a gift, some sort of old book. After handing the gift to the professor, she ran away without saying another word. Deculein was stumped, and so was Alan. This trip has gone far too long. It had been exhausting until the very end. He just wanted to get home and rest. Finally, the professor and his assistant boarded the last train and made their way back to the magic tower. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Berkt, Julie demanded the rundown of what happened to Verone. The local authorities recounted how during the first ambush, Professor Deculein took care of the situation and rescued civilians with Verone. With the second ambush, the train fell upside down, and that's when Verone fell. However, the VIP car miraculously hung by the cliff. To summarize, the two heroes tried their best to salvage an unsalvageable situation, and it cost Verone his life. Julie listened intently, and thanked the local officer after the rundown. Her men asked if they could take home some keepsakes, but nothing survived. Furthermore, it is an unwritten law that crimes unfolding on the way to Berkt around this season shall be left alone. Julie had lost her reliable right arm, and he left this world in vain. The grief and sadness she's feeling was suffocating. Before heading back to the magic tower, Deculein swung by the family house to be greeted by his sister's reprimand. She just found out that he wrote another family check in Berkt, and she is livid. Uriel had already told him multiple times before that the family was in dire financial straits, yet he was spending like he had an infinite money glitch. At this rate, they won't last for more than 2 months. Admittedly, the fee to create the wand was greater than he was expecting, but he had to get it no matter the cost. Commissioning a named craftsman is no joke. Still, he was surprised to hear that their finances could only hold out for another 2 months. This is a wake-up call to take some sort of action. So he asked his sister to calm down for a moment while he secured more funds. Deculein led Uriel to the warehouse where his recently acquired treasures were stored. This incensed Miss Yukline. She thought he was just flaunting his wealth. Honestly, he's more offended that she's been speaking like a brute instead of a lady this whole time. Uriel almost committed homicide right then and there. This guy is pushing the family to the brink of bankruptcy, and he has the balls to criticize her way of speaking. Meanwhile, Deculein is pondering the real reason why his wealthy magnate ability shone at the sight of these wares. At that time, he just thought they were art investments that could be used to store monetary value. However, he just recently came to a realization while he was getting ready to leave Berkt. He just found a way to exponentially expand his wealth, and that is by using his other broken ability, Midas Touch. His first target was the vase situated at the front of the pile. Uriel wasn't impressed by his actions. In her eyes, this dumbass brother of hers is just standing and holding his hand out like a while she was complaining and talking trash. Deculein had finished modifying the first product. The next step is calling for an appraiser and putting the items back up for auction once more. Anyone with half a brain would think of him as insane. Selling antiques just days after buying them when you're supposed to hold on to them for an extended period of time is a surefire way to lose money. At this point, the items won't even go for half the price he paid for. Ignoring her complaints, he ordered Roy the butler to call an appraiser and get ready for transport. Looking at the new description of the vase of the Eastern Master Craftsman, its potential has been awakened. It now has the special effect of holding flowers that will never wilt. Additionally, said flowers will slowly transform with each petal, possessing varied effects ranging from mid to high-class fatigue recovery. He bought this vase for 2.5 million elm, but it had now turned into an item that he would have a hard time letting go. The transport team arrived fast, not even giving Uriel the time to yap and oppose the decision. In her perspective, this is just a dumb band-aid solution that will bankrupt them sooner or later. Absolutely tired of arguing with his sister, Deculein dismissed her concerns and got ready for work. Back in the University Magic Tower, the new Magic Exploration Club had established its own club room. Inside were 5 students of humble backgrounds playing cards in their downtime. One of them was Ephraim, who pushed her hand with a killer gaze. It was a full house with kings. Her clubmates were taken aback. When it comes to cards, she is practically unbeatable. She'll do anything to be exempt from cleaning duties for a whole week. The atmosphere in the club room was cozy and fun. The students without noble backgrounds finally have a place for themselves. Sometimes Ephraim wonders if she's dreaming. She came from a disgraced, barren family. She could not even afford to go to the academy. Ever since she entered the tower, she received constant hate. The eye of a noble student was one thing, but even most professors did not take kindly to her either. There were a lot of incidents that pushed her to the limit, even risking expulsion. To think that everything would pass and she would be able to have mundane fun with friends is simply bliss. Out of nowhere, she joyfully expressed how much she loved this ordinary magic exploration club they built. Her friend warned her not to be too boisterous, as they never know what can happen if someone targets them again. Speaking of the devil, a professor barged into the club room and saw a bunch of peasants having fun and was incensed beyond belief. A student who looks like he's cosplaying as Deculein and failing snitched on the low-class commoners taking up space in the magic tower and doing pointless poor people activities. Ephraim immediately recognized Professor Relin and that bastard Beck. These two are notorious for making an issue out of everything concerning commoners. Professor Relin looked at the ordinary Magic Exploration Club signage and was utterly offended for no reason. Though this isn't exactly a welcomed visit, Ephraim and the gang had already expected something of this sort to happen. They need to handle this slob honorably. So she stood her ground and calmly explained that they were granted permission to create an official club. Professor Relin was beside himself. He knows no one who would co-sign such a stupid poor people club to be formed in the prestigious Magic Tower. Then he recognized Ephraim as the low-life from the Sylvia trial a few days back. Every time these so-called professors call her a low-life, Ephraim gets closer to retaliating. Sensing her glaring eyes, Professor Relin found an excuse to label her an arrogant brat, begging to be punished. Julia knows her friend well, so she tries to make Ephraim avert her vindictive gaze to no avail. Meanwhile, the snitching rat is laughing at the peasants being reprimanded. Relin demanded to know who the hell would sponsor such an outrageous club as the man in question made his way to the room. Ephraim was the first one to notice who had just arrived. Meanwhile, the clueless pig Relin was still yapping and getting his disgusting spit everywhere. Professor Deculein arrived just in time to tower over the elitist professor and claimed that he was the one who co-signed the new club. He exerted horrific amounts of pressure on the pig and asked if there was a problem with him allowing a new student organization. His presence relieved the other students, but Ephraim still felt wary of the man. Relin felt his blood run cold in the presence of the ass-striking head professor. Deculein continued to press the plump bastard about the issue, for he had heard the demeaning demands from across the hall. The slick professor escaped home after getting harassed by his sister, and trouble kept chasing him all the way to work. He is not in the mood to argue with short-sighted people today, so he just lets his aura do the talking. He watched as Relin squirmed and thought of a way out. The plump bastard's attitude made a 180 degrees turn, transforming into the kindest-looking educator and claiming that the club room was too empty. He claimed that the mages of the Imperial University's Magic Tower needed better equipment and furniture, which was why he had been enraged earlier. He just lost his temper because the precious students weren't getting the resources they deserved. So he volunteered to take responsibility for changing that and furnishing the club room himself. Deculein just let the fat bastard dig his way out of trouble and repent. Now he has to grit his class's teeth and help the Commoners Club. On the way out, Deculein sided the snitch student Beck and offhandedly commented that those akin to cockroaches will always act like one. After basically calling the kid a cockroach, he made his way to his office. Beck the brat did not take that harsh but true comment too kindly. Later that day, Professor Deculein conducted his first lesson since his return from Berkt. It had been a while since the students had had the privilege of listening to him. Among the crowd, Sylvia was lost in thought. Her classmates were whispering about the train incident that appeared in the Wizard Journal. The image of the whole train floating in the air was front and center. Everyone was wondering if Professor Deculein would regale them with the story of what happened. The old Deculein might have bragged, but the new Deculein is all business. With a telekinetically controlled chalk in the air, he began his lecture. The first topic for today is pure elements and magic interference. As the name suggests, magic interference is the act of another mage interfering with another's power. Before they dive deep into the basic theory, Deculein had devised a practical preliminary test. Alan entered the room carrying a box filled with some sort of mineral fragments. With a flick of his finger, the professor manipulated the fragments with telekinesis. He carefully sent each fragment floating in front of each student. Of course, the kids were equally baffled and amazed at such a high-level utilization of magic. Sylvia wasn't so easily entertained, and Ephraim was more curious than A. The professor explained that these floating in front of them were magic stones that cost 3,000 elm each. He won't cast any other spell other than telekinesis, and they must try interfering with that magic to take the stone. Those who succeed may keep the expensive material for themselves. At the mention of making money, Ephraim was hyped beyond comprehension. She's just like me for real. She would have screamed and shouted if her friend wasn't there to knock her down a peg. Deculein pretended that he didn't see such wild behavior, and he explained that blocking spells is just as critical as interfering with them. And so the practical preliminary started, and every student tried their own method of extracting the magic stone from the telekinetic grasp. Silence filled the room as everyone was completely focused on their own stone. Deculein was able to stop a train from free-falling last time, but it hasn't been long since he memorized beginner-level telekinesis. He intends to use this test as a form of practice to familiarize himself with finer controls. At the same time, he's curious if his telekinesis could hold up against 150 debutante mages. Not to mention, this place houses only the most talented prospects all over the empire. 2 in particular stand head and shoulders above everybody else. Ephraim was solely focused on getting that damned magic material. Her scholarship funds are almost drained, so this stone would supplement her wallet nicely. While she is laser-focused on the cash, Sylvia is focused on beating her. Deculain's claim that Ephraim taught herself to overcome her own weakness still lingers in Sylvia's mind. Fueled by the desire to prove that she's no slouch, she refuses to lose. One is motivated by money, and the other is motivated by the desire to prove herself. Who will win? While the two were competing for first place, the rest of the class was struggling a lot. Most of them are trembling and feeling the pain of the spell keeping their grubby mana out. Alan praised his boss for not even faltering despite competing against 150 student mages. A lot of time had passed and no one had succeeded in cracking his magic. Truthfully speaking, Deculein is starting to feel the strain of keeping telekinesis up. He didn't know that his debutantes would put forth all their effort to the point of bleeding out their noses. Finally, he felt one of his magic stones crack away from its telekinetic shell. The first one to succeed was the golden prodigy Sylvia von Josephine Allard. Upon accomplishing what everyone else was struggling with, she immediately turned her attention to Ephraim. Seeing that she was still in the process of trial and error, Sylvia smiled with confidence. Today, she is the winner in this one-sided rivalry. Suddenly, the professor's towering figure moved to her desk. Deculein personally congratulated her for claiming first place. He already predicted that Sylvia could do it sooner or later. The question is whether anyone else would be able to interfere with his control. Just as he was about to call off the practical on account of everyone's inadequacy, he was surprised to sense another one succeeding. The bright green light attracted his and Sylvia's attention. Through literal blood, sweat, and tears, Ephraim had succeeded in securing her free 3,000 elm. Sylvia felt pressured. There were only a few seconds of difference between their clear time. She can't be complacent. Meanwhile, the rest of the class looked like they were collectively their pants, but their magic stones were unassailable. Some threw up on their desks. Some bled profusely, and most of them passed out from exhaustion before Deculein announced the game over. He called his failures pathetic for not even making his stones budge. He urged them to take a break and clean up the stinking mess thoroughly. The students gathered themselves as best as they could and followed the professor's instructions. Julia asked Ephraim how she succeeded when everyone else, aside from Sylvia, lost their dignity and almost lost their lives for a simple practical. Admittedly, Ephraim almost failed too. She was just fortunate to have an epiphany in the middle of the process. She does not know much about telekinesis, but when she tries breaking through Deculein's magic, she feels like she has broken through something tangible. A few meters away, Sylvia's mind is going a mile a minute. She simply cannot accept that the one who ranked at the bottom of the previous exam caught up to her pace so quickly. She knows for sure that no special considerations were given to the girl. She suspected that the rumors about Deculein teaching the commoner girl in private after-work sessions were true. If that's the case, then Deculein must have lied to her back at Berkt. She simply cannot fathom what the half-wit commoner has that she doesn't. The prodigious young lady of Alad had the gall to call Ephraim arrogant without looking at herself in the mirror. After all the puke and blood were cleaned up, the debutantes returned to their seats in better shape. In that warm-up practical, everyone tried their best to perform magic interference, but missed out on the easiest way to stop his telekinesis. The two people who were successful might have an idea of what he's talking about. The method is hidden in the mana. Instead of the spell itself, one must interfere with the opposing mana. Unlike the commonly known methods that consist of blocking the demonstrated magic, mana interference is all about understanding the specific spell and disrupting the flow of mana. It sounds simple on paper, but there's a glaring reason why this method is not universally utilized. It has a big limitation. Mana interference only works if the user knows a lot of magic circle formulas by heart. You can only interfere with mana on magic that you know intimately. It is not a practical way in the heat of combat. In most workable situations, barriers are simpler and faster to use for defense. A solid block can be followed up by an effective counter. However, the professor intends to use this semester to properly hammer in the concept of mana interference into their bones. No pain, no gain. First, he gave them the crux of the technique itself. One must figure out a wide array of magic circle central circuits. These central circuits are formed based on the type of magic used, be it destructive or supportive. It also factors in what elements are being used. In other words, figuring out what central circuit the opponent is using at any given time would give them a free pass for interference. Once they familiarize themselves with this concept, the more complex magic interference should become easier. With that in mind, today's lecture will be focused on the central circuitry of commonly used magic circles. To demonstrate, Deculein displayed the magic circle of the spell called Stormblade, all a destructive type of magic with a circuit that combusts from the inside out. He moved on to demonstrating support magic and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, his students were locked in, latching on to his every word and voraciously taking down notes. After 2 hours of non-stop show and tell, Deculein turned to look at the clock and saw that it was time for dismissal. There's still a little more content they haven't covered. But time is up. The debutante simply wasted too much time on the practical earlier, plus the cleanup that ensued after. For now, they must rest and absorb what they have learned. Midterm examinations are coming up, and he will conduct an open practical before that. He warned everyone to study hard and commit to what they learned to heart, for it will be important down the line. He bid his students farewell and left. He's not one to linger when the time to clock out arrives. He's not doing overtime without getting paid. Oddly enough, his class hates it when Deculein ends his lectures on time. To them, it feels like being stopped halfway through a good poop session. As usual, Julia barely absorbed any of what the professor imparted, and Ephraim was lost in thought. Today, the wild commoner girl felt closer than ever to a huge epiphany. It's difficult to put into words, but she felt significant progress in her magic. She was having a nice day up until the snitch from earlier came to seek some more trouble. Beck, the ugly rat trying to cosplay as Deculein, did not even hide his disdain for the peasants. This time, the girls are not opposed to barking back at the Beck had been all up in their business lately. He even brought Professor Relin in just to cause trouble the other time. He's simply a jackass getting overshadowed by commoners. It infuriates him that low-ass people are doing so much better than him in class. Today, Ephraim is in a good mood, so she doesn't want to sully it by stooping down to the rat's level. That's what she was thinking before Beck brought up her family. He asked where she got the resources to bribe the professor to favor her when her house didn't have a penny to their name. This time, she's rearing to bust some ass and tear some smug noble's face off. Beck continued his provocations, bringing up the rumors about Ephraim's private lessons with Professor Deculein after hours. Naturally, she vehemently denied such scandalous allegations. Not far from the commotion, Sylvia was listening intently. If the rumors are not true, Beck demands a proper explanation for how a half-wit who didn't even come from the academy managed to outpace everyone. The smug bastard reckoned that the professor must have felt pity and gave the poor girl the mana stone as a gift. Since she has no home, a broke-ass orphan with dead parents can only scrape by through miserable means. At this rate, if Beck says one more word, Ephraim might lose control and commit murder right then and there. Refusing to back down with an air of arrogance, Beck dared her to make a move. Sylvia watched even closer as the conflict rose to its climax. Ephraim would have torn through Beck's conceited face with her bare fist if Julia wasn't there to keep her level-headed. She reminded her friend that another punishment would essentially spell an end to her career before it even started. At this important junction, Ephraim remembered the professor's advice that mages should maintain a cold and calculating disposition at all times. So she tried her best to rear in the rage and stayed her hand. She smiled and thanked her friend for keeping her grounded. She was worked up, but she's okay now. Ephraim just goes a little crazy when trying to converse with idiots, so she apologizes and pretends as though Beck doesn't exist at all. She led the way and invited Julia to get something to eat in the cafeteria. From a few seats away, Sylvia quietly observed and re-evaluated Ephraim in her mind. Sure, the wild commoner girl managed to hold her temper, but that doesn't mean she's no longer pissed off. She really wants to teach that Beck a lesson he will never forget. Just as she was thinking of ways to deal with the elitist bastard out loud, she came across the golden prodigy, seemingly waiting for her to pass by an alleyway. Sylvia opened her mouth without a hint of conceit and asked if they could talk in private. Ephraim had no idea what this invitation to talk could possibly mean. She asked if Sylvia was trying to throw her hands again. Today is not the day for that, so if that's the case she'll pass. Seeing how unreceptive she was, Sylvia just went ahead and asked her question of whether Ephraim was being tutored by Deculein outside of school hours. Of course, this allegation offended the commoner. She took it as another noble trying to pick a fight. The rumors don't even make sense. They have the worst student-professor relationship, so the secret tutorial allegations simply sound insulting. While Ephraim was fuming and rearing for a fight, Sylvia silently assessed her response. Upon seeing that the commoner was being genuine, she turned around to leave. Before going, she left Ephraim some relevant tidbits of information. As far as she knows, the professor hasn't stepped foot into a laboratory in 3 years. He hasn't returned once since Ephraim's father passed away. Blind as ever, the commoner took this info as confirmation that the scammer simply could not do anything right without her dad's help. He was a genius after all. Since Ephraim was so confident in her assessment, Sylvia asked if she knew that Deculein had been going to the lab every day for the past 3 months too. He cleaned the entire area, chose and hired an assistant, and even brought some new magical tools for research. That can only mean one thing, right? Ephraim was taken aback. Her mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. Maybe the thief is going to extort her late father's research findings again. However, the scumbag Deculein everyone knew should not be capable of continuing such high-level studies himself. Still, this left her feeling an uneasy pit in her stomach. In front of Sylvia, she simply dismissed the matter altogether, projecting that this did not affect her one bit. Ephraim claimed that whatever the professor is trying to do in his lab is his business, and debutantes shouldn't pry. Sylvia could see through her act and hid her smile. After rattling her with an unexpected revelation and seeing her reaction, Sylvia bade Ephraim a dismissive farewell. The commoner was left to ponder the possibility of her father's legacy being exploited beyond his grave. Several days later, the continuation of the previous lecture commenced. The debutantes slowly petered out of the building and into the training field. Afterward, they neatly lined up under the sun for unknown reasons. None of them had a clue about what the professor was cooking up to require a class to take place outdoors. While everyone was wondering what was about to happen, Beck deliberately bumped into one of Ephraim's commoner buddies, making sure to knock her hard. This time, Ephraim was the one who had to rein Julia in to be the bigger person and let the offense go. A moment later, a calm and commanding voice demanded silence so he could start the lecture properly. As Professor Deculein mentioned before, today will be the last practical before the official midterm exams. With a snap of his fingers, he properly introduced today's lecture style. The tapestry hiding the stands fell from their clippings to reveal a sold-out crowd of spectators. As a surprise, the debutantes will undergo a public practical in front of countless people. Ephraim and the commoners had never seen such a large crowd gathering before. Deculein elaborated that the students will all demonstrate magic combat in front of all these watchful gazes using whatever magic they can manifest in their arsenal. The debutantes will fight each other. They will be required to properly showcase at least 3 forms of pure elemental magic. The wins and losses don't really matter. They will be scored on the quality of the fight and how well they conduct themselves within the rules. Deculein will personally observe and write down each debutante's strengths and weaknesses. He can only hope that most of these kids can use those notes as a foundation to improve their craft. In addition, Professor Relin will carefully officiate to prevent any serious injuries. With such a capable mage watching, they are free to go all out without restrictions in place. Without further ado, Deculein kicked the public practical off with the first matchup. He called on to a random kid, Eurozin, and asked the flustered debutante who he wanted to go up against in the ring. The random kid picked another random nameless kid, and the two inched their way to the stage for everyone to ogle. Finally, the inconsequential first fight began as soon as the professor gave the green light. The fights came one after the other. The magic matches were high quality and progressed quite smoothly. These debutantes might pale in comparison to real geniuses, but these kids have their own respectable talents. On the sidelines, the professors pay close attention to the stage for officiating and scoring. At first, some of the students were moving quite awkwardly due to their unfamiliarity with real battles. However, their inexperience forced them to focus more on their magic usage. A few bouts in, a massive explosion nearly vaporized the arena with devastating heat. Sylvia was simply in another stratosphere compared to her peers. Beck and his goon buddies laughed on the sidelines. They've been obnoxiously reacting to every commoner on the losing side of the duels. Beck suggested that those who were lost should quit magic and clean his garden instead. Ephraim is keeping an eye on these cruel bastards. They've been deliberately speaking at high volumes without fear of retaliation at all. As one of her commoner friends stepped out of the arena with a limp after a decisive defeat, Ephraim offered some upbeat and comforting words. Finally, Professor Deculein called on a familiar name to step up to the plate. the rat, Beck. Upon being prompted to pick his opponent, the kid smugly smiled and scanned the debutante lineup. Without hesitation, he pointed at Ephraim and chose her to be his duel partner. Instead of feeling fear and uneasiness, she felt tranquil. Truth be told, this is the best case for her. Now that she's about to face off the kid who's been terrorizing her friend group nonstop, she cannot wait to tear him apart and get good grades from it. Before officially starting, Beck hurled some trash talk in her direction. He joked that there's no one here who can secretly tutor her now to get the dub. He's still clinging to that weak-ass rumor. Ephraim could not help but start to think that talking must be what passes as basic manners for spoiled nobles. Then she hit him where it hurts. Ephraim called Beck out for trying to copy Deculein style and failing miserably. Upon being called out in front of countless people, the kid squirmed with discomfort. Without giving him a chance to recover his composure, Ephraim activated her first spell, shining a green light across the entire arena. She intends to show Beck that his whack fashion matches his lame magic. With the thick air of animosity between the two, the next practical duel had commenced. Beck summoned a bright light magic circled in his palm and quipped that he'd help Ephraim meet her parents in the afterlife. She was a tad too slow to properly block parry or counter the fast attack. It sent her hurtling back to her corner. After knocking her down the floor, Beck continued his assault to keep her down there. With a cocky grin, he reveled at his own domineering show of strength in front of the crowd. He loved the cheering. This could have gone on forever, and he would have loved every second of it. But the reality has something gloomier planned for the brat. Despite all his efforts to take her down by force, it looked like the commoner girl was entirely unharmed. After coming to the magic tower, she's been pondering about this old saying she had heard before. A good beating perfectly suits a noble. True words have never been spoken. Using her own magic circle, Ephraim summoned some sort of gooey green slime life form stampeding towards Beck. The slime eventually took the form of a fist and sent the Deculein cosplayer up to the stratosphere with a single punch. When Beck landed back on the ground, he was crying and traumatized. Someone better check his underwear for some yellow. Maybe there's also some brown in there. Ephraim would not miss this chance to gloat and bask in victory while towering over the defeated rat. Even after the announcement of Ephraim's dub, the bitter Beck believed that she had just gotten a lucky hit. Deculein was actually quite annoyed as the last bout finished too quickly because some idiotic miscreant couldn't hold his ground. It would be a shame if they didn't give the spectators a proper show of appreciation for their attendance. Overhearing his complaints, Ephraim volunteered for one more chance to go up and fight. She needed to use 3 kinds of pure elemental magic to pass the practical, yet she had only used one thus far. Her opponent was so weak that she could not even show her true capabilities without going overboard. What she said made sense. She's clearly strong, but the criteria would fail her simply because of an inadequate opponent. So, the professor caved in and gave Ephraim a pass to challenge another person for a duel. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed at Deculein. With a confident smile plastered in her place, she loudly announced an unprecedented challenge for the professor. She already defeated the cosplayer. It's time to fight the real thing.
Upon hearing such a brazen and preposterous challenge, the pudgy professor who hates commoners berated and lambasted the girl. This dude called her a crazy bitch. Ephraim already expected everyone, especially those classist pigs, to kick up a fuss. She's not an idiot. Nevertheless, this is a golden opportunity to fight Deculein on a big stage, something she has longed to do for a long time now. If she can seize the chance, she's fine with being branded as a lunatic for a little while. Throughout all the uproar, Deculein was just amused. He then made Professor Relin shut his fat ass up and stop spouting curses at the student. Turning to the challenger, he gracefully accepted the request. He did say that she could select anyone as an opponent. There were no set restrictions, so this is well within the parameters. With that being said, a professor can't possibly fight a mere debutante on equal grounds. As a handicap, he promised not to attack first. To make this more interesting, it will be considered Ephraim's victory if she manages to make him move from his initial position. With both participants in agreement, they took their stances on the field. As young Ephraim was gathering mana in her hand, her heart raced in excitement. She has yearned so desperately for this chance. Perhaps a match against Deculein would provide her with some resolution for her past. As soon as the start signal was given, she unleashed multiple blade winds, fierce and destructive. As of now, she's painfully aware of the gap between her and a professor. She's not delusional enough to think that she could outrightly defeat the man in front of her. Furthermore, this match itself is as reckless as everyone thinks it is. Even so, this is a rare opportunity to gauge the gap between Deculein and herself. Today, she will be extracting as much data as possible to formulate a winning plan for the future. While her wind blades homed in on their target, Ephraim pushed her mana output even further by weaving in a fire spell. It swirled like a scorching tornado, while Deculein just stood with his arms calmly crossed. completely unfazed. Seeing her combination spell, he was pleasantly surprised. Still, he maintained his aura farming stance as a hellish blast of flames threatened to consume his body. Displeased with her already frightening output, Ephraim pushed her output even further by adding the element of earth. Fire consumed half of the stage. It was bolstered and fueled by the wind, and brought to an even more damaging form by the earth. The crowd held their breath at the sight of a perfect combo. No one can deny Ephraim's genius when it comes to weaving multiple elements in combat. Her simple fire spell was turned into a molten lava of pure annihilation. Any other debutante would have been utterly destroyed, but Professor Deculein is no amateur. Without lifting a finger, he protected himself and cracked the surrounding lava dome open. Seeing his expressionless gaze, she grits her teeth in frustration. Even though her grand display of skill was thwarted, she continued her barrage of attacks by using projectile wind strikes. While easily dispelling the sharp gusts of wind projectiles with magic interference, the professor pointed out a bad habit she has when casting magic. In fact, said habit grows in prominence the larger her magic's movements are. He was giving her a valuable tidbit of information, but she refused to listen and continued hurling spells. At least she tried to. This time, Deculein did not give her the chance to freely get a spell off. He canceled that shit before anything materialized. She felt that something was gravely wrong here. He must have hindered her magic circuit. From now on, she could no longer use magic in front of him. In a fight against mages, getting your magic stripped away is a death sentence. Even so, she refused to flame out pathetically. If her magic is taken away, she still has her fists. In the first place, she's more confident in using her body after all. She ran as fast as she could while loading up a haymaker, only to feel as though she was facing an impenetrable wall. Deculein lightly flicked her forehead and sent her flying like a loose kite. All it took was one light counterattack to get her out of the stage. This was an undeniable stop, but Deculein was incredibly impressed with her showing. She managed to come up with an effective combination of pure elements, namely wind and fire. In addition, she ingeniously added the earth element for a frightening dust explosion. Her magic sense is simply out of this world. But even if her sense is great, it is impossible to properly execute complex attacks if one lacks the necessary dexterity and mastery over the elements. Right now, she could bypass her shortcomings thanks to her talent vessel. As long as she's equipped with that bracelet, she can tap into and use all elements. It's an artifact that anyone in the world would want to boast about. The old Deculein would be unsettled if he were to look at the current Ephraim. If a virtuous named character like Ephraim develops properly, she would be a powerhouse. He calmly approached the girl and nonchalantly gave her the obvious result. With that being said, he also praised her for not doing too badly. Hearing that crumb of compliment gave Ephraim a warm and fuzzy feeling inside. The professor turned to the crowd and announced the end of the public practical. Now, the debutantes must focus on preparing for the upcoming midterms. After watching the last fight, a lot of people were praising Ephraim's efforts. They didn't know she was so cracked because her match with the cosplayer was so boring. Beck was forced to swallow all the insults to his lacking capabilities. Deculein had already left, and Ephraim was still basking in the glory of the compliment. She would have stayed where she was sitting if her friends had not gotten her. In a faraway coastal land, the adventurer Ganesha excitedly waits for a boat to dock at her port. As soon as the sails went down, she welcomed Leo and Carlos. Then came the one she was really looking forward to seeing, some girl named Ria. Yuria is a black-haired girl dressed in seafaring adventure gear with a beautiful smile. She's also the island girl whom Asura, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend, has possessed. That's right, MC's ex was also isekai'd. Ganesha immediately pounced on her cute new recruit, her handling bordering on child abuse. While the captain holds her dearly, Asura could not help but contemplate the bizarre string of events that led her to where she is right now. The last thing she remembered seeing back in her home world was a flash of blinding light. On the way to her car in the company parking lot, the flash swallowed her whole. It engulfed and erased her whole existence as the sound of the old world was completely muted. When she regained consciousness after what felt like forever, she was in a completely different world and an entirely different body. Opening her eyes, she saw Ganesha and her party debating whether they should bring the girl to Deculein. At this point, the cancellation fee for the mission is way too steep. Asura immediately identified the party as characters from the story that she and her team built through countless sleepless nights of effort. Seeing that she's awake, Ganesha confidently introduces herself to the girl. Asura knows Ganesha and the Red Garnet adventurers by heart. Observing the surroundings, she could feel the warm breeze and the smell of nature. Based on the interaction and the setting, she must have taken the form of Yuria. That is how Asura turned into one of the characters from the game she created. While Leo and Carlos were running around and playing along the fort, Yuria stuck close to Ganesha. Yuria knows that in the future, this woman will become the world's best adventurer. So, in order to survive, she reckoned that the best method must be for her to stay by Ganesha's side. She must survive and find a way to return home. Back in Deculein's luxurious mansion, he just received the extremely valuable package he's been waiting for. Opening the box, he was greeted by the sight of AAA-grade wand, a magic artifact crafted and tailored for Deculein von Grahan-Yukline. It can store 500 mana and enhance magic casting by a large degree. More importantly, it tickles his aesthetic sense just right. The wand was beautiful. It was crafted with the best of all wood materials after all, with automatic learning bolstering his utilization efficiency and aesthetic sense, adding flair. This thing is the perfect weapon. Furthermore, it was blessed by Yukline's bloodline, making it extraordinarily capable when it comes to exorcising and expelling demons. At first he was being scammed for 9 million Eelni, but now that the wand is in his hands, he realized that he got a great deal. The wand's true value far surpassed the cost. Interrupting his me time with the wand, Roy the butler informed him that dinner was ready. Today's spread was lavish and appetizing. It looks like the kitchen staff went all out. Deculein does not mind the extravagance, but he was a little confused. His sister kept on hounding him about their dire financial straits, yet they were having a bountiful feast without an occasion. She scoffed and swore that she merely wanted to properly refuel to overcome financial troubles. Roy the butler confessed that the antiques were resold, and they caused quite a buzz. All the items had hefty bids as soon as they were revealed. They were so appealing to the buyers that it caused problems for the auction house. Roy and the lady of the house cried tears of joy as they watched the bidding war unfold. Now they have more than the required funds to maintain the estate without worries for several years. She won't say it herself, but this luxurious feast is Lady Ariel's way of saying thanks. Deculein could not help but smile at his sister's antics. He praised her for doing such a great job with the spread of delicious food, and they quietly shared a delicious meal. The peaceful atmosphere did not last long. Soon enough, they were bickering again. Later, Deculein headed back to his office. On his table, mountains of paperwork were neatly piled up. With every page he turned, and with every line of text he read, his frown deepened. That uncouth bastard, the old Deculein, was such an incompetent ape. Right now, he's studying old exam questions, and putting in so much effort to make an engaging midterm for his students. He expected to get some ideas by looking at previous test questions that old Deculein submitted, only to find that every single question was impossibly difficult for mere debutantes to answer. It stinks of misplaced pride. It screams, "I'm the high and noble Deculein, an amazing mage. Fall into despair while looking at my exam questions, you little shits." It was a blatantly arrogant display of superiority. Anyone could see how wretched his personality was from looking at the questions alone. He did not give a shit about his students. He just wanted to flex how smart he was. The current Deculein vowed to never be like that asshole. He wants to submit good questions. He will craft an exam that has a challenging process and questions that imprint a sense of pride on those who solve them. It needs to have those things to spark understanding and inspiration for promising majors. As an educator, Deculein knows that his actions may become a critical factor in the growth of the new generation. After rummaging through useless papers that stink of ego all day, he's down to the last box. As soon as he read the contents of the last pile, something clicked. It was different. These questions completely diverged from the previous ones. He reckoned that a different person must have created this test. Sure, the difficulty is still high, but the questions ignite incredible interest even for him. While scanning the pages, he activated comprehension to peer through what the questions were truly hinting at. Much to his surprise, the exam demands the infusion of solutions onto the magic exam purpose paper itself. In a matter of minutes, he completely decoded the exam and was prompted to use multiple elements to cast the solution. Imbued in the paper, the dazzling multicolored light made of pure mana was scattered. Eventually it formed a figure of a person, a woman. Deculein looked up to an apparition made of pure power. This is an exam where you solve the questions and provide the right answer to produce a lifelike illustration. You can't ChatGPT this shit. The colors represent the pure elements, mixing and forming a beautiful depiction. The solution forms a harmony that crystallizes every concept learned. This is the most suitable format for the subject of understanding pure elemental magic. Seeing such a brilliant concept made by someone else, he felt an instinctive jealousy that stung his heart. He is sure that the old Deculein also understood how perfect this exam was. A beautiful display of understanding and inspiration that only someone who is truly talented could come up with. What got him a little crossed is the identity of the white-haired woman in this magical apparition. While Deculein was glazing an exam paper, Bercht Elder Desegdon just sent a letter to the university's headmaster detailing the rescheduling of the Blood Shroud race agenda for the next meeting. Who would have thought that the Blood Shroud issue would be so highly contested due to a certain someone's strong aversion to their suppression? Professor Deculein had certainly changed a great deal. Everyone in this room, namely the other professors of the Magic Tower, is aware of that. Adeline, the headmaster of the Imperial University's Magic Tower, is a mage widely renowned for her immense power. She is the most promising candidate for Archmage Ascension. Despite her power and position, she is an oddball with a surprisingly easygoing personality. A lot of the time, you would find her eavesdropping on other people's spicy conversations. The girl loves gossip. Her curiosity when it comes to worldly affairs stems from a hidden truth about her origins. You see, she's actually a half-fairy. Naturally, this attribute is also the foundation of her incredible magic power. She might grumble and complain when she has to address her employees, but she lives for days like today. Taking a seat, she opened the discussion for the monthly meeting with news of Deculein siding with the heretics while casually sipping her cup of tea. Every month, Deculein is always in the limelight for these conversations, but he is nowhere to be seen now. Old Deculein would have scoffed and flaunted his family name to deflect all unsavory accusations. One of the other professors brought up that in the last Sorcerer Council meeting, Lady Rowena made an appearance. Rowena was the woman who once competed with Deculein for the chief professor position. She was forced to voluntarily resign due to his underhanded schemes. Of course, Adeline was pleased with the news that someone as promising as that woman is back in the Empire. If the university offered her a guaranteed position, she might come back to their fold. When that happens, the magic tower will greatly benefit from her. Years have passed, and Lady Rowena has already established herself as a great mage in the kingdom. One of the professors tried to sneakily imply that they could use Deculein siding with the heretics to do some personnel changes at the chief position. Entertaining their conniving implications, Adeline promised to give it some thought. With that, the meeting concluded, and the headmaster reminded everyone to submit their midterm exam questions on time. When everyone had left, Adeline contemplated the changes in Deculein's actions. She had already reviewed the test that the man had submitted, and she was floored by how well crafted it was, almost as if he did not craft it himself. The mischievous headmaster decided to mess with him a little bit. If Rowena, an old arch-rival, shows up, there would be so much drama, and she would love to sit on the sidelines and watch with her popcorn ready. A few days later, the day of the midterm exam finally arrived. The test for understanding pure elemental magic is underway. Every debutante was provided with weird papers, and muted discussions about Deculein's bizarre test erupted. Assistant Professor Allen tried his best to calm everyone down. Everyone is simply confused since this was not a typical exam. The midterm will take place over the course of 10 days. It's a long-ass exam. The deadline is at midnight of the academic schedule's final Sunday. Each student will be taking the test individually in their own assigned room. They are permitted to leave only to attend other exams, eat, or sleep. However, they are not allowed to take the test papers outside. Furthermore, this is an open book exam. How difficult is a 10-day-long open book exam supposed to be? Deculein himself did not even make a personal appearance. He always asked his assistant to relay the weird stuff. Before concluding, Allen also added that if anyone scores full marks, Professor Deculein will write them a letter of recommendation under his title as Chief Professor. This is a game changer. A recommendation from the Chief Professor is a cheat code. Mage ranking ranges from rank 1, Eternal, to rank 11, Debutante. Advancing in each subsequent rank is a monumental task. It's not a straightforward system where you rise in rank by completing courses or as time passes. Each rank has a promotion exam. Those freaking promos are no joke. Imagine being a rank 4 mage, a monarch, and you have Deculein's recommendation letter in your back pocket. It's akin to holding onto a wild card. It's basically a free pass for promotion. Ephraim was not exactly moved by the prospect of gaining a recommendation from her sworn enemy. This completely kills her motivation to do well in the exam. But then she realized something. If she can actually score full marks and receive Deculein's recommendation, she could end up in a great position. Ephraim could stand over his groveling body while mocking him for helping her achieve her peak sooner with the recommendation letter. Wouldn't that be so satisfying? With that image as her fuel, she pumped herself up for the 10-day exam. She was snickering like a lunatic. Her friend was on the verge of sending her to a mental asylum. Just like that, 4 days have passed since the exam started. Ephraim is now accepting the fact that this shit was way too hard. The first question took her an hour, the second was 4 hours, and the third was 10 hours. Each time she moves on to a new question, the difficulty dramatically spikes. The pile of test papers on the table felt like an indomitable mountain. Still, she recognized just how brilliant each question was. Sure, the process of solving them was painful, but the moment everything clicks, it brings about a sense of realization she had never experienced before. It's hard to believe that Deculein, the fraud, made this test. Even though every line is agonizing to think about, Ephraim could not put it down because of the possibility of realization. These papers have been beating her ass for 4 days now, but she is still determined to get that recommendation letter. No matter the motivation, you can't just brute force your way to the correct answer. Stuck in a bottleneck, she decided to go out and get some fresh air to recover a bit of brain power. It looks like great minds think alike. Sylvia von Josephine Illade also left her exam room for some much-needed outdoor time. She just finished solving one of the questions after spending a whole 30 hours on it. Sylvia wasn't dumb enough to be wowed by the promise of a letter of recommendation. It was a meaningless bait disguised as some grand favor. Anyone capable of scoring full marks on this test wouldn't fail the promotion exam anyway. But still, she wants to perfect this midterm, not for the grades or the letter, but for herself. Sylvia found every question she was presented with beautiful. Each one is a key to unique enlightenment. If she can solve them all, she knows for a fact that her growth as a mage would skyrocket. While she was reaffirming her motivations, Ephraim arrived at the same park. The two geniuses were thinking about the same exact thing. How many questions have either of them solved? They even asked the question at the same time. It was embarrassing. After a moment of silence, Sylvia answered that she is currently trying to crack number 8. Ephraim was shaken to hear that the princess was already so far into the pile. Right now, she is still stuck at the infuriating 7th question. Unbeknownst to Ephraim, Sylvia lied about her progress. In reality, they are stuck on the same question at number 7. This lit a fire under her ass to get back and finish that damn test before Ephraim could. Trying to act nonchalantly, Sylvia got up and walked in the direction of her exam room. While the Magic Tower students were in the middle of their grueling exams, Deculein was pondering a massive shift approaching. He just read in the paper that Emperor Kribaim is currently in critical condition. Now the game really starts. Emperor Kribaim was known as a gentle and mild-mannered man. He was a benevolent and peaceful ruler. He always sought out balance between divine and imperial powers. Furthermore, he did not enforce hostile policies against the Blood Shrouds. The new ruler who will take his place after death will be a problem as soon as he dons the crown. In-game, that next monarch is also the world's most important figure, Sofian Yekateri August. He has a long-ass name, a long-ass hair, and will have a long-ass list of war crimes to his name. The world is about to go through a big change. Since the start of midterms, 10 days have quickly passed. On the last day of the exam, a large number of students dropped out of the hellish marathon. However, the distinction between the lower and higher ranks had never been clearer. Disregarding grades, all the students bragged about taking the exam as if it were a medal of honor. Imagine taking a test so good that it makes you want to be a good student. Most of them did not relish their freedom but reflected on what they learned instead. It was an unusual phenomenon that naturally grabbed everyone's attention. Even the other professors in the Magic Tower were eager to look at the rumored exam. At this point, the number of students attempting to solve the last question is down to 2. As expected, they were Ephraim and Sylvia. This damned 8th question is the final hurdle, and it is a gigantic one. Scattered all over Ephraim's exam room were piles of downed coffee cups. She looked emaciated and drained. Her obsession over the final question was the only thing keeping her awake. Waiting outside, Deculein and Alan were pleased to see a bright light shine from one of the rooms. One of the final 2 solved the last question. Deculein knew that it was going to be her. He gently opened the door and laid eyes upon the undisputed number 1 prospect of her generation. Deculein gave her a much-deserved congratulations for coming out on top. Of course it was Sylvia. As a result of her success, the distilled knowledge from all those hellish questions took the form of a picturesque light show, a painting of dazzling beauty. The bright colors were filled with condensed magic elements. Even in the darker hues, one can feel the warmth. Under the stars, the light shines hope within the darkness. Deculein was blessed to see a true masterpiece. Even though he was the one who theorized and derived these questions, he himself wasn't able to manifest this beauty due to his own limits. This is not the handicraft of Deculein. It was Kim Woojin's. He once dreamt of becoming an artist, but was slapped by his insufficient talent. He made peace with that fact, but he still wanted to make people emotional with his pieces. He continued to pursue art in a different medium. With Kim Woojin's desire and Deculein's aesthetic sense, the final question was born. Both of his halves were comforted by what Sylvia invoked through his guidance. She was surprised when the stone-cold professor wholeheartedly thanked her for solving the final riddle. Afterwards, he left the room. She did not even get the chance to show her gratitude. Looking at the dazzling representation of her power and knowledge, Sylvia was reminded of her path thus far. As far back as she could remember, everyone around Sylvia placed the burden of becoming the next archmage on her shoulders. Her family put her on a pedestal, obsessed with the power and prestige that comes with the title. During the past 10 days of complete immersion in the theory of magic, she found its beauty. On the other hand, Ephraim's tireless efforts did not bear fruit in time. Her time is up, and the last question remains unanswered. She was forced to accept her shortcomings. Even so, Alan praised her valiant efforts. After all, there were only 2 people who even attempted to touch the last question. He had to break the news that Sylvia solved everything. Instead of sulking, Ephraim surprisingly took the news well. Sylvia's just a monster. During the course of this exam, thoughts about the recommendation letter and sweet revenge have vanished. The only thing that remained was her boundless thirst for knowledge as a mage. She really wanted to conquer the last mountain. Well, the exam might be finished, but the question is still on the table. She asked Alan if she could stay for a bit and solve the final riddle. Ephraim did not feel the exhaustion from the 10-day marathon. If anything, she felt lighter without the time limit hanging over her head. Alan could see her resolve and allowed her to stay for a while, quietly cheering for the feisty girl. A few hours later, Ephraim finally got out of the room. The halls of the university were empty. Every other student is probably knocked out in their beds. Now that she is coming down from the rush of solely focusing on the exam, she is bummed out. To make matters worse, she's probably coming home to a dorm door marred with graffiti and a cold bed. Fortunately for the poor girl, she has dependable friends waiting for her. They have been camping out of the exam halls to unwind with their commoner representative. Tired and emotional, Ephraim could not help but shed a tear. They comforted her and provided support. Then, they took all that goodwill back by saddling her with tonight's tab to make everyone wait. It took Ephraim a few more days to finally solve the unsolvable. Finally, she made the meaningful breakthrough of seeing the beauty in magic. Now that all the exams have wrapped up, the next few days are going to be about relaxing. The university is planning a trip, so everyone's looking forward to that. While sharing a cup of coffee with Julie, Ephraim could not get her mind off the best magical experience she had ever experienced. Then, Julie shared some news about the hotshot professor. Because of that last exam question, things have been crazy for Deculein. She doesn't know the exact details, but the man was apparently summoned to the floating island. You see, as the name suggests, it's an island that floats 2,500 meters above ground level, eternally so. It holds the community of Majors, the capital of magic engineering. People say that it holds the entire world's knowledge in magic. The floating island is classified as an independent zone free from the influences of the systems of Earth. Mages who dedicate their life to the pursuit of knowledge inevitably gravitate there. Those mages caught wind of the Magic Tower's midterm exam, and those magical geezers universally praised the fresh take on experiencing magic. Professor Deculein suddenly became a hot topic on the sacred ground of magic. Eventually, he was invited to give a special lecture on the solution to his exam. Admittedly, he did not expect that a mere exam paper he cooked up would garner such high interest. He accepted the invitation to give a lecture simply because of an event quest that could net him a whopping 30 additional mana. The exorbitant fee these rich mages offered also played a part. By his estimation, he's getting paid an equivalent of about $1 billion. Steering his future career into this lucrative area could be the move. The lecture hall was packed with high-profile mages, but he was not fazed. He gave them a polite greeting, his voice loud and crisp. He formally introduced himself as a rank 4 monarch mage, senior lecturer at the Imperial Magic Tower University, in charge of pure elements. Deculein concisely laid out the topic and the 2-hour duration of this special lecture. Before they formally looked at the questions, he gave a brief rehash of what pure elements are in the first place. Among the crowd, Headmaster Adeline was in attendance with someone she seemed familiar with. This woman is Rowena von Grahan-Yukline, and she is 100% certain that her rival plagiarized that brilliant question. Although he has some haters in the audience, the lecture went smoothly. Before delving deep into the questions, he utilized the content he used in his previous lectures to aid in understanding. The attendees focused their attention on the systematic and eye-opening explanations for each item. Eventually, he reached the 6th question. It was then that a high-pitched voice annoyingly butted in with a question of her own. Of course, it was his boss, Headmaster Adeline. As discussed, pure elements can be differentiated by their types. Flexing her innately deep understanding of the subject, Adeline shot a luminous magic circle for everyone to see. Then, she asked Deculein what she would need to combine the magic with question 06 to make the circuit as destructive as possible. Deculein scoffed. It is obvious why she is here and why she is trying to grill him. She's not acting out of bad faith. This mischievous fairy just likes to fool around a lot. And given old Deculein's history, a little suspicion about his integrity is to be expected. Since that's the case, he decided to play along and entertain his boss for a bit. He duplicated the complex magic circle she displayed and expertly manipulated its circuit. She was pleasantly surprised to hear and see the demonstration of such high-level theory. After that first question, she continued pelting him with countless questions about every little thing, clearly enjoying herself. Deculein stood his ground and answered all of them while showing a deep comprehension of his expertise. Fortunately, several majors grew displeased with Adeline's restless interruptions, forcing her to stop interfering with the lecture they paid for. Her antics cost them a lot of time. Deculein only has 10 minutes left to his lecture. To make up for lost time, they won't be able to discuss the last exam question in great detail. Refusing to let him go with a win, the fated rival raised her hand and hurled one last question. Rowena inquired about the validity of the answer to question number 8. Based on her expression, it looks like she is ready to engage in a war of minds. Accepting the blatant challenge, Deculein implored her to elaborate and to state her case. Without mincing her words, she accused him of not writing the last question himself. Of course, this accusation caused a lot of murmurs. Plagiarism is heavily frowned upon, especially in this sacred place of magic. Deculein expertly sidestepped the allegation by answering that being inspired by concepts honed by those who came before is a common occurrence. Then, he summoned his interpretation of the final answer, illuminating the lecture hall with the culmination of magic and art. He laid claim to what is rightfully his in the most convincing way possible. Every single person in the hall was mesmerized by the beauty of his concept. Of course, this display was a little different from what question number 8 stated. He had to create a spectacle on the spot, and it seems to be working. With that, Deculein asked if fellow Professor Rowena had any other queries. Utterly humiliated in front of everyone, All she could do was grit her teeth in defeat. That final demonstration signaled the end of the lecture. The event quest was successfully completed. That is another 30 points of mana in the bag. While walking out of the lecture hall, he tried to recall the bitter rivalry between Deculein and Rowena. Nothing too bad really happened today, but a problem will undoubtedly arise soon. Sure, Deculein is supposed to be a villain, but being surrounded by haters everywhere he goes is quite taxing. He took a random turn in one of the halls and came across someone who looked oddly familiar. When their eyes met, the dark-haired woman grimaced at the sight of his face. He had no clue why this familiar girl would look at him with utter disgust. After staring at her cringing expression for a little while, he finally remembered who this woman was. She was Deculein's peer at the university. So he politely extended his hand and greeted Charlotte. She seemed utterly offended to hear her name come out of his mouth. They weren't close back in the university, and she has no intention of starting now. Ignoring her displeasure, Deculein asked about Princess Maho's well-being. In truth, he doesn't care about old Deculein's closeness with this woman. What's important is Princess Maho, the girl whom Charlotte guards. Emperor Krebayim is on his deathbed. His demise is only a matter of time. At that moment, the game will undergo a huge turning point. Many named characters will face life-and-death scenarios as multiple events occur, Princess Maho included. She must be saved at all costs. Kim Woojin personally modeled her character. She will become an important figure who will be a good influence on the main quest in the latter half of the story. The princess is a special case due to her complicated bloodline. She is second in line for the Yuran Republic's throne and third in line for the Laok Kingdom's succession. It's a unique position. She is a princess eternally followed by bloodshed. At this point in time, she's staying in the Empire using her studies as an excuse. But the moment the Emperor croaks, she will be a massive target. Charlotte does not appreciate hearing the princess's name from Deculein's mouth either. Without entertaining her hostility, he handed her a crystal ball. Out of the blue, he promised to be a valuable lifeline to save the princess who had chosen to walk the path of death. Charlotte was taken aback, but felt compelled to accept Deculeин's ball. It was a standard communication crystal ball attached with a promise to lend a hand when the time came. At first she denounced the arrogant-sounding vow from the mess known as Deculein, but what he said next made a ton of sense. There is no time to pick and choose whom to get help from. The decision is up to her. Whether she decides to communicate and ask for assistance or not is completely up to her. While she was stressing over the ominous interaction, someone entered the room. It was none other than the kind-hearted Princess Maho. Charlotte tried to act composed, but the princess is completely aware of their impending predicament. She knows that the followers of her brothers will be arriving soon, and they won't be friendly. Those fanatics will try to either use her authority or outrightly eliminate her. Even though she doesn't give a damn about the succession to the throne, there's no need to pretend that things are fine. The princess is terrified. She fled from the chaos of succession, entered the Empire to study, and grew fond of the place. Even still, they might have to drop everything and escape at a moment's notice. The next emperor, whoever might succeed the ailing ruler, would be a fool to leave her alone. She reckoned that it might be better to flee quickly. For that reason, the princess had already withdrawn and gathered the cash she had saved up until now. She knows that they will need to hire escort mercenaries for the trip back. Charlotte tried to insist on finding the funds herself, but the princess refused. She urged her bodyguard to stop carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders all the time. Besides, she wholeheartedly believes that her money rightfully belongs to everyone. Seeing how earnest and selfless the princess is, Charlotte could not possibly refuse. She accepted the cache of money and immediately worked on hiring top-end mercenaries for a safe escape. Judging by the shady people eavesdropping from the shadows, they might be too late. Thankfully, Charlotte was competent enough to notice the hooded spy using the darkness of the night as cover. Once noticed, the spy skedaddled out of the way. This only proves that they have to move and move fast. Perhaps she should swallow her poor impression of the man and consult Deculein for help. Back in the Yukline mansion, Deculein quietly goes through some reading material in his office. Yahello came by to pester him, but he didn't fall for his sister's rage bait. Then, she slyly broached the subject of the lecture he gave at the floating island to ask how much he was paid for such a fancy lecture. Sniffing out her intentions right away, he outrightly denied giving a single coin from his hard labor to Yahello. With her plans to get some cash thwarted, Yahello brought up the topic of an official document that came earlier in the day. The debutantes of the Magic Tower University inquired if they could go to Yukline family's homeland, Hydekane, for the semester break trip. Deculein gave a resounding no as an answer. He is well aware of what happens on those trips. He won't let Hydekane become a vomiting spot for kids. Cleaning up after those youngsters would be impossible. It's more trouble than it's worth. Still, Yahello insisted on getting her brother to at least take a look at the document and the fee the university is willing to shell out. In addition, this is an opportunity to show their family's magic tower to young majors. He dropped the book he was reading and beckoned his sister to get the hell out. Deculein even gave her the serious death stare, for this is a serious and final decision. Yahello was stunned and stammered over her words as she relented. She pouted and walked away from the office. The university trip wasn't the only reason he needed the room alone. The crystal ball connected to the one he gave Charlotte is receiving an urgent call. It was sooner than he expected, but he promptly picked up. Charlotte doesn't want to admit her powerlessness, but she must put the princess's safety above all else. If she has to beg for Deculein's help, then so be it. He telekinetically grabbed a map and gave her colleague a concise rundown of how this escape plan would pan out. At their current position, Princess Manhwa only has one viable way out. It will be a very treacherous journey, but that also means it will be the safest. They must traverse the deadly crevice canyon. Charlotte refused to accept his solution. That place is infested with demonic energy. He countered by asserting that using one of the countless ordinary routes is practically a death sentence. Deculein implored Charlotte to trust his methods just this once. Crossing the crevice canyon is the only viable option. The canyon is filled with rugged terrain and dense demonic energy since it's situated near a demon lair. People often say that demons haunt this dangerous path. It's also considered an independent area. If they can pass through this hellscape, they could reach the Uran Republic in no time. Charlotte has done her homework. Of course, she knows the advantages of its geographical location. Deculein committed to personally guiding the princess to alleviate her worries a little. Before agreeing to the batshit insane plan, Charlotte asked about his true motives for doing all this when there was not much to gain. He simply explained that he's quite interested in politics. He's also more intelligent and perceptive than the woman on the other side of the crystal ball. He just wants the princess to live so that the Yukline family and their territory could benefit from a full-blooded royalty. He's not helping due to the kindness in his heart. This is purely a business deal. 3 days from now, they will rendezvous at the entrance of the crevice. If Charlotte can't even get the princess there safely, then that means they don't have the right to live in the first place. Stealing her resolve, she accepted his plan. She could only hope that he had the skills to back up his big talk. Immediately, a new exclusive quest popped up. Escorting the princess successfully could grant him 4 store currency and additional completion rewards. 3 days have quickly passed since that ball call. Today, the university debutantes have arrived at their trip destination, the breathtaking Hydecane. As the state capital of Yukline household, Hydecane is widely regarded as a tourist destination known for its plentiful food and activities. This lavish place was built to reflect the cities known to be great places to settle down in the real world. It has been proposed as the field trip's destination several times in multiple years, but Deculein refused the university's offer time and time again. This time he even came with the debutantes. Of course, Yahello was there to bug him about his sudden change of heart. Well, he only came here because Hydecane is close to the crevice canyon. It's a 3 to 4 hour trip on horseback. He can easily leave when the chance arises. The students booked out 1 floor of the Hydecane Romance Hotel. It doesn't exactly sound like an appropriate place for teenagers to stay. Each room will house 4 students, though they can pay out of pocket for individual rooms. Yahello knows how to maximize profits. As a Magic Tower professor and the Lord of Hydecane, Deculein gave the bare minimum tour. He also promised not to involve himself in whatever the kids do. However, the moment someone fucks with his hotel or territory, he will make their lives at the Magic Tower a living hell. After giving them the threatening tour, he invested some time in laying the foundation to turn Hydecane into an outpost of sorts. He asked Uriel to gather the staff of the Hydecane Magic Tower, and she quickly assembled everyone. Using his skills, sharp eyesight and wealthy magnate, Deculein evaluated the mages employed by his family. He picked out a few promising mages with golden glows around them and raised their wage. Those with a negative aura were unceremoniously fired. After spending all the time that the day had to offer, the skies turned dark. Students flocked around a massive bonfire while the professors sat out front. Sylvia launched a magic firework display into the night sky, revealing a colorful deluge of beautiful colors. Most professors were blatantly biased in favor of this year's noble golden prospect, so they gave her a flawless 10 points. In Ephraim's firework team, Julie is complaining about doing an assignment when this trip was supposed to be for unwinding. Finally, their group was called up to show their crafted product. As the representative, Ephraim gave a brief rundown of how they created a firework with ductile and destruction magic. Before she could explain all the work they did, Professor Relin rudely cut her off. He wanted them to forego the boring explanation and just light the damn thing up. They cannot oppose a professor's whim, no matter how rude it is, so they just fired that bad boy up. As expected, it produced a beautiful array of lively explosions. Their peers praised the fireworks. It was truly pretty. The professors, on the other hand, blatantly criticized them for unwarranted reasons. Relin gave them 6 points for making the fireworks too loud. The old bat beside him awarded the firework with a measly 4 points. Julie wanted to appeal the unfair scores, but Ephraim stopped her from making it worse. They are commoners. These old fucks are just trying to find chances to bring them down. Once everybody else had given their unreasonable scores, Professor Deculein spoke up and gave Ephraim's team a perfect 10. He judged the product based on the exquisite balance between destructive and ductile magic. This was a surprise for both the students and professors. The lively atmosphere slowly died down, and the night deepened. While everybody else was fast asleep, Deculein snuck out of the property with his horse. As he fixes his saddle, he wonders if Charlotte and the princess are okay. From behind, Ephraim snuck up behind him for a sudden confrontation. She demanded to know if he was just trying to be nice to her because of some sort of guilty debt. Deculein simply asked her to go back to the hotel. The girl is simply trying to figure out what his deal is. During the disciplinary hearing, in the clubroom, and even today, Deculein acted like a normal human. She wanted to know if he was doing all this because of her father. Deculein climbed up to his high horse and urged her to figure out the answer herself. She's an independent and capable child after all. Ephraim was not happy with that answer, but the shady professor had already taken off, his horse running into the night at full speed. Watching his back getting farther, she swore to apply to be his subordinate and do whatever it takes to expose the rotten man known as Deculein, to uncover the truth behind her father's untimely death. She vowed to surpass the enigmatic man, to become someone far greater. Her pledge fell on deaf ears as Deculein is now nowhere to be seen. On the way to his destination, he wondered what would happen if Ephraim really became his subordinate. It might spell disaster due to the villain's fate. He worked on the game, but he doesn't even know what exactly happened between old Deculein and Ephraim's father. He can only hope that it's not something unforgivable. After a few hours of non-stop horseback riding, he finally ditched the horse because the demonic energy in the area had become too thick. Thankfully, the steed is well trained. It will go back to the stables and come back at noon. Scanning the perimeter, he tried to look for Charlotte's party. It didn't take long before Charlotte called out his name. Looking at the group's tattered state, it's obvious that they went through hell just to reach the crevice canyon. Seeing the little princess, Deculein politely gave a graceful bow. He introduced himself using his long-ass name and his title at the Magic Tower University. Tonight, he will serve as the group's guide through the only reliable escape route on the land. Princess Manhwa seemed wary of him, but she respectfully extended her gratitude. Charlotte approached his former colleague and handed him a letter from the adventure team. Upon skimming the intel they currently have, he could not help but scowl in disgust with the overreach the other royals are capable of. Still, they just need to pass the crevasse to reach safety. Throughout this journey they must make sure to keep up with Deculein's pace. Without further ado, he led the princess and her subordinates to the den of demons. Traveling at night, their only source of light was the moon. His wood steel guards are primed and loaded for any obstacles on the way. After seeing how the professor reacted after reading the adventure team's letter, Princess Manhwa curiously asked her bodyguard about its contents. Since they're in the thick of it now, there's no point in hiding the level of danger they are in from the princess. That letter says that there are 37 assassins and a Dianantes hot on their heels right now. Dianantes are phantom demons. They cannot be killed through physical and magical attacks. They are a far bigger issue than your run-of-the-mill assassin. What's more sickening is that these Dianantes are products of a contract. That means the one chasing them was conjured using demon summoning magic. Such vile methods often require human sacrifices and demonic materials. The dark mages of Ashes are going all out to catch them. They are the very people who want to take over the kingdom by installing their own king. However, there is only one person they can bet their hopes on right now. Despite the threat of a phantom demon, they have the Lord of the Yukline family on their side. For generations, Deculein's ancestors were widely regarded as ruthless exorcists. His bloodline was finely tuned with the power to exterminate demons. In areas with high concentrations of demonic energy in the atmosphere, the quality of his purified magic will increase proportionally. There is no better place to receive that juicy buff than the Crevice Canyon, the demon's lair. The demonic energy is so thick that everyone can feel it in their skin. Most people even find it painful to breathe, making masks mandatory. While normal people struggle, a Yukline will flourish. Right now, his mana quality is temporarily bumped up to rank 4. This parameter is very important, as a difference in one grade can distinguish the rank of a mage. Mana quality is divided into 10 ranks. Commoners usually have a mana quality of rank 9 to 10. If you happen to have a mana quality of rank 7 or above, then you can try to become a mage or a knight. From rank 5 upwards, the number of people in that category exponentially drops. The most famous named characters usually hover around rank 3 to 4 in mana quality. Rank 1 is used to symbolize God, pure and omnipotent. Below divinity is rank 2. Currently, there are only 4 people who possess such a gift: Berkt's Dazekdon, the Empire's Guardian, Gufride, Archmage Demerkin, and the Headmaster Adeline. He might not be on that level, but Deculein is confident that he can kill the Dianantes with his temporary rank 4. Starting to get antsy, Charlotte asked him to speed up a little. He simply urged her not to rush and keep a level head. The speed they are going at right now is the most optimal one. If they hurry, they might succumb to demonic energy poisoning. Knowing that Charlotte is just anxious to get her to safety, Princess Manhwa assured her bodyguard that they would be all right. Time and time again, Charlotte is in awe of the young lady's warm heart. Being as powerless as she is, there's no doubt that the princess is more nervous and restless than anyone in this group. yet she's still mindful of her subordinates. Throughout their journey to escape the enemy's clutches, Charlotte's resolve to protect such a pure soul deepens. She would willingly put her life on the line for the princess. Finally, the first obstacle appeared up ahead. It was a colony of rabbit bats. This encounter was inevitable. Charlotte is ready to mow down anything that dares to harm her princess. Before she could draw her weapon, Deculein stepped up and volunteered to take care of the incoming flying stampede. His wood steel guards hardened and pointed forward. With masterful control, he manipulated his sharp guards to grind down the incoming colony. The moonlight reflected off the surface of his weapon as it clashed against the bats. Each wood steel guard killed bats by the dozen every second. Not even a minute passed, and the first crisis was already averted. There is no time to lose. They must continue pushing on. Princess Manhwa and her subordinates were dumbfounded by the professor's skillful display. As they get deeper and deeper into the demon's lair, more and more enemies and variants show themselves. Of course, they all died as fast as they sprang out. Seeing as the aggressors are mostly small monsters, they might luck out and never encounter the monsters truly worth worrying over. But that was wishful thinking. Deculein's gaze sharpened. He shouted at whoever was lurking in the shadows not to dare come any closer. The paycheck cannot be worth losing one's limbs in the most painful way possible. Deculein finally stopped his brisk walk and looked up to see who they would be up against. A hooded man maniacally laughed. Sure, Deculein's instincts are impeccable, but knowing where the enemies are is basically useless if you have to face 36 trained killers. The whole gang was posted up on a cliff to Aura Farm instead of doing their jobs. Immediately, Deculein implored Charlotte to take the princess and head to the Yuren Republic ahead. He asked her to stop pretending to care. It's cute, but entirely unnecessary. Pulling his wand out, he pointed at the gang waiting for them to pass through the cliffs and directed everyone's attention to where he was pointing. Like the absolute badass that he is, Deculein silently cast a destruction spell that flattened 37 bums who could not even hide their presence. Bro needed an audience for his kill. It was basically over before they could get started. Screams of agony resounded as they fell one by one, swimming in their own blood. Deculein with a wand is just built different. Now, it's Charlotte's turn to fulfill her duty and take the princess away from this place as fast as possible. She finally steeled her resolve and beckoned Princess Manhwa to run. Before they could take off, she noticed something odd on the other side of the cliff. Charlotte looked up and saw a wisp of black smoke rising up to the sky. It was an ominous aura, a completely nefarious existence. Shadows took the shape of a man with burning purple eyes staring directly at his target. The alleged Dianante has finally shown itself. Deculein maintained his composure and reiterated the retreat order to Charlotte. They must reach the Republic no matter what. He came here to do a difficult task, and he's going to see it through. He's going to kill a phantom demon. Oh yeah, the other dude that survived with Charlotte is also staying to help. Once more, Deculein assured her that there is no need to feel bad or hesitate. They could just pay him and his family when the princess finally gains some power. To ensure their safety, he also split off a portion of his wood steel guards to escort the princess. Charlotte gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing that Deculein was 100% correct. She grabbed Princess Manhwa by the hand and dragged her out of the battlefield in a rush. There were a few assassins who elected to hide somewhere else and survived the initial massacre. Fortunately, these dumbasses made themselves known by running out of their cover. The Dianante wanted to tag along with his boys and kill the ladies, but he's got bigger fish to fry at the moment. Shadowman scoffed at Deculein's arrogance for thinking that a few wooden steel weapons that contain no mana could kill a Dianante. In this canyon, magic is rendered useless by the latent demonic energy. Seeing the phantom demon stand there with no sense of urgency, Deculein was a little insulted by the overconfidence. Still, like the demon said, normal physical attacks and magic cannot touch a Dianante. Additionally, this location is a nightmare for mages who rely on mana. That being said, his opponent is not the only one who gets a buff from the thick demonic energy in the air. Deculein's mana quality is amplified, and so is his mana recovery rate. While moving, he had already infused Midas Touch into his wood steel guards. For a solid second, both parties just stood there to size each other up. Meanwhile, some of Deculein's covert wood steels have already gathered to surround the demon. As soon as they were in the proper position, he raised his wand and started the assault. One of the wood steels outrightly beheaded the phantom. If this were any other fight, this would have been the anticlimactic end. But he is well aware that Dianantes are way trickier than that. After chopping its head off, Deculein followed up with a downward slash that chopped the demon's body in half lengthwise. The only thing loosely connecting the severed body parts was the omnipresent wisp of black smoke. Charlotte's random co-worker is getting a little agitated to make a move, seeing as the phantom demon is now in pieces, but Deculein stopped his bitch ass from moving. The Dianante will not die until they properly go for the kill. If 2 wood steels did enough damage to maim a demon, imagine what a dozen could do. With grace, Deculein orchestrated the impending slaughter. Before the wisps of smoke could reattach the butchered body, the lethal weapons homed in. They bounced off in an unpredictable pattern, while relentlessly chopping up the Dianante from every available angle. Mr. Side character was in awe of the overpowered MC. He's turning into a fan. This phantom demon was so hyped up as something terrible, yet it did not even get a chance to fight back. He was dog-walked like a trash mob, not even a mini-boss. Meanwhile, Charlotte is getting bloody as she slowly and methodically assassinates the assassins on their tail. By the time they reached the other side of the treacherous crevice canyon, the sun was already rising. As soon as they were out of that oppressive place with lethal air, Princess Maho felt the nausea and exhaustion catching up to her. Even while experiencing a preliminary symptom of demonic energy poisoning, she can still smile to reassure her subordinate. Thankfully, her uncle was waiting for their arrival at the other end of this perilous path. Guyland, Yuan Republic's Minister of Internal Affairs, doting uncle, was aghast at the sight of his sickly niece. He profusely apologized for not doing enough to save her. All he could do was wait for their arrival at the other side of the crevice. His knights should be fired, Loki. After making sure that Maho was okay, Guyland thanked Charlotte for her service and for keeping the princess safe throughout this trying time. Charlotte insisted that she was not the only one who ensured Princess Maho's safety. There are others still stuck inside the crevice. If possible, she implored the minister to wait for the others a little bit longer. Well, they started their waiting game in the morning, and it lasted until the sun was about to set once more. For the whole day, Charlotte and the princess just stood at the end of the path, hoping and praying for the dude and Deculeine's safe passage. Every hour that passed made them worry about the professor's safety more and more. Charlotte is starting to lose hope. She would forever appreciate what that man did to deliver Maho to safety. Minister Guyland is also ready to call it a day and get the princess back to the Republic. As they were about to head into the city gates, Charlotte turned around and saw the figure they had been waiting for. Deculein quietly walked alongside the dude who looked like he had just gone to war. His suit and hair were as neat and tidy as they had been when he entered the crevice. That's his real superpower. Charlotte and Princess Maho ran to the side of their comrade in arms, finally reunited. Without acknowledging their joy upon seeing him safe and sound, Deculein excused himself and turned back in the direction he came from without taking a break. Charlotte could not make sense of what to feel about this man. When they met at the floating island, she thought he was simply messing with her and picking a fight. Who would have thought that the villain would put his life on the line to help her and the princess when it mattered the most? He willingly faced off against terrifying forces just to let them escape. Charlotte could not possibly let him leave without extending her gratitude. Her armor might be bloodstained, but her smile was pure as she extended her hand and said thanks. Deculein did not take her hand. It looks like she hasn't washed herself after the grueling journey. He has no desire to touch all that gunk. All the goodwill she was feeling dissipated, replaced by annoyance. Like the Giga Chad that he is, this mad lad walked back to the demon-infested crevice canyon like he was just taking a casual stroll. He would have kept going if Charlotte had not kept on bugging him. She just wanted to wish him well and swear that she will repay this heavy debt someday. Princess Maho also saw him off with a wave and smile. Deculein replied by aura farming and looks maxing before waving away and vanishing back to the hellish path. With the princess saved, his exclusive quest was a success. He was rewarded with 30 mana and 4 store currency. By nighttime, the princess and her dutiful bodyguard have settled comfortably in the minister's house. Before the day ended, Minister Guyland invited Charlotte to his office to talk. He asked her to take a seat, his tone deathly serious. Charlotte's mind was reeling as to what the hell this man could want from her. She's partly worried that the Yuan Republic might suddenly back out on taking the princess in. Maybe it could be worse. Maybe Guyland has his own secret agenda. Charlotte quickly shot that idea down. If he wanted to bring harm to them, they would have been dead before they could even reach the gate. The minister prefaced his speech by asking Charlotte not to be shocked and to listen until the very end. Without mincing his words, he relayed that the Grand Duke wants Maho to support the Grand Duchy. Charlotte was expecting all sorts of bad things, so this was not in her list of possibilities. After an awkwardly lengthy stretch of silence, she asked him to elaborate. If she is picking up what he's putting down, Guyland is basically offering Princess Maho the seat of the Grand Duchess. In truth, the Grand Duke wanted to bring this up even before Maho's SOS letter arrived. He is desperately seeking a different path of succession since he cannot trust his grandson. It goes without saying that this information is highly confidential. Only the minister and the Grand Duke know about this. Well, that includes Charlotte now. It is hard to believe this twist of fate. Not too long ago, Charlotte was worried sick that the precious princess would get swept up and die during the fight for succession. She was just a kind girl who didn't possess any sort of power or penchant for violence. Now she's practically the frontrunner to become the Grand Duke's heir, in line to inherit an entire duchy. No matter how you spin it, it's simply incredulous. Then Charlotte realized something. She firmly asked if there really is no other person who knows about this privileged news. Minister Guyland dismissed such a ridiculous question. He's not in the habit of leaking such things. Moreover, he just heard about this from the Grand Duke recently. Charlotte got the expected answer, but a dangling question remained in her mind. Why did Deculein offer his help by treating it like a business deal for the near future? Looking back at his words, he sounded so certain that the princess would gain power soon, and he was simply capitalizing on that future. Throughout this whole ordeal, He was moving like he knew about the Grand Duke's decision. Is he really intelligent and perceptive enough to figure all this out? Did he make precise calculations and predict such a ridiculous outcome? If he is, and he did, then that man is nothing short of a monster. Even when he's not at the scene, this dude is aura farming. Charlotte was equally terrified, impressed and moved. She ended the night wondering if he managed to get back home safely. Well, he did. Deculein easily traversed the crevice a second time and retreated to his Hotake mansion. After the grueling back-and-forth mission, he slept like a baby. By sleeping like a baby, I mean he slept for just 2 hours. Hell, looking out the window, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Deculein's Iron Man trait melts away all exhaustion with just a brief rest. After exorcising demons straight from hell, he only needed 2 hours for a complete reset. Yesterday was far from normal, yet his body is back in top shape so soon. Out of all his powers, perhaps the Iron Man trait would make the modern world jealous the most. Right out of bed, he started telekinesis training. At this point, doing this shit is pretty much automatic for him. Still, he could not help but sigh in regret. If he had done this earlier, things could have gone drastically differently in his life. Now that he's in this odd world, he's been diligently training non-stop. He efficiently pinpointed weaknesses, worked on them meticulously, and tirelessly improved. Danger is everywhere for a man like Deculein. This routine was basically required for survival. Perhaps he's only been able to do this because of old Deculein's routine habits, competitiveness, and mentality, leading to a purposeful life. It would have been great if he had all these traits back in his old life. If he had just gotten out of his ass and lived a purposeful life, things with his ex-girl might have shaken up differently. Anything would be better than how things ended between them. Kim Woojin didn't even know what was happening. She just walked out the door, and that's that. If he had been as diligent as he is right now back in the modern world, perhaps Asura would have stayed. His Iron Man trait might sound like a great power, but it's been a long time since he had a normal length of sleep. Being awake for 22 hours straight every day is way too long for a man trapped in a world he helped design. The day proceeded, and the debutante's trip ended. All of them have packed up to leave Hidecane and board the train back to the university. In a seedy alleyway, Ganesha and her gang of kids are hiding behind a wall as they spy on the debutante majors. It's not every day they see so many people who can bend magic to their will gathered in one place. Unlike the other kids who were just happy to be there, Yuria asked Ganesha why they were really here, and why they had to hide. Ganesha asserted that they were not hiding, just staying out of the crowd's way. She's not a very good liar. In reality, she immediately dragged the kids away from the crowd as soon as she spotted Deculein. Whether he is recently changed doesn't matter. She believes that nothing good will come out of seeing him in this context. But Ganesha is an unfortunate victim of his manly charms. Even though she doesn't want him to see her, she wants to look at his handsome face. Having had enough of Ganesha's antics, Yuria broke away from the group and walked to the train platform. Hearing Ganesha's voice, Deculein turned his head in their direction. At the end of the platform, he saw a girl staring straight at him. Ganesha realized that they had been spotted. There's no use in hiding anymore. Then she saw the girl staring at Deculein, her eyes seemingly entranced by the man. All of a sudden, both their memories as Asura and Kim Woojin came flooding in at the same time. Co-workers, partners, and lovers. They were inseparable and full of affection for each other. Why would all these tender flashes of the past surface now? Asura kept on telling herself that this man is just a game character, a character designed after the man he once loved. Still, the intense longing and emotions from the old world made her tears fall. Similarly, Deculein was reminded of the one that got away. Who would have thought that they would be reunited not as friends, lovers, or enemies, just two strangers who once shared fond memories? Time stood still as two people from another world stared at each other from afar. With their souls contained in foreign bodies, their hearts subconsciously skipped a beat at the same time. Both of them wanted to say something, but the words didn't come out. Deculein von Grahan-Yukline averted his eyes, finding it ridiculous that he was feeling flustered just looking at a game character. Asura did the same, reminding herself that Deculein is just a character modeled and written for a game. Shaking off the initial shock, she walked past Ganesha with a stretch. Deculein is already back in professor mode, threatening to deduct points from his students for eating messily on the train platform. Ganesha was partly testing how he would react to the girl she brought, and he passed the test. The man had truly changed. Several days later, Deculein is back in business. Right now, he's in the back of a luxurious car, telling Ariel to stop trembling like a soaked dog. His sister couldn't help herself. They are on the way to meet the new emperor after all. It would be stranger if she's chill. Nevertheless, all they need to do is bow their heads at the coronation. They're not seeking a proper audience. There's no need for the dramatics. To help calm her nerves, he handed Ariel an extensive document. Written on the document were his insights, deduced from analyzing various conditions and taking into account the new emperor's temperament. It'll be helpful for Uriel's territory management. 12 days ago, Krabaim, the previous emperor, passed away. According to the script, the progression of the main quest will start accelerating upon the new emperor's reign. Deculein documented the important events that will concern the Ukraine territory. If Yahello follows his notes, the difficulty of future quests should decrease. She was naturally skeptical of his scribblings.
She thought he was trying to be a fortune teller or something. The ride to the castle went without a hitch. They were directed to the section where other noble houses have gathered. A lot of people have shown up to pay respects to the crown. It was only a matter of time before they came across some familiar faces. For a brief moment, Deculein locked gazes with Julie von Grahan-Yukline.
She quickly looked away as soon as she saw his nonchalant look. It was understandable. There's a lot of history between ex-fiancés. Moreover, Julie must still be troubled by the Veron business. Not long after they arrived, a grand carriage inlaid with the brightest gold pulled up to the royal carpet. Deculein and the rest of the nobility bloc dropped to one knee and bowed with utmost respect. A woman stepped down from the carriage and immediately commanded everyone's undivided attention. Her long red cape flowed as she walked down the royal path. No one dared to lift their heads up. With regal confidence, the woman climbed the stairs up to the imperial throne. Perfectly lit by the rays of the sun, she received the symbol of her rightful crown. The symbol of the empire's new ruler was placed upon her crimson head. Celebratory drums rang out, and the cheers of the citizens resounded. Today, a new emperor was born. Empress Sofian Yekaterina August von Grahan sat on the throne without contest. Her first act as the empire's new ruler was to yawn with maximum boredom in front of her subjects. It wasn't the best first impression, but no one dared to speak out. The new empress, despite obtaining the highest status with unrivaled influence, was terribly bored out of her mind. This was a trait baked into her character design. Within the game, she had the greatest talent and potential out of any character. If she wanted to wield the sword, she would have risen as the most powerful guardian knight. If she had walked the path of magic, she would have easily become a generational archmage. In other words, all her sliders are maxed out in all aspects. She's a cheat code. But precisely because of that, she grew to become disinterested in anything and everything. If you asked Deculein, he would say that her general indifference to everything wasn't the biggest problem with the new empress. While he was quietly dredging up everything he knew about Empress Sofian, he felt an intense glare poking into his brain. When he looked up, he saw the woman on the throne intensely focused on him. Uriel felt it too, but she thought the new ruler was just surveying the nobles. Deculein knew better. That woman is laser-focused on him for some reason. As for the reason, he doesn't know. He felt an uncanny and eerie sensation. It was like he was being observed under a microscope. After the crowning ceremony, the Empress retreated to her throne room and complained about how uneventful the event was. She would have preferred it if there had been an ambush or a bombing. Chiron, Sofian's imperial guard, just listened to his boss's insane rant. The only saving grace of the ceremony was that singular noble, who piqued her interest quite a bit. She had heard of Deculein's infamous exam. She was aware of the uproar the set of questions had caused not too long ago. Now that she'd gotten a closer look at its creator, Sofian wanted to know more. For some reason he felt as though the man knew her inside and out. She can't quite explain it, but out of every respectable noble in attendance for the ceremony, that man was the only one sizing her up. His will did not even waver when she pressured him with a one-sided staring contest. She was sufficiently amused by the man they called Deculein. Seeing him today felt like meeting an old friend. Now that Sofian is officially the Empress, she's got tons of work lined up. First order of business is getting rid of all the outdated unwritten rules that should have been struck down long ago. She's talking about the practice of emperor's classes. Not long after the coronation, classes have resumed, and Deculein is back in the Magic Tower University. With the start of a new school term, he's not looking forward to interacting with a bunch of stupid kids again. When he and Assistant Professor Allen arrived at the faculty office, they saw a crowd of people clamoring at the door. Deculein had no idea what they had gathered for. Upon entering the faculty office, he found the reason why. Imperial Guard Chiron and a full party of Imperial Knights were waiting for Deculein's arrival. Seeing the Imperial crest this early cannot be a good sign. He's tired of attracting the attention of the Imperial family. Chiron showed him a letter from the palace and respectfully demanded that he show utmost respect. Deculein and Allen took a knee in acknowledgement of the Imperial crest. The letter stated that the Imperial family intends to grant Senior Professor Deculein the honor of sharing a conversation about magic with Her Majesty, the Empress. He's been included among the candidates selected for the instructional mage position to teach the Empress, after proving his ability by solving a problem devised by Palace Mage George. This wasn't supposed to happen. It's a mystery to him why the Empress would do such a thing. The Empire has a tradition in which the Emperor learns about the world from outside personnel during their first year on the throne. Premier Knights, mages, and scholars are selected to conduct lessons. The Imperial letter in Chiron's hands anointed him as one of the candidates to teach the Empress. In every scenario written for Deculein, none of them led to him being a tutor for the most powerful person in the Empire. Admittedly, his interest was piqued. If such an exclusive event like this falls into his lap, there's no real reason to refuse. Quests connected to the Imperial family always come with incredible rewards after all. On top of that, he might be able to figure out why Sofian had her eye on him. Kiran added that he may forfeit the opportunity if he believes his skill to be insufficient. Still, he would be a fool not to accept the challenge. The Imperial Guard promptly handed him a magical parchment to test his qualification. Afterwards, he and his knights quickly headed for the door, concluding their business. According to George, the palace mage who devised the test, he created a problem that would stump the brightest minds for 1 to 3 whole days. Kiran has the utmost trust in Lord George's brilliance. Admittedly, he's curious how long the much-rumored Deculein will take to crack the code. Imagine his surprise when the infamous professor blew the test wide open in mere moments. They haven't even opened the faculty door yet. Deculein looked at the magic parchment with utter indifference. A projection of the Imperial Court mage spawned from the parchment to give him a cheerful congratulations for cracking the code within a day. Kiran was stunned and speechless by how fast it took. Deculein explained that the problem was far from easy. He was only able to solve it because of his recent studies in rune language research. The rune language within the problem is a difficult script found only in ancient texts. It just so happened that he was the one who refined its font in his cubicle back in the day. It was quite a long time ago, but with his memories and comprehension, a problem of this caliber was trivial. After adjusting to the absurdity of the situation, Kiran formally extended the imperial invitation for Deculein von Grahan-Yukline. He gracefully accepted and gave his thanks. When the Imperial Guards got back to report to the Empress, Sophian was shocked to hear about Deculein's absurd speedrun record. The Empress doesn't even want to consider anybody else for the job. She wants Deculein to come as soon as possible. Kiran suggested that they wait and observe for a while longer. Sophian was a bit annoyed. In her eyes, breaking George's problem in mere moments is more than enough proof of qualification. She's aware that Kiran would prefer the woman named Luina over Deculein. However, she took 4 hours to solve the problem. That would have been considered frighteningly fast had no one solved it in a few seconds. The results speak for themselves. Kiran claimed that his inclination towards Mage Luina is not a matter of personal bias. Professor Deculein is simply a controversial figure. Luina would be a more suitable admission to the palace based solely on reputation. Empress Sophian doesn't want to hear about rumors. She only believes in merit. She put her foot down and chose Deculein as her instructional mage. End of story. On the topic of tutors, she heard that Isaac Rugadin, the man who was supposed to oversee the instructional night examination, got injured recently. The Empire is still searching for suitable candidates on that front. Looking at the stack of papers on her desk, the Empress came up with a brilliant idea. Kiran hasn't even heard her so-called idea, and he's already grimacing internally. Up in the Order of Freyheim, Captain Julie is hard at work refining her swordsmanship. Her men watched from afar, and they could tell that the captain was pushing herself too hard these days. She's been pressing herself on the brink of collapse every day. Perhaps the only thing that would make her stop punishing herself is news of Veron's body being found. Interrupting her intense training session, a messenger ran across the training ground to relay urgent news to Captain Julie. Julie von Diafrieden has been granted the honor of conversing and crossing blades with the Empress. She must pass an examination against other candidates to become the ruler's instructional knight. With a wholehearted voice full of resolve, she grabbed onto the opportunity of a lifetime. The examination will be held atop an unforgiving mountain amid a ruthless blizzard. Thankfully, the rendezvous point was a cabin that could shelter the candidates from the elements. Upon entry, she was greeted by some familiar faces. The rest of the candidates have already arrived. They huddled in the middle of the room near the fire. She respectfully returned the greetings to her seniors, and a cheerful knight invited her to sit and make herself comfortable. Being gathered like this reminded them of group projects back in their school days. Sacred Star Knight. Gwen was the first to assert that she won't be going easy on anyone, so they had better prepare. Knight of Vigor Raphael concurred. Obviously, they've all come here to compete for a prestigious spot. Although familiar with each other, there was an air of competitiveness in the room. There was only one seat unoccupied in the middle of the room, the examiner's seat. Whoever's testing them is running late. They heard that Vice Captain Isaac is out of commission due to injuries. It's a mystery who'll be running the test. Finally, the cabin door swung open, and the sound of the mean blizzard storm blared through. Julie kept her eyes on the entrance until she heard a measured and calm step inch closer. As soon as she saw who the last person they were waiting for was, she was taken aback. Deculein stepped into the cabin with a classy winter drip, and introduced himself as acting examiner for the instructional knight selection. Julie wasn't the only one bamboozled and puzzled by this development. The rest of the candidates were similarly confused. Why would a mage stand in as an examiner for a knight examination? More importantly, what is this man plotting this time around? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Knight of Vigor was the first one to stand up and question Deculein if he even knew anything about a knight's duty. Deculein casually sat on the remaining chair and cited that he would evaluate the candidates according to the manual. It's easy to see why they're less than pleased to be examined by a mage. However, his newly minted instructional mage status gives him more than enough credibility. Protesting his involvement is akin to protesting the Empress's decree. Hearing that he was selected for the prestigious job gave the knights pause. Another one of their concerns was fairness. As an examiner, he can't favor one person above the rest. Of course, they were referring to Deculein's history with Julie. He asserted that his job is to get the numbers, and the Empress will make the final decision. The assessment is set to begin the next day, giving the knights a night off to rest. The candidates knew they just had to roll with the punches and hope that the Empress chose fairly. Alone with his thoughts, Deculein admitted that this selection exam won't be a fair one, but not in the way the candidates expect. He took this troublesome job for one reason: to make sure Julie fails. As expected, the knights couldn't just preserve their energy for tomorrow. They all went out in a snowy field to spar in the middle of the night. Deculein watched them from afar. The reason he accepted this outrageous job despite being a mage who doesn't know the basics of swordsmanship might sound a little dubious, but Julie cannot enter the palace at all costs, at least not yet. There is a monster in the palace basement that could alter the course of her story, a chain of events that would trigger Deculein's death variable and Freyden's abyss. Julie must never encounter that mirror, no matter what. Once he gains full access to the palace, Deculein plans to destroy that thing for Julie's sake. The next day came, and the instructional mage explained what the first exam entails. Candidates will be evaluated according to their observational skills and persistence. This snowy mountain houses rare fruits of magical prowess. He'll assign each knight one fruit to bring back. Deculein gave them a mental image of their assigned fruit and added that it must not be damaged in any way. In addition, he will not move from his seat until the time limit lapses. If they have any objections, now would be the time to say so. Seeing as the knights have already put on their game faces, it looks like the exam is already underway. With everyone in agreement, their 24-hour deadline begins. Julie's assigned fruit was supposedly located deep in the harsh mountain tops, the ice flower. It's a transparent flower that grows on cliff faces at high altitudes. Harvesting the delicate flower won't be easy. Approximately 10 flowers bloom and wither within a day. It's not completely impossible to find one. While roaming and scanning the area, her thoughts were filled with Deculein. Finally, after searching for quite a bit of time, she found a single ice flower growing on a random cliff face. It didn't take her long to pluck it out and bring it back to the cabin. Julie was quite proud of herself for being the first one to return with her assigned material. Deculein gave the ice flower a cursory glance and saw some damage. Her first attempt won't count. When he pointed out where the damage was, Julie was surprised to see a tiny tear on one of the petals. She blamed herself for being careless and not looking carefully before submission. Eager to learn from her rookie mistake, she promised to venture out and bring back another one. On her second try, Julie found an ice flower at a higher altitude. She had to push herself to the limits just to climb up a steep ridge. Subjected to the extreme elements, she felt relieved at the sight of the beautiful flower. Unfortunately, she was met with more scrutiny as Deculein spotted yet another tear on the flower's leaf. This time, someone had already passed their first assessment, her senior. He's earned the right to stay in the toasty cabin with some warm food. Julie's stomach audibly grumbled from hunger. Deculein warned her that meals would only be provided to those who had completed their mission or had given up altogether. He was practically tempting her to drop out of the exam using food. Julie's resolve was stronger than that. She could go on without some perfectly cooked eggs. As night crept in, the blizzard grew stronger. Yet Julie persisted in her precarious search. Her outerwear blocked most of the wind, but she could feel her condition worsening by the minute. Thankfully, she's gotten quite good at spotting the ice flower's unique sparkle. Upon locking onto her third one, she carefully harvested the flower. She protected it from the wind as much as she could. Her third submission went down the same as the last one's. Deculein deemed her flower damaged. This time, she protested vocally. So Deculein patiently showed her the barely perceptible crack on the petal. Julie had grown extremely frustrated. That thing wasn't damaged when she checked outside the cabin. Something must have happened. She looked around the room, and her eyes naturally locked onto the fireplace, sending heat all over the cozy room. Upon realization of what's happening, she didn't waste another second and went out for one last trip. Deculein saw her moment of recognition. She must have figured out what was happening. Even so, he's not planning on letting her pass this first round. Julie's last track took longer than all the previous ones. The sun is already rising. All the other candidates have succeeded in bringing their assigned materials. Now they're just worried about Julie's safety. Before the 24-hour deadline was reached, Julie's voice rang out from outside the cabin. Deculein invited her to bring the ice flower in, but she refused. She asked him to come out instead. Julie realized her grave mistake on her third failed attempt. She was foolish not to notice that the ice flower was being damaged by the fireplace. Surely making him check her flower outdoors would give her the pass. But Deculein simply refused to leave the cabin. He clearly stated that he wouldn't move a single step from his spot for the duration of the assessment. Using this technicality revealed his true goal. He never had any intention of letting Julie pass the next round from the start. Deculein gave them a chance to raise any objections earlier. It's the candidate's fault for not carefully observing the rules. Julie honorably admitted her fault, but she refused to give up after all the work she had put in. From outside the cabin, she started channeling her mana into a field. Based on everyone's reaction, no one expected her to resort to such an extreme method. Julie gritted her teeth, clearly in pain from overtaxing her mana channels. Ultimately, she succeeded in forming a bubble of protective mana that covered the entire cabin. In an instant, she erased all the warmth inside. Clearly gassed out from working non-stop and forming the overkill bubble, Julie smiled and presented her supposedly pristine ice flower. Deculein gave her flower a cursory glance and labeled it defective like the ones that came before. He explained that aside from heat, ice flowers are easily affected by mana too. All the effort she put in was pointless, drained of stamina, mana, and spirits. Julie collapsed on the cold, hard ground while Deculein gave her a failing grade. After fainting, the candidates brought her to one of the rooms to get some rest. Her body temperature dropped too low. She doesn't even have enough strength to wake up. The candidates weren't shy to voice their dissatisfaction with Deculein's unjust evaluation. He didn't give a rat's ass about their opinions, though. He saw Julie's mana for the first time today and felt something strange. His sharp sight caught something, which indicated that she was suffering from mana damage due to a wound in the inner core. Injuries of that caliber are not common. The source of damage was definitely far from ordinary. It probably stemmed from a life-threatening injury at one point. Deculein wasn't aware of any injury plotline for Julie. Was she always carrying this abnormal status in her climb to the pinnacle of knighthood? The knight candidates huddled together to talk shit about the unfair instructor. Knowing they were Julie's peers, Deculein assumed they must know something about Julie's condition. He shamelessly approached them and was immediately bombarded by criticisms for pushing too far. Julie Sr. blurted out something about an escort duty they went on with Deculein. These are tidbits of lore that Deculein knows nothing about, settings and backstories that took place before the game started. Raphael sparred with Julie the night before, and he did notice that she was consciously limiting her mana usage. She wielded her sword just fine, but she was being extra careful with her mana. Deculein had heard enough. He ignored their rants and dismissed the candidates. The second exam will resume after the first eliminated leaves. Fortunately, Julie recovered within the day and was up on her feet by sundown. Deculein had the gall to call their situation regrettable. After collecting her thoughts, she accepted that she simply failed the test within predetermined parameters. Her oversight ultimately led to her failure. Before sending her off, Deculein wanted to ask her one thing. It has nothing to do with his duty as selector. It's a personal question. He wanted to know what promise he had made and broken before. He just wanted to hear it from her mouth once more. It was a promise broken long ago. Julie clearly holds a deep hatred for Deculein because of it. He must be crazy to dredge up the painful past. Maybe he just wanted to keep her in front of him for a few more seconds. Perhaps he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Julie grimaced before breathing deeply, calming down. It's been half a year since everything went to shit. At that time, she received a letter from the Luna family. It was written by the mother of a mage under Deculein's command, a mage who took his own life. The letter detailed the many evil deeds he had committed. Julie confronted him, demanding to hear his side of the story and whether the contents were true. In response, Deculein burned the letter in a fit of rage. His hostile reaction became the decisive factor in the annulment of their engagement. After being threatened with annulment, he promised to reveal the truth and wholeheartedly apologized. That's all Julie was willing to recall. There's no point in digging into the ugly past any longer. After diligently listening to how cringe the old Deculein was, he sincerely apologized and took responsibility for his mistake. He added that the research detailed in the letter is still ongoing. Naturally, the mage who originally worked on it will be co-authored as soon as he publishes. The profits will be shared to help revive the man's family. Only on the day of publication will he have enough courage to apologize to the man he slighted. Julie was frustrated. If he was capable of being kind, why didn't he do so sooner? He can only excuse his wicked ways by saying that the him from back then is vastly different from the current him. For the first time in a long time, Julie actually believed that he was being sincere. He looked her straight in the eyes and vowed that from now on, he would try not to love her. It would be better if they went in completely separate ways going forward. That way, she won't be burdened by his hurtful presence anymore. Deculein turned around, praised her hard work during the exam, and wished her well on the way back to the Order of Freyheim. Walking down the pure white ground of the snowy mountainside, his last words echoed inside Julie's head. Perhaps the Deculein she knew and hated is gone. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Deculein's feelings for Julie felt unavoidable. It is deeply etched into his code. 4 days quickly passed, and all the preliminary evaluations for Imperial instructor positions had been completed. The 4 Imperial Palace tutors for swordsmanship representing the current era hit the headlines in a big way. Deculein pushed hard for Raphael, but the Empress ultimately rejected all 4. As for the teaching major position, Deculein was a shoo-in. On his first visit as the ruler's official magic tutor, he was received with utmost respect in the Imperial Palace. The name Deculein von Grahan-Yukline continues to generate a buzz. He paid his respects to his new boss, who maintained her indifferent attitude. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one granted the privilege of teaching the Empress. Luina von Scharat-McQueen was also called up. Considering their ransomed history, working alongside Luina will surely worsen the friction between the two. She is someone who could never have an inkling of goodwill towards Deculein. They crossed paths on the floating island. But this time is different. They will see each other daily. Luina did not bother hiding her animosity towards the man she hated the most. Their beef started a few years ago, during the professor promotion evaluations. Most professors at Magic Tower University openly supported Professor Luina in her bid to become the new head professor. Most of the faculty hated the arrogant Deculein, but they won't say it to his face. She was elated by all the support she was garnering from her colleagues. At that time, the leading candidates for promotion were just the two of them. Deculein was tough to beat. He had a spell interpretation ability, extensive theoretical knowledge, and, more importantly, family influence. But when it comes to overall research achievements, Luina has him beat in every category. She received more support from the teaching staff due to Deculein's arrogance. Luina truly believed that the head professor position was as good as hers. Deculein knew it too, so he started making his move. One day, House McQueen was thrown into chaos by an unexpected development. Luina was informed that the patriarch, her father, had been gravely injured. What followed was a string of misfortune that cannot be attributed to coincidence. Their livelihood was pushed to the brink of collapse as business partners terminated their contracts left and right. Her sister had a freak accident, bandits invaded the estate, and many more misfortunes befell the family. The culprit behind these egregious attacks was obvious. Deculein knew that the head professor's job was slipping through his fingers, so he resorted to underhanded methods. Luina was pissed, and she didn't want to yield to that horrible man. She believed that admitting defeat would only plunge her family into an unrecoverable state. She kept telling herself that there's a way out of this mess. One night, her father pulled her aside to talk about giving up the position she had been working for her whole life. Getting that promotion at the cost of her family wouldn't feel like a victory at all. By the time she looked back, her stubbornness had driven her house to the brink of collapse. She finally yielded with no other choice but to give up. Her minor noble family didn't have the power to stand against House Yukline. On a rainy night, she marched over to the Yukline estate, seeking an audience with Deculein. When he finally showed up surrounded by his dogs, he had the gall to look annoyed, as if she were a mere inconvenience. For her family's sake, she promised to withdraw from the competition for the head professorship. Instead of mercy, Deculein responded with mockery. He denied any involvement in her family's misfortune. He actually expected her to come and apologize, given that she barged into his home like a crazy woman, but apparently not. The McQueens have been receiving support from the Yuklines for ages. They would have perished without his family's aid, yet they dared to act like ungrateful dogs. Luina's anger reached a boiling point upon hearing his nasty sentiments. She couldn't even find the words to condemn him for being such a dickhead. Luina naively thought that giving up her dream would end the nightmare. But the demon in front of her was simply evil incarnate. Even so, Luina dropped to her knees and gave him what he wanted. For the sake of her family, she gave up her dream, swallowed her pride, threw away her decency, and apologized even though she'd done nothing wrong. No matter how humiliating it was, she just wanted the pain inflicted on her family to stop. Deculein towered over her, calling Luina lowly and pathetic. Demon-maxing Deculein proceeded to stomp on her knees like he was stepping on a bug. He warned her that a dog-like wretch from a family with no history should know their place and never dare climb above him. He stomped on her repeatedly while throwing out all kinds of nasty insults. Once his sadistic tendencies were satisfied, he dismissed her like trash. If she wants her family to recover, she'd better stop showing her face before him again. Luina was left kneeling on the cold, hard ground, unable to move a muscle. Her tears fell with the rain as she engraved the prick's face into her brain. A few years later, they kneel side by side before the Empress. Luina had never forgotten that night. She vowed never to lose to this bastard again. She is hell-bent on repaying the humiliation she suffered several times over. The very next day, unexpected news shocked the palace. Luina von McQueen had vanished without a trace. In whispered conversations, everyone assumed that Deculein had a hand in her sudden disappearance. It's hard to blame the masses for believing the worst. Deculein never had the most pristine reputation in the first place. From time to time, mana disasters strike the world. Mana storms, fire rain, dust fog, and so on are natural occurrences. As mages, Deculein implored his students not to view these phenomena as mere disasters. They are combinations of pure elements after all. Even in the middle of his lecture, he was thinking about Luina's disappearance. After all, been staring holes through him all day. His skin was practically prickling. Dealing with his students' stupidity was a nice distraction for his peace of mind. He's currently teaching them to think of mana disasters through a magical perspective. Deculein hopes the truth comes out soon. He had nothing to do with that woman's disappearance. The very next day, his estate was visited by an officer from the security bureau. His visitor was the deputy director of the bureau, Lilia Fremian, a familiar face. She didn't waste time and stated the purpose of her visit. She came by to ask some questions regarding the missing Duchess. Deculein asked if he was a suspect, and Lilia assured him that they're just covering every basis. After all, he's most likely the last person to have seen her. Luina and Deculein had a joint tutor session with the Empress, and she hasn't been seen since. Lilia strongly encouraged him to share any suspicious circumstances that might come to mind. He kept his cool and didn't give her anything. The deputy director didn't push him to talk, and their conversation was cut short. As expected, being under suspicion of a crime he had nothing to do with was unpleasant to say the least. The original Deculein would certainly be capable of doing such a heinous thing. When he entered his office, he was welcomed by a strong swirl of mana. A disembodied voice whispered to him eerily. The voice asked if he had abandoned them. They're still following his orders. Whoever left this message must have been connected with the old Deculein. Based on its content, there's a high probability that his dark network is still active. A message like this at such a time can only mean one thing. Without his knowledge, he might have truly been responsible for Luina's kidnapping. As soon as he interacted with the remnants of mana, someone slithered out of his office's dark corners. A Mona construct in the form of a man kneeled before him with complete subservience. This must be the work of illusion magic. A strong one at that. Deculein played along and tasked the mana construct to lead the way. Following the illusion, he ended up in the inner city slums, a squalid area where those neglected by society gather. People who had no access to medical care or basic necessities lined the back alleys. Even in the splendid empire there is darkness and light. If Imperium, the Emperor's direct territory, is the light, this place, Oakland, is darkness. After navigating the complicated maze of the slums, they finally arrived at their destination. Hidden by a landfill of all kinds of garbage was a dark underground dungeon accessible only by dingy stairs. Stepping into the dungeon, Deculein was received by a pair of unsavory characters. They paid respects to their master, not daring to look him in the eye. Deculein wanted to retrace what had happened, so he asked his underground employees about his last orders. Their last command was to show no mercy if the woman named Luina von Grahan-Yukline were to set foot in the capital. His suspicion was correct. This scandal was the doing of Deculein's dark network. Fortunately, he doesn't see a death variable from these sinister servants. Even so, their feelings toward him don't seem particularly favorable either. He ordered them to lead the way to where Luina was being held. The Duchess had been bound and bagged in a damp and disgusting room. She's been injected with anti-mana toxin, so she won't be able to use magic for about 3 more days. Deculein's mind spun as he thought about how he should deal with this hassle. His subordinates have gone and kidnapped Luina, technically under his orders. He could feel a strong villain's fate manifesting from the Duchess. She's unconscious at the moment, but she's fully convinced that he was the mastermind behind her capture. It's now up to him to clear up this misunderstanding and eliminate a nasty death variable. His subordinate handed him a stack of documents, labeling them urgent. Parsing through its contents, the stack looked like simple ledgers. Upon realizing what picture these business transactions were painting, Deculein was taken aback. He'll need to take this new information into account when dealing with Luina. He thanked his subordinate for helping him organize his thoughts on the matter. The old Deculein would never thank an employee, so the dude was momentarily stunned. Afterwards, he dismissed his kidnappers to speak with Luina alone. They hesitated for a moment but followed his orders with haste. Deculein came here expecting the worst, only to uncover something much bigger. A few moments later, Luina groaned and groggily woke up. He snatched the rope tied to her neck and removed the bag covering her face using mana. As soon as Luina's eyes adjusted to the light, she saw the face of the devil she had detested for years. Her hatred for the man had been seething and boiling, reaching an all-time high. She sternly reminded him that she's also an Imperial instructor now. He can't possibly get away with doing this to her. Deculein advised that she'd do well to choose her next words carefully. She is currently bound and forbidden from magic after all. She grunted in resignation. She knew he was right. She had no power here. Luina asked if he's doing all this because of a grudge from the past. He already got the promotion and brought about her downfall in every conceivable way. She has nothing for him to take. Right then and there, Deculein threw her a curveball. He emphatically proclaimed that she must take his position as head professor. That scrambled her brain for a moment. Why would he kidnap her just to say something like that? Deculein ran all the simulations of how this interaction can go. This is the only method to eliminate the brewing death variable. The document given to him by the criminals on his payroll illuminated Deculein's cruelty. This ledger detailed all the heinous acts committed by old Deculein. He inflicted harm of all kinds on numerous people, engaged in extortion, kidnapping, and many other deplorable activities. Orders came from the top, and his criminal underlings executed them without question. Within those pages lay a history of evil. Seeing all that awful content in writing helped him organize his thoughts. There is virtually no peaceful way to resolve the issue surrounding Luina's death variable. No matter how eloquently he might speak, her grudge would not lighten. However, killing Luina simply because of a mistake on his part was not an option. Given the immensely positive role she would play in the upcoming main quest, it was imperative that she survived. With no choice but to make her listen, despite the terrible things she had endured, Deculein needed to utilize what he had originally stolen from her. Still playing the role of a villain, he began by reiterating their agreement, in which Luina had consented never to set foot in the capital. Frustrated, she argued that she had already paid her debts to the Yukline family, and should be allowed into the city. He sighed and called her irresponsible for talking nonsense. Luina pushed back, putting her foot down and insisting that she should be free from debt. Deculein had to remind her that compound interest exists in this world. House Yukline lent House McQueen 100 million Ellen 15 years ago. With an annual interest rate of 20%, Luina still owes a sum of more than 15 million. Now she broke her promise to stay away from the capital and evaded the remainder of her debt. Legally, Deculein could seize her new residence if he wanted. Refusing to accept such a ridiculous notion, she threatened legal action against him, and even the royal family if necessary. The evilest thing old Deculein did was include a poison pill clause in their agreement all those years ago. The draft was essentially designed to milk Luina dry through a sneaky and misleading inclusion of the cumulative nightmare known as compound interest. That ridiculously nefarious practice is now coming in handy for him as a tool to pressure Luina. After planting the picture of the worst-case scenario in her head, Deculein offered a way to mend things in a more peaceful manner. All she has to do is pledge her support to help him become the director, and the debt will be reduced. Luina will be able to do that once she takes over as head professor. For once, she didn't reject whatever was coming out of his mouth right away. Given their tumultuous relationship and her history of not keeping her promises, Deculein drafted a new deal while she was out like a light. He dropped a stack of documents on her lap to read while confined in the dingy basement. First and foremost, Luina McQueen must remain silent about today's criminal affairs. Second, she must adhere to the contract for 5 years. Failure and refusal to honor the contract will be punishable by the destruction of her inner core. She was fine with giving up material possessions, but putting her life and cultivation on the line was way over the line. Knowing that Luina's ambition and wariness would keep her from signing on the dotted line, Deculein sweetened the contract. If she agrees to everything written in the draft, he will return House McQueen's secret technique to its rightful owner. Hearing those words come out of his mouth made Luina's heart skip a beat. House McQueen's secret technique was the family heirloom that Deculein forcibly seized after destroying Luina's family. It is the root of her grudge, and the thing she wants more than anything. After leaving her with a lot to think about, Deculein made his exit from the torture chamber. Taking the spiraling stairs back up to the slums, he wondered if his play would be successful. If returning the McQueen heirloom doesn't clear Luina's death variable, his last resort won't be pretty at all. Thankfully, the system informed him that it succeeded. Removing the death variable rewarded him with 2 store currency units. The usually stoic Deculein cracked a rare smile. When he emerged from the torture chamber, he found his shady underlings waiting for him. He gave them a curt compliment for a job well done and headed for the exit. Shady Sister stopped him from leaving so soon. She didn't do all his dirty work just to hear one word of praise. She demanded what was promised when they started being his goons. Old Deculein promised them hefty pay and their freedom once everything is said and done. Her emotional outburst was met with a smack to the face courtesy of her more level-headed brother. The slap was crisp and strong, making her skid on the dirty floor. Shady Sister looked up to her brother in confusion. He was supposed to back her up. Shady Brother turned to the boss and apologized, and Deculein allowed him to continue talking. Similarly to his sister, Bro brought up what they were owed: freedom and enormous wealth. Deculein listened intently, taking their protests seriously. While the Shady Brother disciplined his sister for stepping out of line in front of the boss, the grudge he held against Deculein was deep and long-standing. The siblings have been working in the shadows non-stop, carrying all sorts of dirty work for Deculein's evil ass. These disgruntled grunts have harbored a deep grudge against their boss over time. Deculein could pay up and cut ties with them, but they possess some very useful skills. The wealthy magnate's energy is flowing out of the siblings. They can be very beneficial to his cause if used correctly. As long as he steers them away from criminal work going forward, they should be manageable. So Deculein agreed to give them what was promised and offered to hire them for a different kind of job. Grateful for the offer, the siblings lowered their heads and extended their thanks for the opportunity. The first order of business for their new jobs is to stop executing all previous orders given up until today. Deculein dismissed the siblings for the day and invited them to come to his estate the next day. The past few hours had been very stressful for Deculein. He was just glad everything had been resolved peacefully. A day later, Ephraim and Julie can be seen traversing the halls of the Magic Tower dorms with their heads down in defeat. On their way back to their rooms, they came across a commotion up ahead. Fellow students gathered in front of the gate where an unknown magic circle suddenly appeared. The curious onlookers were suddenly alerted when the circle abruptly activated, emitting ominous energy and a dark red light. With the mysterious magic circle at the epicenter, an explosion of magic nearly knocked out everyone in its vicinity. Something unforeseen is happening in the Magic Tower dormitory. While chaos was spreading in the dorms, Professor Deculein was in his car, driven by his new chauffeur, on the way to the university. Ren, the former assassin, extortionist, kidnapper, and overall crime goon, was loving his new and more relaxed job. Ren and his sister, Annan, now officially reside at the Yukline estate, working as chauffeur and maid, respectively. They've done a lot of awful things in the past, following old Deculein's orders. It's high time they retire from a life of corruption. For a while, They were reasonably wary of their boss's intentions. But Deculein showed good faith by being a man of his word. They were compensated and slowly warmed up to the idea of serving him as their lord. Jeff, who was his previous chauffeur, wasn't fired. In fact, he was promoted to a general office worker. He couldn't be any happier to get his life back on track. The ride was smooth and fast. They have arrived. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Deculein felt something odd in the air. The ominous energy coming from the dorms caught his attention immediately. Something had finally triggered the beginning of the main quest. The reward for completion was 2 store currency units. The ominous energy had grown and enveloped a massive portion of the dormitories. Those who were present to witness the initial explosion were shaken and confused about what was happening. Ephraim gritted her teeth, knowing that some of her friends were on the other side of the door, painted with the magic circle that started it all. You see, Hall 3 is where most commoner students were assigned. Naturally, Ephraim turned to some nearby professors for help, urging them to go inside and check on the students on the other side of the explosion. Professor Dumb and Dumber pointed at each other to step in, but neither of them had the balls to do anything. They can't even call the director, since she's supposed to be on the floating island right now. Effie clicked her tongue, frustrated and disgusted by the honorable professors who were supposed to protect their students. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she left her bag with Julie, ready to jump into the unknown. Before she could try being a hero, someone told her to stop. With her arms crossed like a disappointed parent, Sylvia von Josephine allayed Effie argued that this was not the time to mess with each other. If Sylvia's not going to help, then she better get out of the way. Ephraim had had enough of these annoying snobs. The professors are useless cowards, while the nobles are unfazed when commoners are in peril. They love to act all high and mighty, but freeze up at times when actions matter. If no one steps up to the plate, Ephraim will brave the unknown herself. Sylvia stood on her way and asserted that she didn't tell Ephraim to stop just to mess around and pick a fight with her. She implored her rival to calm down, take a look, and observe carefully first. To demonstrate her reasoning more effectively, Sylvia shot out a twisting beam of mana carrying the properties of every attribute. Much to everyone's surprise, her assorted beam dissipated into nothing as soon as it touched the sealed door. While the amount was small, Sylvia detected traces of demonic energy coming off the barrier surrounding the dorm. All kinds of magic will be scattered, so Effie would be better off staying put. Sometimes she needs to be reminded to calm down so she doesn't cause more trouble for others. Right now, this problem is beyond a debutante's capacity. Recognizing that she was in the wrong and she was stupidly rushing, Effie grimaced in frustration. Thankfully, the only man who could, in theory, do something about this mess had arrived. Professor Deculein von Grahan-Yukline strode into the dorms like he owned the place, demanding to know what was going on and what the deal was with all the noisy commotion. He walked up to the barrier, feeling the bits of demonic energy seeping out. At first glance, what was deployed here was a wickedly complex barrier magic. But the system cannot even glean any information despite its use of comprehension. Thankfully, he has a tool better suited for dealing with problems like this. Locklock's Yukline wand amplifies his bloodline's inherent power for exorcisms and expulsion of evil spirits. As long as there is a detectable amount of demonic energy involved in this bizarre incident, Locklock should be able to break through. Like a true mage, he stabbed his wand right into the seemingly impenetrable barrier. Just a few steps away from the cracked barrier, the incompetent professors instructed everyone to hold their breath. The small crack in the barrier was turned into a man-sized, shattered hole big enough to enter in one strike. Deculein stared into the inside of the demonic barrier, analyzing what was ahead. As though he was just entering your mom's house, Deculein went inside the barrier through the hole he made. Inside was a lot gloomier than outside. Something thick and spooky was in the air. Deculein stepped into the interior of Hall 3, where he was seen by a few students waiting near the blocked gate. As soon as they saw the professor come in, the students breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had been saved. Deculein asked them a couple of questions regarding the other tenants in the dorm. According to the dorm attendant, there are a few more kids upstairs. Seeing him move to search the higher floors, the attendant warned her that it had become dangerous up there. Disregarding her warnings, Deculein summoned his trusty wood steel guards, letting them fly wild all over the place. He was confident that he could find out what was really going on in a minute. Even though he had been very busy as of late, Deculein never neglected his training. In order to strengthen his telekinesis, he used metal enhancement on his body. Then he used his memorization skills to achieve even better results. Practice made the wood steel guards less of a burden to control. As a result, he was able to obtain one of the bonuses rewarded by the in-game system. After a thorough remote scouting mission without taking a single step out of the room, Deculein accounted for every student in Hall 3. Woodsteel's new detection function essentially made them an unparalleled surveillance tool. Detection was just a special bonus that came from his comprehension of the pure elements. Before he knew it, his practical proficiency had become perfect. Constantly sharpening his abilities unlocked a second sense in him. It felt like moving through space. Once they were found, the students were rescued from their respective hiding spots. Scared and emotional, the commoners gathered in one room. With rescue out of the way, the real problem begins now. Deculein was fine, but other mages can't be in a space pumped full of demonic energy for long. The clock is ticking. Deactivating the barrier using finesse was no longer an option. Still, Deculein came to realize that a barrier of this size and complexity could not have been triggered by a simple spell alone. There must be some kind of mechanism that acts like a switch hidden in the area. Deculein looked around the room, his eyes stopping at one particular person. Without uttering a word, his wood-steel guards collectively pointed at someone. He surprised and terrified the students when he sent his deadly weapons whistling into their position. After a complete scout of the barrier's interior, he found something that scratched his exorcist gene just the right amount. Based on the evidence he uncovered, this whole fiasco must be an inside job of some sort. The caster who set up this bizarre barrier is hiding among the people trapped inside. Following his gut, Deculein controlled his wood-steel guards, focusing them on a specific area. They whisked past the terrified students, warping the air wherever they passed. Despite the seemingly aggressive attack that came out of nowhere, the only damage his wood-steel guards inflicted was on someone's bright red hair, a light trim. With lightning-quick deduction, he became certain who the imposter was. He aired out the truth and accused the dorm supervisor of being the rat bastard who activated the barrier. Naturally, the dorm supervisor played dumb. She was quite good at acting like a dainty lady being wrongfully accused of a heavy crime. But no matter how good an actress she was, the origins engraved into her body cannot be hidden. Furthermore, the biggest evidence that tipped him off to the truth was the ashes falling from her hair. When he called the supervisor by her proper title, an Ashborn mage, she finally dropped the innocent act. She looked right into Deculein's eyes with a murderous gaze. The ashes are one of the 4 pillars that compose and support the magic world. They have a horrid reputation. Most mages either despise their existence or are averse to even mentioning them. The ashes are the dumping site of the magic world, a hideout for dark mages dabbling in all sorts of illegal practices. Miss Dorm's supervisor made sure that her disguise was unreadable. Deculein might have seen through her true identity, but there are things he doesn't know about. Those who were born from the ashes do not spare those who call them Ashborns. It's practically a slur. Ignoring her plight, he used his wood-steel guards to relocate the students near her, delivering them away from harm. With the helpless kids out of harm's way, Deculein can move with a lot more freedom. Insulted that she was seemingly ignored, the Ashborn mage conjured wild flames and hurled them into Deculein's position. He stared at the incoming barrage without so much as blinking. When they entered his sphere of influence, the flames dissipated into light, warm wisps. Using Lockelock's Yukline wand, small flames like these won't even leave a crease on his suit. Her Ashborn pride was hurt. She insisted that the first one was just a warning shot. Internally, she was freaking out, thinking she had made a mistake. For her second attempt at taking Deculein down, she leaned on her ice attribute spells. Same with the flames. The cold dissipated without offering any resistance. Growing desperate with every failed attack, the Ashborn mage tapped into something more unusual, a winding pillar of purple fire. Deculein didn't move and didn't change his approach. With a flick of his wand, the purple fire broke down. Give an overpowered mage and an overpowered stick, and he will stunt on these hoes. In truth, he was having an extraordinarily easy time shutting her down, thanks to the thin layer of demonic energy wafting in the air. In an environment where he could endlessly purify demonic presence and turn it into his own energy, Deculein practically possesses unlimited mana. Remember that the Yukline bloodline is potent when it comes to exterminating demons. Right now he's operating with purified magic above his current supposed level. Unfortunately for this Ashborn mage in disguise, this was a massive mismatch. As long as they're inside the barrier meant to trap the students and empower an Ashborn, Deculein is invincible. A few moments later, she ran out of juice, cursing herself for gassing out with nothing to show for her efforts. To provoke her into making even more mistakes, he called her an Ashborn with a hard A. Offended by that demeaning term, she looked at Deculein like she wanted to tear him apart, limb from limb. Continuing his trash talk, he called her and her kind worse than trash, shunned by society. The only skill these Ashborn rats are good at is squirming. With their lowly and dirty nature, they are beyond any hope of salvation. Clearly rattled by his pointed words, she dared him to destroy the barrier before she killed the children inside. He almost laughed out loud upon hearing that desperate jab. He might have to explain to her deadbeat brain what she did wrong. This time, Deculein used his wood-steel guards not for offense. He could have, but he didn't. He planted them deep into the floor in a specific pattern instead. From the start, the Ashborn rat had already committed an extremely foolish mistake. She cast the barrier into the building rather than into the space. Barriers that rely on physical structures to maintain their shape can be easily dispelled when those structures disappear. It was an amateur mistake that shows the notable gap in her intelligence. She can't even sabotage the university correctly. Instead of panicking, she laughed at his accurate assessment. She refused to believe that a professor would destroy an entire portion of the dormitory to get rid of her barrier. Having had enough of her stupid ramblings, he shut her up by mentioning a name, Al Rose. Hearing that name shook the Ashborn mage to the core. Deculein just spoke of her real name after all. Imagine talking trash in-game, and someone just blurted out your full legal name. While she was frozen in shock, Deculein detonated the wood steel guards he planted in key structural positions. The collective explosion blew up a decent chunk of the building, shattering the demonic barrier into countless tiny shards in the process. She called him a crazy bastard for causing so much destruction, putting everyone and himself at risk of getting buried alive. As the unstable dorm falls apart, he encourages Al Rose to return to her true form. He not only knows her true name but also her hidden form somehow. She was freaking the hell out. While her mind reels for an explanation, Deculein raised his wand and set his crosshair on her red hair. With a casual flick of the wrist, he sent a singular wood steel guard to her dome. It moved so quickly and contained so much force that it separated her head from her neck, ending her miserable existence via decapitation. At least that was what should have happened. Lopping her head off didn't kill her, but revealed that Al Rose was never there in the first place. The dorm supervisor was a mere doll. Fully expecting such a result, Deculein turned his attention back to the students and instructed them to gather up. The whole dorm is trembling. It's only a matter of time before it collapses in on itself. Those waiting outside the door, clueless about what had just transpired, had no choice but to evacuate to safety. Finally, the commoner dormitory crumpled under its own weight and sheer strain from Deculein's explosives. The aftermath of the collapse was hard to look at. The whole thing had been reduced to rubble. In the eyes of the bystanders, those who were trapped inside could not have survived the level of destruction. Thankfully, Professor Deculein emerged from the debris alongside the commoner students. Some sustained light injuries, but everyone was accounted for. Ephraim and Julie lit up upon seeing their friends emerge from the aftermath alive and well. She wrapped Parrot in a tight hug, emotions running high. With tears still in his eyes, Parrot gave them a quick rundown of what happened inside the barrier, how Professor Deculein came and saved them from a horrible Ashborn mage. Despite everything she'd come to know about Deculein, Ephraim was still surprised that the haughty professor would risk it all for a bunch of commoners. Internally, he was celebrating the completion of the beginning of the main quest. Not far from the demolished site, the culprits gathered. Al Rose, an absolute blondie baddie in her real form, failed to accomplish what she set out to do. Her accomplice, a robed figure, was disappointed and ashamed by the fact that they were beaten by a sheltered guy like Deculein. This failure was symptomatic of the people's wavering faith in the ashes. They never expected that rich bastard to have so much vigor in him. Al Rose noted that they shouldn't look down on him if they cross paths in the future. Even though they failed to carry out the mission to the end, they still achieved their goal to some degree. They successfully concocted a very specific mixture of substances. It wasn't fully done, but the effects shouldn't be too bad. Even if this was just one small step forward, it's still progress towards their greater goal. Even though Al Rose was unmasked, there are still a lot of young mages with fresh spirit and mana running around waiting to be used as materials for doll production. Evidently, Al Rose wasn't a fan of her accomplice. They're hardcore nuts who believe that the path of faith is filled with thorns. But for the sake of manifesting their revered entity, they will do anything. They will kill anyone and do unspeakable things just to reach the true path of enlightenment. Al Rose wasn't too deep into that cult shit herself. In her eyes, the fanatic bastards among the Ashborns are fools who can't come to terms with the fact that their god is dead. They dream of resurrecting a vanquished deity. Al Rose attached herself to such a deplorable organization for the sake of furthering her own dream. But it truly is disgusting to interact with the diehards every time. Still, she will continue making her dolls and working with the ashes. They will use her and she will use them. On the very next day, even with the dormitory destroyed, classes continued. Deculein addressed the elephant in the room. Everyone at the university had been talking about what was found in the ruins of Dorm 3 nonstop. Upon further investigation of the site of the incident, authorities found a disturbing spell buried among the debris. The magic circle's shape and construction were completely different from the spells they studied in the magic tower. The peculiar form reminded Deculein of the magic that Ephraim will reconstruct in the future. He studied the unusual magic structure and reverse-engineered the spell. He infused the reconstruction with magic, breathing life into the unknown. Doing so unlocked a message, a warning to prepare for the judgment of Ash, a threat that will come to test everyone's vulnerability and weakness. Deculein and the rest of the university interpreted the phrase as a declaration of war. The judgment of Ash signifies the game's true enemy. They are finally baring their fangs at the Empire at last. Given the weight of this revelation, Deculein discouraged his students from getting involved, imploring them to leave the matter to the professors and those above. They'd better stop giving attention to apocalyptic stuff and focus on their studies. In addition, the professor announced that due to a recent imperial order, a practical assignment has been added to the university's syllabus. An assignment invoked by an imperial order was unheard of. Coming from the Empress herself, the students of the Magic Tower are now required to conquer the Mountain of Darkness. Being the good student she is, Ephraim treks to that horrifying peak after ample preparation. She never would have thought she'd be returning to the Mountain of Darkness so soon. This place was temporarily closed due to a demon sighting not too long ago. Based on the recent reopening for their practical assessment, it seems like the new ruler of the land wants her imperial mages to hone their powers to fight against demons at a young age. Under imperial decree, all debutantes shall confront the Mountain of Darkness, encouraging them to use it as a training ground regularly. The rookies were given 3 assignments that needed to be accomplished to officially pass their practical. The first passing condition was fairly easy. They just had to find a magic ingredient and bring it back. The second test will rely partially on luck. They must witness and document a magical phenomenon out in the wild. The last test was a lot trickier and more dangerous. They must fight a demonic beast and defeat it. Thankfully, Ephraim hadn't seen any dangerous phenomenon that forced her to retreat just yet. Walking around on edge, a simple rustling of the bushes nearby triggered her fight or flight instincts. Expecting a demon beast to emerge from the foliage, she loaded up a spell and dared whatever's hiding in there to come out and square up. A few moments later, instead of a demon, what emerged from the thicket was none other than Sylvia. Ephraim turned her head away in embarrassment while Sylvia called her stupid for running her mouth. Naturally, they joined each other for a walk around the perimeter. Curious, Ephraim asked about Sylvia's assignment progress, talking big about how she might just snag first place away from her rival this time around. Sylvia didn't fall for the obvious rage bait. She's currently Noble 1 in the class, and she's confident she could destroy Noble 2 again. She had the results to back up her confidence. Out of the 3 assignments, Sylvia had already checked off witnessing a magical phenomenon. She just needed to tidy up her notes before submission. In truth, due to the bizarre time dilation in the mountain, she had been wandering around the area for 20 hours straight. Ephraim could not wrap her head around that. It hasn't even been 20 hours since their last class finished. But upon closer look, she noticed how dirty Sylvia's clothes were. She looked like she had been out in the wild for hours on end. Their conversation about time dilation and their assignments was interrupted by the voice of an old man who claimed to be the cause of the temporal anomaly. Back at the foot of the mountain, Deculein stayed up to monitor the status of his students from afar. His quiet observation time was interrupted by guards who sounded as if they had urgent news to deliver. They came by to request the professor's cooperation. An urgent message from the Intelligence Bureau has just arrived. Their intel suggests that the Mountain of Darkness has been infiltrated by the man known as Lohakan. Deculein's heart sank upon hearing the familiar name. Lohakan is a powerhouse through and through, an old man with a blood-stained reputation. This infiltration could not have happened at the worst time. The mountain is crowded with students trying to accomplish their practical. This unforeseen twist of fate kicked off a middle boss event titled The Baron of the Ashes. Defeating the middle boss will reward Deculein with a page of the item catalog and 2 store currency units. Motivated by the mission and the safety of his students, Deculein coordinated with the knights to venture into the mountains in the middle of the dark night. In the middle of the woods, Ephraim and Sylvia held their breaths upon seeing the old man who interrupted their conversation. Contrary to Lohakan's bloody prominence, he looked and talked like a goofy geezer. He even explained that the reason why time had become disjointed was because of the barrier he had erected. He apologized to the girls for accidentally trapping them in his time-warping spell. Ephraim tried to put on a brave face and demanded to know the old man's identity. For some reason, the geezer lied and introduced himself as Merkin. The Imperial Knights and the Intelligence Bureau's last report revealed Lohakan's fake name before they stopped communicating altogether. With Deculein's senses extended to the limit, he was the first to detect his student's presence. Locking in on the target, he sped up and left his escort knights in the dust. While Ephraim was being confrontational with old Merkin, Sylvia quietly evaluated the man. He had a bulky aura and abnormal mana emanating from him. The geezer's presence reminded her of the overwhelming and suffocating sensation that typically comes from an archmage. Merkin claimed that he was bewitched by the smell of pure mana. He followed the source, and he stumbled upon the girls. Now he wanted to ask both of them a favor. If they agreed to help him out, he promised to give them something very nice in return. Unbeknownst to the girls, a mass grave of murdered intelligence officers can be seen just a few steps away from where the old man was standing. As soon as she heard that she might get something nice, Ephraim's greedy ass was ready to agree, as long as she saw the reward first. Merkin surprisingly agreed to pay up front by conjuring a complicated magic spell that summoned 2 tangible spirits. Each spirit picked its host and entered Sylvia and Ephraim. Unsure what just happened, Sylvia looked inwardly. The old man simply told them to stop panicking, take a deep breath, and accept his gift. Confused and a little frightened, they followed his instructions. They synchronized with the spirits that entered their bodies, amplifying their magic bit by bit. When the light emanating from the process slowly faded, they nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Merkin explained that the spirits will assist in their development. Only talented people like these 2 could accept such a precious thing. Sylvia came to understand that she was granted the Spiel of Light. This highest-ranking spirit seamlessly combines all the major attributes: water, earth, fire, and wind. That old man summoned it like it was nothing. Now that they've accepted payment, Merkin asked them to deliver a letter to his family while he's caught up with something. Ephraim was a bit disappointed that she wasn't paid in cash, not grasping that what she received was much more valuable. Still, she honored the deal and accepted the letter. It was then that Deculein pulled up. With his wand equipped and ready for combat, he kept his eyes on the geezer. He gave Lohakan a snippy greeting. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. When he mentioned the old man's real name, Sylvia and Ephraim subconsciously recoiled in fear. It is common knowledge that Lohakan is known as one of the continent's premier mages. He's also this generation's worst criminal. He is listed as one of the 10 most wanted criminals under the Black Beast. His heaviest and most infamous crime was the assassination of the previous empress. With Lohakan in front of him, the system initiated the main quest related to the old man's story. Tonight, he must receive something from his old mentor. As one of the big names who takes up a major role in the main quest, his importance to the plot is apparent. Sylvia and Ephraim moved closer to the head professor's side, distancing themselves from the geezer. Lohakan was surprised to hear that Deculein had become the head professor. Back when he was mentoring the villainous young man, he didn't have the skill or potential to take that possession. But a lot has changed. Lohakan believes that skill and talent cannot be easily altered. It would be more realistic to assume that Deculein made someone else miserable for such a prestigious position. He basically replied that he's just built different now. He even entered the barrier Lohakan created without any issues. The old man was intrigued by an old student's drastic transformation. Prioritizing the safety of his star pupils, Deculein instructed the girls to head down the mountain of darkness at once. They were worried about the spirits they received from a known criminal. Amused by their reaction, Lohakan assured them that the spirits were the real deal. That's the only way they'll keep their promise to deliver the letter after all. Surprisingly, even Deculein signaled that the creepy old man wasn't lying. He then pointed them in the direction they needed to go to exit the barrier, urging them not to dawdle any longer unless they wanted to die. Deculein left them with one wood steel guard to serve as a guide, so they won't get lost in the woods. Before running full speed ahead, Sylvia asked the head professor for one thing: don't lose. Gripping his lock wand, he focused all his attention on his old mentor. He was ready to go all out right from the get-go. Every wood steel guard had been deployed. Deculein counted 157 people lost inside the temporal barrier. 23 are actively trying to crush it, while 37 have forged their own paths to get out. A siege net had been established on the east, south, and northern sides. The Imperial Knights will begin swarming soon. Lohakan was unfazed. It doesn't matter how many there are. The reinforcements won't even be able to touch him. He already killed many agents of the Intelligence Bureau. He would rather not increase his kill count. From the very start, Deculein had no plans to lose, because he never planned to fight in the first place. The old man didn't expect that Deculein, of all people, would choose the reasonable route. Instead of exchanging blows, he simply asked his old mentor if he had come to this mountain to destroy the temple. Based on Lohakan's reaction, he hit the nail on the head. Deculein pointed Lohakan to head northwest, where security is still lacking. This weirdly peaceful interaction changed the old man's opinion on Deculein. Something about him really has changed. Even so, this will be the last time he'll let the old man leave unscathed. In truth, he doesn't feel any hostility or sympathy for the person who murdered the Empress Dowager. They can't get into more details at the moment. There's no time for pointless conversation. Before making his way towards the gap in the encroaching swarm of knights, Lohakan turned to his old student one last time and asked him if he believed in God. A light smirk stretched his face. The old man just asked him the question that would lead to the point of the main quest. Fortunately, he already has the right answer in mind, locked and loaded. I only believe in myself. It was a good answer befitting of the man known as Deculein. On a whim, the old man granted him a book. It's a journal about the cultists of this world. It should be an interesting read. The system recognized the book as Lohakan's exploration log. It details the habits of cultists that the old man encountered in his travels. After dropping off his log, the geezer scurried away into the night. Deculein's quest was successfully completed, granting him store currency and 1 page of the item catalog. As far as he knows, Lohakan is not evil. He's one of the focal point characters who must not be killed for the sake of carrying out the main quest. That eccentric geezer must have had his curiosity piqued by Ephraim and Sylvia's bright talent, causing him to wander around the mountain. Even as one of the most wanted men in the land, he's brazen enough to do such a dangerous thing. A few seconds later, a bright light exploded in the direction the meticulous bastard headed. To cover up what truly happened tonight, Deculein had to get creative by going crazy, in hopes of capturing the wanted criminal. The authorities and knights searched the Mountain of Darkness for 4 straight days. As expected, they failed to find anything substantial. The knights had to report their failure to the Empress. They deduced that Lohakan must have already gotten out of the imperial capital. The Empress didn't really mind the lack of results. She just found the report a little boring. She would have preferred if her people just gave her the bottom line. Lohakan, the man who killed the previous Empress, is in the wind. The only interesting part of the report was the supposed battle that erupted between the old monster and Deculein. Apparently, when the knights arrived at the scene, the whole area was a mess. Trees were uprooted, the ground was upturned, and destruction as far as the eye could see. They also found faint traces of Lohakan's blood in the scene. Presumably, the old monster was injured in the battle against Professor Deculein. Hearing that painted an excited smile on the Empress's face. When it comes to power, there are 3 prominent names in the conversation for the strongest: Headmaster Adeline, Knight Zeit, and the wanted criminal Lohakan. Hearing that her magic instructor made one of the strongest entities in the land bleed made the Empress excited for her lessons. A few days later, Magic Tower University is back to normal. As if all that stuff about demons, explosions, and wanted criminals didn't happen. That night in the mountain, Deculein told Ephraim and Sylvia to keep their meeting with Lohakan a secret, or things would become troublesome for everyone. He also nudged them to keep the promise they made with the old man. Deculein must have heard about the letter before he intervened. For the past few days, Ephraim has not been able to make sense of why a professor would encourage her to honor a promise made to a notorious criminal. She just chalked it up to Deculein returning to his villainous roots. For now, all she needed to do was focus on her classes. She opened the door to the classroom where they always held their lectures and was surprised when, instead of a lecture hall, it led to an outdoor space. She looked around and saw a familiar sight. The door led to what appeared to be the university's arena. Apparently, Deculein turned their classroom into a replica of the Imperial University. When the clock reached 3 o'clock, the head professor's voice was broadcast all over the subspace. Those who didn't get in on time will receive an automatic fail. Today's lesson is very important. The following activity will heavily reflect on their grades. The topic will be practical coping. It would be best if every student stayed alert throughout the lesson, since the assessment will be conducted like a real combat. Currently, they are trapped inside a virtual barrier, and the goal is to escape within 3 hours. Deculein unleashed a bunch of demonic beasts inside the barrier. It is up to the students to survive. Just like in real life, the moment they become critically injured, they will be eliminated. The head professor wished his students good luck. Ephraim liked the sound of this test. She was down for some intense evaluation. She heard some animalistic cackling in the distance and decided to head over and check out what's up. While the debutantes were fending for their lives, Deculein was chilling and reading Lohakan's book. In order to overcome the disaster that will soon befall the Magic Tower, he is hastening the development process of his students, especially those 2 who will take on significant roles sooner or later. Today's success hinges on whether they can reach him within the allotted time. Ephraim ran full speed following the cackling she heard moments ago, and it led her to an alleyway. In that alley, she found a doll that signifies elimination from the lesson. The clock just started, and someone's already out. Since she willingly entered an area where someone was critically injured, the culprit, a demonic feral dog, showed itself. Without a hint of fear, the dog pounced at her, baring its fangs and claws, spreading drool all over the place. In response to that straightforward attack, Ephraim conjured a windblade that sliced the monster cleanly in half. Her first encounter was quick and painless. If anything, she was insulted that a weak mutt tried to sink its teeth into her. Hearing her overconfident quips, more feral dogs spawned in to give her a proper challenge. While Ephraim was tangling with a whole pack of demonic feral dogs in the alleyways, Sylvia was systematically wiping out the furry demons that dared to target her. Some other students found her and tried to curry favor by showering her with compliments, hoping to team up with Miss Noble 1. She quickly shut down any attempts to leech off her. Fortunately, those noobs knew not to push their luck, slinking away after she refused to carry their sorry asses. Sylvia doesn't want to team up with people who won't contribute. But when a giant golem towering over the replica building sets its sights on her, Sylvia reconsidered getting some help from her fellow debutantes. Ephraim cleared out the alleyway of dogs. Now she's exploring the cafeteria area, impressed by how accurate Deculein's virtual barrier was. She was busy staring out the window when she was jump-scared by a wild Sylvia. Sylvia approached her rival with an idea. If they want to escape and pass, they need to take the barrier down within the remaining hour on the clock. Clueless Ephraim had no idea what she was hinting at. When it clicked in her head, she teased Sylvia for hinting at a team-up. Her noble pride made her scoff as she corrected Ephraim by insisting that she was just going to help a fellow student out. Ephraim enjoyed the very rare chance to torture Sylvia von Josephine Alade. Once they got down to business, they theorized that the core is likely somewhere in the middle of the barrier. No matter how fancy this virtual space was, there needs to be a core for stability. As far as Sylvia knows, the classroom where the virtual space was set up is the epitome of state-of-the-art magic engineering. The problem is mapping where the middle of the barrier is. They don't have an exact scale of how far Deculein's duplicate stretches. Sylvia wandered around in order to get a better grasp of the area. However, she kept running into feral dogs and golems, interrupting her search for the core. There aren't many survivors left, meaning more demonic beasts would mob them once they're found. While Sylvia was at her wit's end, Ephraim brought up the bats. She pointed out to Sylvia that bats were circling the sky and not attacking students. To figure out what those bats were up to, Sylvia convened with all pure attributes and inspected the bats with her magic. She sensed a bunch of bats circling Building A, the cafeteria, and the dormitories. If her theory was right, then those bats weren't meant for attacking. They were up there to observe. That means an entity collects the information they send at the center, triangulating the location where the bats were stationed. They concluded that the gym must be the barrier's center. Sylvia was surprised that Ephraim was able to come up with the correct answer herself. Dumb Ephraim was upgraded to less dumb Ephraim. The barrier's core must be guarded by the craftiest guard dog there is. Hoping that their theory was right, Sylvia walked into the gym with confidence. She was quite proud to have solved the puzzle, only to find the center of the barrier with Deculein himself on core guard duty. He had a hunch that Sylvia would be able to crack his challenge wide open. However, the condition for passing specifically states that one must disable the barrier. She is aware of this condition and ready to get it done. For the first time since the challenge started, he closed his book and dared Sylvia to give it her best shot. She'll need to bring her A-game if she wants to pass through a gauntlet of all the remaining demonic beasts under Deculein's command. The howl of feral dogs and the heavy steps of giant golems made it hard to lock in. Sylvia lowered her stance as a whole pack of demonic mots converged on her position, while the golems followed suit. Maintaining her calm, cool, and collected demeanor, she shot her all-attribute spell, illuminating the gym. Each colorful strand of her spell represented the power of pure elements, working together to create life itself. No matter how aggressive the monsters were, the first wave of attacks was thwarted without much trouble. Deculein watched intently from the sidelines, his ears filled with the sound of whining and whimpering feral dogs. Deculein was very impressed by the way she created a new environment with the power of her superior affinity for every element to wipe out the demonic phantom beasts. Sylvia came here to demonstrate that she is not the same as other students. Her existence proves that there are levels to this shit. Sylvia von Josephine Illade is not your run-of-the-mill genius. Deculein might not say it, but he was impressed by her rapid growth. Magic-wise, he would gladly give her a perfect score, a job well done. She was able to delete the obstacles placed before her. Still, she made the rookie mistake of leaving herself wide open after a small win. Exploiting the wide-open defense, Deculein closed the distance in an instant. He stamped Sylvia with a failing mark before flicking her forehead. Instead of panicking, Miss Nobility smiled. Deculein fell for the oldest trick in the book. A simple diversion play pulled him away from the core, leaving it open for an all-out attack. When he realized that the girls played him, Deculein accepted the L. As soon as he stepped away from the core, the next part of the plan kicked in, getting Ephraim involved to deliver the winning strike. With her overwhelmingly destructive offensive power, shattering the sturdy core shouldn't be an issue. This cleverly sneaky tactic was made possible by a hidden passageway. After meticulous planning, Sylvia created a bunker that could approach the core without the head professor noticing. She even willingly volunteered to serve as a decoy to distract Deculein from defending the objective. He could have rained on their parade and stopped Ephraim from shattering the core, but they deserved the win for their simple yet ingenious plan. In the end, both of his star pupils passed the virtual barrier assessment. When the core was reduced to 1,000,000 little pieces, the remaining demonic phantom beasts scattered into nothingness. The whole barrier fell apart. It fractured off into countless magical shards. Before long, the illusion was broken, and they were back in the classroom. Looking around, the rest of the class who fell victim to the ferocious phantoms were still recovering from the realistic sensation of sustaining lethal injuries. Ephraim was hyped to be back in the real world. Deculein was genuinely astonished by the girls. One drew his attention, creating a new world with the magic she had experienced during the midterm exams, making it her own. The other showed enough firepower to disable the barrier by brute forcing and imposing her will through multiple layers of protective magic, until it shattered. Today's lesson was formulated to prepare the debutantes in case they are thrown into similar experiences in real life, like in the dorm barrier incident. When something unexpected happens, the most important thing to practice is working together and cooperating with one another. In addition, Deculein gave everyone their own demonic energy gas mask, encouraging the kids to always carry them around just to be safe. As for Ephraim and Sylvia, he extended his heartfelt praise for their flawless performance. Deculein left the classroom in complete silence. The girls in the whole class had never seen the head professor smile and give a sincere compliment before. Ephraim was so freaked out that she felt chills run down her spine, while Sylvia blushed. That night, Deculein found himself working overtime, magically manipulating chalk to scribble some text on a board. After writing a whole board worth of text, he used Midas' touch on its content. Once satisfied with his little experiment, he proceeded with the next step. After a little more tweaking, he was able to develop the finished product. He installed a chalkboard that connects his personal office and the Magic Tower's lecture room. This man just invented the magical version of Zoom. The twin chalkboards, enhanced by Midas' touch, maintain a connection that cannot be severed, no matter the magical interference. It's a tool that enables two-way communication even inside magical barriers. He poured a lot of thought and effort into this thing in preparation for the middle boss event that will start soon, the Baron of the Ashes. Like the name suggests, the Baron of the Ashes is a formless and faceless entity, a creature that leeches on mid-rank monsters. The students must figure out a way to defeat this formidable enemy somehow. All Deculein could do was prepare the bare minimum to get them equipped for the upcoming fight. Given the inherent randomness of the event, he doesn't even know when exactly it will happen and who the Baron will target. He can only hope that his star students will deliver. After his all-nighter, Deculein had to attend an important meeting at the 40th floor party hall of the Magic Tower. The meeting was kicked off by the high-energy headmaster. She began by introducing two Empire citizens who had returned after achieving great feats in foreign nations. One was a princely man named Varkan, and the other was none other than Reincarnated von Grahan-Yukline. The entire faculty welcomed them with a toast and a jolly celebration. While his co-workers partied, Deculein vigilantly watched from his seat. The Baron of Ashes is a parasite. It is highly likely that this room has already been infiltrated. Adeline and Luina's ranks are too high. They are too strong and too smart to victimize. If you ask Deculein, his suspicions are mostly directed at the new guy Varkan. One thing is almost certain. Someone in this room is about to be, or already has been, parasitized. There's an imposter among us. By sundown, ManhwaCapped retreated to her office, supremely upset by what had just transpired. It was an exhausting day. She just went through the worst welcoming party he had ever been a part of. Those damn professors didn't even bother hiding their disdain for her. They didn't make eye contact and made it abundantly clear that their malicious whispers were directed at the odd woman out. Back then,
they would bend over backward to pamper Luina as Deculein's rival. But now that she's a mere visiting professor, they're treating her worse than dirt. Those bastards deliberately excluded her from toasts and casual conversations. Some were so petty that they literally cleared the food away from her plate. It took every bit of willpower she could muster not to crash out. She must endure those gazes full of ridicule from now on. Just thinking about the humiliation that they were putting her through was chipping away at her spirit. Bear with it. Get used to it. Nothing's going to change. A few days later, Deculein von Grahan-Yukline finally met with the glorious Imperial Majesty in the Hall of Learning to fulfill his new job. Right from the get-go, Empress Sofian Yekaterina August von Grahan scrutinized him from head to toe with her seemingly all-seeing eye. This was their first time seeing each other since the appointment ceremony. To get started, Deculein intended to identify which categories and elements of magic the Empress finds most comfortable. She wasn't one to talk about boring stuff. For the first lesson, she wanted to simply chat.
the Empress heard a report not too long ago about his encounter with Lahakan in the Mountain of Darkness, a full-on magic duel. It's known throughout the Empire that surviving against that old monster is comparable to a miracle. Yet here was Deculein, looking perfectly fine. He lied, claiming he simply got lucky when he came upon an exhausted Lahakan on the run. She laughed and asked if the Intelligence Bureau agents who died before him were simply unlucky. She's deliberately trying to fluster him to avoid the lesson. Deculein wasn't about to get swept up in Sofian's pace. This woman is currently the most important figure in the world. If she becomes lazy and lags in progression, the game's difficulty will spike dramatically. Ignoring her question, he handed her some magic paper that could identify her aptitudes. Yet again, she refused. He put his foot down. As the instructional mage selected to explore the truths of magic with the Empress, he's free to leave if there's no lesson to be had. Deculein asserted that she must honor tradition, etiquette, and study. As the absolute ruler of the continent, it had been a long time since someone dared to lecture her like an unruly child while sporting such unwavering eyes. This man is as extraordinary as the rumors say. Clashing with him head-on made Sofian like the enigmatic man even more. In the end, she agreed to play the day his way, but if she ever gets bored, she will end the lesson for good. Meanwhile, Lady ManhwaCapped was on her way to the palace when she was assaulted by a pounding migraine. She blamed Deculein for every little thing she was suffering from. That man was living in her head rent-free. Who could blame her? That man swindled, used, exploited, and trampled over people on his way to the top. He's a devilish bastard who ascends through wicked means. But in her limited time back at the Magic Tower Academy, she kept on hearing things that simply didn't make sense. She saw multiple students dreading attending Deculein's class, but for reasons she didn't expect. They feared how difficult his class was, but admitted that he's probably the best professor in the tower when it comes to actually teaching. Luina also heard that her mortal enemy defeated a demon at the Mountain of Darkness, saved countless lives during the Burkt incident, solved the dormitory barrier incident all by himself, and dueled Lahakan and survived. The Deculein she once knew couldn't possibly do any of that. The cognitive dissonance she was feeling was making her worldview implode. The Deculein she knew had to kidnap and use her to become a chairman himself. How could a despicable bastard rack up so many glowing achievements? Her mind was in ruins. She convinced herself that the prick must be inflating his standing with false rumors. Something was taking hold inside Luina. Just a little more push and it'll reveal itself. The driver pulled over and she lost her train of thought. Right now, she must lock in and wow the Empress with her lesson. Luina went all out for their first meeting. She had stacks of teaching materials ready for the most powerful woman on the continent. Her efforts were met with an uninterested yawn. Midway through her introduction, the Empress stopped her from talking any further. Without mincing her words, Sofian called everything that came out of her mouth boring. In comparison to Deculeine's lesson, hearing her speak was like watching paint dry. Rattled, Luina lowered her head and profusely apologized. Still hung up on Deculeine, the Empress asked Luina if she had any interesting stories about him. Hearing Her Majesty say that on top of everything she was feeling beforehand, something in Luina's mind broke. She returned to the magic tower at sundown, marching to her office with fury. When she opened the door, she noticed a note placed on her table. It was a notice of expulsion from the Magic Academy addressed to her. This girl just couldn't catch a damn break. Those bootlicking professors practically begged her to join their little club, where they occasionally meet to pay respects to the chairwoman. That was when they were still campaigning for her to replace Deculeine as head professor. They must have panicked upon hearing rumors that Deculeine had said something strange at Barked. Those same spineless bastards who tried to curry favor with her flipped the switch and showed their true colors so quickly. It felt like the whole world was ridiculing her, calling her a loser. Leading the hate train was none other than her tormentor, Deculein von Grahan-Yukline. Unable to process the pain and shame any longer, she maniacally laughed. She snapped. She hated the world, hated her peers, and most of all, hated that man. Those wastes of space are going to pay. She swore she'd have her revenge. If she has to kill every single one of them, then so be it. Alone in her office, the presence that lingered in her body completely took over. She expelled something dark and putrid from all her orifices. Up on the 20th floor study room, Ephraim, Sylvia, and the gang were catching up on their homework. The top students were busy decoding the intricacies of magic while Urizen brought the snacks. That boy knows his role. While the group was gobbling his snacks, something sinister was afoot right outside. A dull thud caught their attention. Something was happening beyond the study room door. Ephraim thought some other kids were playing a prank on them, so she went to check it out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw someone standing eerily still with their shoulders drooping lifelessly. She recognized Lotan from the back of his head, so she invited him in. When he didn't respond, she tapped him on his shoulders, and the truth was unveiled. Lotan looked like an ugly undead. He locked in on her and groaned unintelligibly. In a panic, Ephraim swatted him away using wind magic. Zombified Lotan fell on his ass as she hurried back to the study room, locking the door behind her. It was now up to a few debutantes to make sense of this ominous situation. Using her scanning magic, Sylvia closed her eyes and painted a preliminary lay of the land. In her mind's eye, she saw the magic tower covered in some kind of ash. She doesn't know what's going on neither. She had never encountered anything like this before. What she knows is that the ash had blanketed the lower floors of the magic tower, blocking all exits. Given how far things had progressed, the professors must have no idea what was going on. From what she could gather, the ash has some aspects of bewitchment to it. To ask for an adult's assistance, they would have to get out of the 20th floor first. The professors must be locked in their offices, writing exam questions. Outside, Lawton must have recovered from being knocked down. He's now trying to get in by banging on the door relentlessly. If he were just using his lanky arms, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the door was being corroded and burned by ash flames. They're going to need to find a secure place to hole up in until help arrives. Among the various rooms in the magic tower, their best bet would be one that's filled with magic crystals, Class A's classroom. The problem was its distance from the study hall. Sylvia made the boss call to take the risk and make a run for it. Despite the fear and uncertainty, they must power through. Ephraim bravely opened the door, laying eyes upon the groaning zombie once more. This time she meticulously merged wind and earth to form her control spell. Unseen chains of sand controlled by the wind suffocated the zombie, trapping it in place. Leading the charge, Sylvia gave the signal to run for their lives. Halfway through their sprint, the ashes seemed to move with sentience, targeting Ephraim at the rear. Fortunately, Sylvia shielded her just in time to stop the encroaching ashes. Grabbing her by the hand, the star pupils made their way to the classroom. On the way, they grabbed some gas masks from the lab as a layer of protection against the turbid air. Eventually, they encountered a hallway filled with those mindless zombies from all sides. They can't exactly deal lethal damage against them, considering the lack of information. For all they know, their peers were just under a spell. It would have been nice if they could blast a passageway to their destination. Still, Sylvia knew for sure that the magic tower's ceiling and floors were built with high-level magic engineering. They have no choice but to take the long and treacherous way. Ephraim took charge of blasting the zombies out of the way, being mindful not to kill any of them with her wind magic. She bought enough time to get everyone to the top of the stairs, but a new batch of groaning puppets was waiting for their descent. This time, Sylvia took the reins with confidence. It took a while, and the rivals had to work together seamlessly the whole way through. Still, they eventually made it past the drooling obstacles and into the classroom. In there, they could finally take off the stuffy gas masks and breathe fresh air. They reached a relatively safe hiding spot, but it would be too risky to simply wait for help. They must look for something they can do instead of waiting around like sitting ducks. Ephraim wanted to prove to herself that she can be a cool-headed mage in dangerous situations. Sylvia looked around the room and saw something odd scribbled on the chalkboard. Written was a list with 4 things to note. 1. Break through the core of the barrier. 2. Avoid head-on confrontations. 3. Survive. 4. Remember that the board is their only connection. It looked like Professor Decule's writing, but the content was oddly specific. Feeling mischievous, Ephraim grabbed a chalk and wrote, "Deculein is an idiot," on the board. Sylvia sighed. She couldn't believe this girl still had the energy to joke around, given their current situation. Following her writing some stupid joke, new words were carved onto the chalkboard on their own. Deculein's magic chalkboard was finally getting some use. First off, she gave Ephraim a demerit. She didn't believe that the board was connected to the professor, as the note stated, and she paid the price. Sylvia grabbed the chalk and messaged Deculein back. She gave him a brief rundown of the current situation in the magic tower, a state of disaster where their fellow debutantes were zombified by an unknown force. At the moment, the door of the classroom they hold up in is on the verge of breaking. For safety reasons, they need to activate the room's barrier. To do that, they're going to need the password. Deculein acted fast and gave his students what they needed to protect themselves. Thankfully, Sylvia is a genius. She easily grasped the formula and activated the barrier herself. Moments before the room was overrun by zombified students, Sylvia, Ephraim, and the other students stuck in Classroom A were transported into a pocket space. She came in clutch and essentially saved everyone from becoming mindless ash zombies. A few hours passed, and there were still no signs of help coming to get them from outside. Hundreds of promising young majors are being held hostage in the tower. The authorities must have prohibited entry from outside if they were made aware of what was happening by now. The best course of action for those trapped in the pocket dimension was to be patient and steel themselves for an indefinite waiting game. The snotty Deculein cosplayer was one of the students who holed up in Classroom A. He yapped about how useless the head professor was for not rescuing them when hours had passed already. He even teased Ephraim to beg Deculein for help since she's his favorite anyway. As a result of analyzing the different mana concentrations on each floor from the outside, Deculein estimated Ground Zero to be the 23rd floor. There isn't much situated that high up in the tower. In fact, only the office of the new visiting professor, Professor Luina, was placed there. The students have overcome the safety hurdle, but they can't exactly kill their way out of the tower, since the enemy is their peers. When Deculein read that Luina was the sole resident of the 23rd floor, everything made sense. The Baron of Ashes must have found a way to parasitize Luna McQueen, a named character with a high rank. Perhaps the covenant he forced her into had adverse effects. Maybe her mental fortitude had reached the breaking point from years of torment. At the moment, Deculein is designing a spell that'll be super effective against the ashes. The LARPer Beck chimed in and called the professor's idea ludicrous. As far as he knows, designing a spell takes an ungodly amount of time. Sylvia finally had enough of his irritating voice and told that bum to shut the hell up. She believes that Deculein will deliver. His magic is much more valuable than all the whining and negativity Beck was spouting out of his rotten mouth. Looking down on the LARPer, Sylvia gave him some advice. If he wanted to act like a noble so much, then he'd do better if he'd just focus on maintaining his dignity and biting his tongue at times like this. Instead of complaining, they might as well try to see if they can help the professor expedite the process while they're trapped. Ephraim had an idea, and she was pretty sure Sylvia had already come up with the same plan. They must catch one of those zombies to dissect and study for themselves. Outside the classroom, the infestation was growing gnarlier by the second. Suddenly, a vibrant spell using components of water and earth lit up the ash-filled hallway. Ephraim engineered an artificial mudslide that swallowed every zombie in its path. Sylvia followed up with her primary colors creation magic, wrapping an unsuspecting victim in tight-fitting fabric. Once they got what they came for, they hurried back to the pocket dimension. In his office, Deculein was calmly formulating the spell he promised to his students. He intends to add a circuit that would neutralize ash control to a barrier spell. This should have been easy for him. He's merged spells together countless times. Furthermore, the decomposition magic he was using as a base is versatile, and the circuit itself isn't difficult to build. The only roadblock was his lack of information about the material to be decomposed. Thankfully, his students were clever enough to provide exactly what he needed. Sylvia and Ephraim captured a zombie, separated them from the ashes, and sent the detailed research results through the magic board. Thanks to their efforts, the spell was completed. Upon transmission, a complex array of magic circles with multiple superimposed layers was projected onto the chalkboard. The spell was too vast and complicated to understand at first glance. Deculein asked if anyone could operate the spell he transmitted, and Sylvia confidently replied that she could pull it off. Up on the 23rd floor, Luina's office, the source of the ashes, had become a nest where the cocoon of complete corruption took hold. Inside the fleshy chrysalis was Professor Luina, completely consumed by the parasite eating her from within. Knowing that they'll probably just get in the way, the other debutantes let the top two work on the spell. That formula was too vast and the magic circle too big. It was large enough to cover an entire floor of the tower. Drawing and activating the whole thing seemed impossible. Ephraim took on the role of scribbling the necessary magic circle. She will use Class A's lecture hall as the center and work her way outward. Mana will also be an issue. Activating such a massive circle will require copious amounts of mana. Sylvia pulled out a previous artifact with a magic amplification effect and volunteered it as a catalyst. Surprisingly, Beck also contributed. His artifact might not be as good as Sylvia's, but it's still pretty decent in mana conduction. The other students scrounged up as many artifacts as they could find just to increase their chances of success a little bit more. They ended up with a pretty shiny stockpile. Ephrine's the fastest on foot. Letting her draw the spell was a no-brainer. To protect her, Sylvia will draw the enemy's attention. They'd be doing the exact same battle plan they drafted in that practical lesson. First, they'll release the classroom's barrier, and Ephraim and Sylvia will pretty much take it from there. While the zombies chase her tail, Ephraim will scramble to cover the entire floor with the gigantic magic circle. While that's happening, the others would power the spell by pouring their mana into the catalysts. They must keep going so the spell doesn't dissipate. This will require team effort, and they only have one shot. There's no room for error. As soon as they left the classroom, Sylvia used a loud, bright approach with her magic. It was very effective in luring the zombies away from Ephraim. Running as fast as she could, she deliberately painted the floors with Deculane's magic circle. Sylvia was having a tougher time the longer the chase went on. Somehow, the ashes floating in the air converged into one gigantic golem capable of crushing her in one swing. To deal with the annoying clump of ashes, she lit up its flammable ass. Fire consumed the whole body. As for the zombies still hot on her heels, she cooled them down with some ice magic. Sylvia was just flexing how versatile she is as a mage. Still, dealing with these threats nearly depleted her mana, and the worst has yet to come. Approaching from behind, the culprit behind this whole ordeal landed a sneak attack on her rear. One poke was all it took to lay her out cold on the floor. By sheer will, Sylvia managed to wake up and stand despite the damage. Under the Baron's control, Luina praised the debutante's enviable talent. She looked very different from the zombified students. This pretty much confirms that she was patient zero of the outbreak. Driven by jealousy for those more talented than her, Luina decided to kill Sylvia. While the girls were risking their lives outside, the side characters were also giving their all to fuel the magic circle. When Ephraim gave them the signal, they activated the catalyst to juice up the spell. It didn't take long for some of the scrubs with paltry mana supplies to drop like flies. Surprisingly, Beck held on the longest out of everyone. With no one else carrying the burden, his mana drained away faster than ever, bottoming out his reserves in an instant. If they fall now, everything will go to waste. He tried to will his body into moving, but it had become physically impossible. As his vision blurred, Beck saw a familiar figure enter the classroom and finish what he and his peers started. The catalysts glowed with blinding light, fueling the magic circle with enough power to fully activate it. Against all odds, the risky plan succeeded. However, Sylvia was still in grave danger. She's got nothing left in the tank, and Luina was pissed that her plans were thwarted by mere kids. With her plan crumbling before her eyes, the possessed professor decided to at least bring one of these darn kids with her to the grave. She unleashed ashes more potent than the grains that took over the tower. They all coalesced right where Sylvia was hunched over, panting for air. She was about to accept that it was her time, but Professor Deculein wasn't about to let his star pupil die such a meaningless death. Like a proper main character, he appeared in the nick of time to save the damsel in distress. When she saw him come to her rescue, Sylvia's body finally relaxed. She collapsed from utter exhaustion. She really lived up to Deculein's expectations. He'll be taking over from here on out. Deculein gently laid Sylvia down and quietly praised her for the great work she had done while he was away. When he turned to face the parasite, his poker face turned a little more menacing. Behind what the eyes could see, he could sense Luina pleading underneath. The Baron of Ashes wasn't able to take complete control of her due to her high rank. Based on the awkward movements, it seemed like the parasite was struggling to pilot its host. What it could completely control was her speech. That bug has a foul mouth. Deculein didn't even bother defending himself when the Baron tried to attack. Luina's body is under oath never to harm him in any capacity after all. The parasite is at a dead end. The Baron of Ashes admitted that he might have been a little too eager and stupid. If his current host won't work, then he'll just take over a new body. The sinister ashes completely abandoned Luina's frame and surrounded Deculein from all sides. Laughing maniacally, thinking that he caught the nonchalant professor with his pants down, the Baron forced himself inside Deculein. Upon entry, the Baron decided to feed on his inferiority complex, consuming him from within. The threat didn't even faze him. He just dared the clump of dust to try. Envy, jealousy, inferiority, hatred, those are emotions that the old Deculein struggled with as an average man who was thought to be a genius. But the current him would never crumble because of such petty sentiments, especially with his resolute trait. Resolute basically makes him immune to others' will and defends against mental interference. Deculein's ego will not be swept away by some shitty bewitchment effect. This man literally ego-checked a primordial menace, burning the parasite out of existence without lifting a single finger. Killing the Baron of Ashes marked his mid-boss event mission a success, rewarding him with an item and some shop currency. The magic tower quickly settled the cleanup. To the outside world, it was reported that a visiting professor was infected by a parasitic demon, the Baron of Ashes, causing major disturbance. Thanks to the efforts of head Professor Deculein and his students, a larger catastrophe was prevented. In recognition of the professor's invaluable contributions, he was appointed Director of Planning and Coordination at the Magic Tower. He'll now be in charge of managing the tower's finances. In other words, more money and more power. In a hospital near the university, Sylvia finally woke up after days of bed rest. Surprisingly, her rival, Ephraim, was the only person in her hospital room when she woke up. That girl also brought her up to speed on everything that happened while she was out of commission. Ephraim claimed that she had just come by to deliver Sylvia the check the Magic Tower had awarded them for their contribution to resolving the incident. She also admitted that she wanted to visit a friend who suffered alongside her. It sounds like they've finally shed their rivalry. They're just friends now. The Magic Tower has a lot of cleaning up to do. The others were mobilized for that, so they haven't been able to visit Sylvia. That made her a bit sad, but what she really wanted to know was if Professor Deculein stopped by while she was out of it. He's the busiest person in the university, but Ephraim would bet that he visited a while ago. Poking fun at her new friend, Ephraim straight up asked Sylvia if she liked their professor. Her face turned red, but she denied having feelings for him. Sylvia sincerely explained that it wasn't that simple. At first, Deculein was just another professor in her eyes. He was an obnoxious man who saw through her schemes and looked down on her. But at some point, he started weighing heavily on her mind. The more she knew him and the more she learned new things from him, all the rumors that had made her prejudiced were wiped away. His eyes seemed to know sorrow, real sorrow. He was the one who made her ponder the true value of magic, that it wasn't just a tool to kill or hurt people. Deculein was the only person who made Sylvia feel the real joy of magic. He would go as far as to make new magic to save his students. He put himself on the line to save her life. Even Sylvia couldn't understand why she cared about this man so much. Before she knew it, Deculein had become her muse. Ephraim could tell Sylvia was being genuine, so she didn't jab her with a wise-ass reply. Not right away, at least. She had to tease Sylvia more before she left the hospital. Back in the Hall of Learning in the Imperial Palace, the Empress praised Deculein for handling a major disturbance at the Magic Tower yet again. She wasn't really interested in some demonic incident. Sophian was more fascinated by his new outfit. Aside from his signature tailored suit adorned with tasteful accessories, Deculein added a monocle to his drip, making him look quite distinguished. The monocle was not a simple accessory. The magnifying lens allows him to see the target's attributes. This was his reward for completing Lohakan's quest. One of the first people he tried the lens on was the Empress herself. He wasn't hoping for much, but he was still disappointed when the reading came up blank. Sophian's attributes are beyond broken after all. But even though he couldn't get an accurate gauge of her numbers, the truth was, he already knew the Emperor's secret without the assistance of his lens. Forget about attribute points. Empress Sophia Yekatere. August von Giebreine's secret trait was her regression after death. At the moment, he doesn't even know what cycle she is living in. How many times has she died and regressed?